Section 63 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 31. William and Mary, 1688 to 1702, Part 1. James II had believed that by absconding to France he would plunge England into anarchy and leave no constituted power behind him. With a childish worship of forms, he flung the Great Seal into the Thames as he fled, that no state document might be issued in due shape. His slow and pedantic mind conceived that the nation would be nonplussed by the loss of king and seal at once. But Englishmen can always show a wise disregard for formulae when it is necessary. Though there was no king to summon a parliament, yet a convention at once met on the invitation of William of Orange. It consisted of the peers, and a lower house formed of all surviving members of the Commons who had sat under Charles II, together with the aldermen and common councillors of London. This body, though not a regularly constituted meeting of the two houses, proceeded to deal at once with the question of the succession. There were three alternatives open: to make the Princess Mary queen in her father's room, or to crown both her and her husband William, or to declare them merely regents in the absence of the exiled king. The last alternative commended itself to many of the Tories, who still held strong theories about the divine right of kings, and were loath to surrender them by consenting to a deposition. But when the proposal was broached to William of Orange, he answered that he would never consent to be the mere locum tenens of his father-in-law. He would leave England if nothing more than the power of regent were granted him. It was then proposed that the Princess Mary should be queen regnant, but this too the prince refused. He would not become his wife's servant and minister. When the Tories showed signs of insisting on this project, William began to make preparations for returning to Holland. This brought the Convention to reason. They knew that they could not get on for a moment without the prince's guiding hand. Accordingly, they were constrained to take the third course and to offer the crown to William and Mary as joint sovereigns with equal rights. No one spoke a word for Mary's infant brother, the Prince of Wales. Not only was he overseas in France, but most men believed him to be no true son of James II. Before the throne was formally offered to William and Mary, the Convention proceeded to draw up the famous Declaration of Rights. This document contained a list of the main principles of the Constitution which had been violated by James II, with a statement that they were ancient and undoubted rights of the English people. It stigmatized the powers claimed by the late king to dispense with or suspend laws as illegal usurpations. It stated that every subject had a right to petition the king and should not be molested for doing so, an allusion to the case of the 7 bishops. It stipulated for the frequent summoning of parliaments and for free speech and debate within the two houses. The raising and maintenance of a standing army without the permission of Parliament was declared illegal. In a clause recalling the most famous paragraph of Magna Carta, it was stated that all levying of taxes or loans without the consent of the representatives of the nation was illegal. The declaration then proceeded to provide for the succession. William and Mary, or the survivor of them, were first to rule, then any children who might be born to them. If Mary died childless, the Princess Anne and her issue were to inherit her sister's rights. Finally, any member of the royal house professing Romanism, or even marrying a Romanist, was to forfeit all claim to the crown. The declaration was afterwards confirmed and made permanent as the Bill of Rights. William and Mary swore to observe the declaration and were proclaimed on February 13, 1689, after an interregnum which had lasted 2 months since the flight of James II to France. The new king and queen were not a well-matched pair, though, owing to Mary's amiable and tactful temper, they agreed better than might have been expected. The queen was lively, kind-hearted, and genial, well loved by all who knew her. William was a morose and unsociable invalid, who only recovered his spirits when he left the court for the camp. In spite of his wretched health, he was a keen soldier and had the reputation of being one of the best, if also one of the most unlucky, generals of his time. His talent chiefly showed itself in repairing the consequences of his defeats, which he did so cleverly that his conquerors seldom drew any advantage from their success. In private life, William was cold, suspicious, and reticent. He reserved his confidence for his Dutch friends, openly saying that the English, who had betrayed their natural king, could not be expected to be true to a foreigner. He knew that he was a political necessity for them, and nothing more. Hence, he neither loved them nor expected them to love him. William had expelled his father-in-law, not from a disinterested wish to put down his tyranny, nor merely from zeal against Romanism, but because he wished to see England drawn into the great European alliance against France, which it was his life's work to build up. He had spent all the days of his youth in opposing the ambition of the bigoted Louis XIV, and all his thoughts were directed towards the construction of a league of states strong enough to keep the French from the Rhine. For Louis was set on annexing the Spanish Netherlands, the Palatinate, and the Duchy of Lorraine, so as to bring his frontier up to the great river. He had already made several steps towards securing his end by seizing Alsace, the Franche-Comté, and part of Flanders. If William had not hindered him, he would probably have accomplished his whole desire. But the Prince of Orange had induced the old enemies Spain and Holland to combine, and had enlisted the Emperor Leopold of Austria in his league. With the aid of England, he thought that Louis could be crushed beyond a doubt. On the 13th of May, 1689, William had his wish, for England declared war on Louis. It was already made inevitable by the conduct of the French monarch, who had not only received the fugitive James, but had lent him men and money to aid him in recovering his lost realms. But William was not to be able to divert the strength of England into the continental war quite so soon as he had expected. He was forced to fight for his new crown for nearly 2 years before he was able to turn off again to lead the armies of the coalition against Louis. The proclamation of William and Mary proved the beginning of new troubles both in England, Scotland, and Ireland. In England things were not serious. A certain portion of the Tory party declined to accept William as king, though they had been ready to take him as regent. For refusing to take the oath of allegiance to him, Archbishop Sancroft, the hero of the trial of the 7 bishops, 4 other prelates, and 400 clergy had been removed from their preferments. Some Tory laymen of scrupulous conscience gave up their offices, but these non-jurors, as they were called, made no open resistance, though many of them began to correspond secretly with the exiled king. In Scotland, the crisis was far more serious. Both Charles II and James II had governed that realm with an iron hand. They had placed the rule of the land in the hands of the Scottish Episcopalians, who formed a very small minority of the nation. The Covenanters had been sternly repressed, and their ineffective rising, ending in the fight of Bothwell Brig, had been put down with the most rigorous harshness. When James was overturned, the persecuted Presbyterians rose in high wrath and swept all his friends out of office. They followed the example of the English in offering the crown to William and Mary, and began to revenge their late oppression by very harsh treatment of their former rulers, the Scottish Episcopalians. But James II had a following in Scotland. Though not a very large one, it had an exceedingly able man at its head, John Graham of Claverhouse, Viscount Dundee, who had commanded the royal forces in the realm for the last 10 years. Dundee succeeded in rousing a number of the Highland chiefs to take arms for James II, not so much because they loved the king, as because they hated the great clan of the Campbells, now, as always, the mainstay of the Covenanting interest north of Clyde and Forth. The new government collected an army under General Mackay and sent it against Dundee, but the Jacobite leader retired before it till Mackay's men had pushed up the long and narrow pass of Killiecrankie. When the lowland troops were just emerging from the northern end of the pass, Dundee fell on from an ambush. The wild rush of his Highlanders swept away the leading battalions, and Mackay's entire force fled in disgraceful rout back to Dunkeld. The Jacobite general, however, fell in the moment of victory, and when his strong and able hand was removed, the rebel clans dropped asunder and ceased to endanger the stability of William's throne, June 17, 1689. The insurrection, however, continued to linger on in the remoter recesses of the Highlands for 2 years more. In Ireland, the struggle was far longer and more bitter than in Scotland. In that country, the old quarrel between the natives and the English settlers broke out under the new form of loyalty to James or William. In the time of Charles II, the old Irish or Anglo-Irish proprietors had been restored to about 1/3 of the lands from which they had been evicted by the Cromwellian settlement of 1652. They hoped, now that they had a king of their own faith, to recover the remaining 2/3 from the English planters. From the moment of his accession, James had done his best for the Irish Romanists. He had decreed the revocation of Cromwell's settlement. He had filled all places of trust and emolument with natives, and had raised an Irish army in which no Protestant was admitted to serve either as soldier or officer. His Lord Deputy was Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a violent and unscrupulous man who was prepared to go even further than his master in the direction of suppressing Protestantism. When the news of the landing of William of Orange at Torbay reached Ireland, the Lord Deputy kept faith with James and began arming the whole nation in his cause, till he is said to have had nearly 100,000 undisciplined levies under his orders. At the same time, he summoned all Protestants in Ireland to give up their arms. The English settlers saw that the predominance of Tyrconnell and his hordes meant danger to themselves, and promptly fled by sea, or took refuge in the few towns where the Protestants had a majority, leaving their houses and property to be plundered by the Lord Deputy's rapparees. In Ulster, where they mustered most strongly, they shut themselves up in the towns of Derry and Enniskillen, proclaimed William and Mary as King and Queen, and sent to implore instant aid from England. In March 1689, James II landed in Ireland, convoyed by a French fleet, and bringing a body of French officers, 10,000 stand of arms, and a treasure of £112,000, all given to him by Louis XIV. He found himself master of the whole country except Derry and Enniskillen, and promptly ordered the siege of these places to begin. He summoned a parliament to meet in Dublin, and there undid, so far as words and acts could do, all the doings of the English in Ireland for the last 2 centuries. The Irish peers and commons voted the resumption by the old native houses of all the lands confiscated by Elizabeth, James I, and Cromwell. They made Romanism the established religion of the land and declared Ireland completely independent of the English Parliament. All this was natural and excusable enough, but a bloodthirsty act of attainder followed, condemning to death as traitors no less than 2,500 Protestant peers, gentry, and clergy, who had either declared for William or at least refused to join James. This made the Civil War an affair of life and death, since the Protestants of Derry and Enniskillen dared not surrender when they knew they would be treated as convicted traitors. Hence it came that both places held out with desperate resolution, though help was long in coming from England. Derry held out unsuccoured for 105 days, April to August 1689, till it was relieved by a small fleet which burst the boom that the Irish had thrown across Lough Foyle and brought food to the starving garrison. The Protestants of Enniskillen saved themselves by an even more desperate exhibition of courage. Sallying out of their town, they beat the force that blockaded them at the Battle of Newton Butler, August 2, 1689, and drove them completely away. In spite of these successes, the Ulstermen must have been crushed if the long-expected English army had not begun to cross the Channel. But in October, a force at last appeared in Down under the Duke of Schomberg, a veteran French officer in the service of William. Schomberg had been expelled from the French army for refusing to become a Romanist and devoted the last years of his life to a crusade against the bigoted Louis XIV, who had driven him from home and office for religion's sake. Through the winter of 1689, the Irish and English faced each other in Ulster without coming to a decisive engagement. But in the spring of 1690, William arrived in person with large reinforcements and began to advance on Dublin with an army of 35,000 men. James had done but little to strengthen his position during the 18 months that Ireland had been in his hands. His army was still half-trained and unpaid. He had caused untold distress to all classes by issuing a forced currency of copper crowns and shillings, which his creditors were compelled to accept or incur the charge of treason. His councillors, English and Irish, were quarrelling fiercely. His troops were unwisely dispersed, so that on the news of William's approach he found himself unable to concentrate them in time. He gathered, however, some 30,000 men, of whom 6,000 were French, and took up a strong position behind the River Boyne to cover Dublin. In this position he was attacked by William, whose troops forded the river and charged up the opposite slope. The Irish cavalry fought well enough, but many regiments of their undisciplined infantry broke and fled after a few discharges. The wreck of the Jacobite army was only saved by the French auxiliaries, who stubbornly defended the pass of Duleek till the fugitives had got away, July 1, 1690. James seemed panic-stricken by the result of the Battle of the Boyne. Abandoning Dublin without firing a shot, he fled in craven haste and took ship for France. His deserted followers, however, made a long and gallant resistance in the west. William returned to England, leaving his army under the Dutch general Ginkell to subdue Connaught and Munster, September 1690. The task proved harder than had been expected. Ginkell was unable to move till the next spring for want of food and transport. He forced the line of the Shannon by storming Athlone in June 1691, but did not break the back of the Irish resistance till he had won the well-fought battle of Aughrim, scattered the army of Connaught, and slain its commander, the French Marshal Saint-Rout. Even after this decisive fight, Limerick held out for nearly 3 months. It surrendered on October 3, 1691, on terms which permitted the Irish army to take ship for France, and 11,000 men passed overseas to serve Louis XIV. At the same time, the representatives of William signed the Pacification of Limerick, which granted an amnesty to all Irish who did not emigrate, and stipulated that they should be left unmolested in possession of the very limited civil and religious rights that they had enjoyed under Charles II. These terms were broken in a most faithless manner by the Irish Parliament, now entirely in the hands of the victorious Protestant minority, only a few years after they had been signed, 1697. By a new penal code, that body prohibited Romanists from practising as lawyers, physicians, or schoolmasters, took away from them the right of sitting in Parliament, made marriages of Protestants and Romanists illegal, banished all monks and all clergy, except registered parish priests, from the realm, and prohibited any Romanist from possessing arms. But their worst device was a cruel scheme for promoting conversions, by a law which gave any son of a Romanist who abjured his religion the right to succeed to all his father's property, to the exclusion of his unconverted brothers and sisters. Under this harsh code, the Irish groaned for a whole century, but they had been so crushed by William's blows that they never rose in rebellion again till 1798. The whole of Ireland was subdued ere the spring of 1692 began. A month later occurred the cruel deed which marked the final end of the revolt in the Scottish Highlands. The wrecks of Dundee's followers had been scattered at the skirmish of Cromdale in 1690, but a few chiefs still refused their submission. William proclaimed that there should be an amnesty for all who surrendered before January 1, 1692. This opportunity was taken by all the Highlanders, save MacDonald of Glencoe, a petty chief of 200 families in Argyllshire. He made his submission a few days later than the appointed time. Lord Stair, the Secretary of State for Scotland, prevailed upon William to give him leave to make an example of MacDonald and his tribe. A regiment was sent to Glencoe and courteously received by the chief, who thought his tardy submission had brought him impunity. But, obeying their orders, the soldiery fell at midnight upon their unsuspecting hosts, shot MacDonald and all the men they could catch, and drove the survivors out of their valley. This cold-blooded outrage was sanctioned by William, but only because he had been carefully kept in ignorance of the fact that MacDonald had submitted a few days after the appointed date. End of section 63. Section 64. Of a History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Beckett Wood. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 31. William and Mary, 1688 to 1702, Part 2. While the Irish War had been in progress, important events had been taking place nearer home. The war on the continent had proved indecisive, though if either party had a slight advantage, it was the French. Even at sea, the fleets of Louis at first gained some successes, mainly owing to the culpable slackness of the English admiral, Lord Torrington. His negligence, treachery would perhaps be the more appropriate word, was only a symptom of a very widespread spirit of disloyalty among the Tory party. Many persons had not got out of the Revolution the private advantages for which they had hoped. William III had endeavoured to hold an equal balance between the English parties, but could not wholly conceal his suspicions of the Tories and his private preference for the Whigs. In consequence, some of those who had been foremost in expelling James II now began to intrigue with him, and expressed a more or less real sympathy with his plans for recovering his crown. Among these traitors were the best sailor and the best soldier that England owned. Admiral Russell, who succeeded Torrington in command of the Channel Fleet, and John Churchill, the Marlborough of later days, who had been appointed commander of the English troops whom William had taken to the continent. It is some palliation to their guilt that they neither of them actually did desert William in the moment of trial, but both were undoubtedly guilty of habitual correspondence with the enemy. Churchill even descended so far into the depths of baseness as to send secret intelligence of William's plans to the French, though, with characteristic duplicity, he sent them too late to be of any use. How much these secret protestations of loyalty to James meant was shown in 1692 by the events of the Battle of La Hogue. The French king had collected an army in Normandy to invade England and ordered up his ships from Brest to convoy it, relying on the promise of Russell that he would bring over the Channel Fleet. But when the squadron of de Tourville came in sight, the admiral promptly attacked it. Either the spirit of fighting had overcome him, or compunction for his treachery smote him at the last moment. At any rate, he fell briskly upon the French, whose squadron was much inferior in numbers, destroyed 12 ships, and completely scattered the rest. This victory gained Russell a very undeserved peerage, and saved England from all danger of a French invasion or a Jacobite rising. May 19, 1692. Meanwhile, the armies of Louis XIV and William were contending obstinately in the Netherlands, without any marked success on either side. William was opposed by a general as able as himself in Marshal Luxembourg, and met his usual ill luck in the field. He was defeated at 2 great pitched battles, Steenkerk, August 1692, and Landen, July 1693. Yet, after each engagement, he made such a formidable front that the enemy gained nothing by his victory, and hardly won a foot of ground in the Spanish Netherlands. At each of these fights, the English troops were in the thick of the fray, and justified by their conduct the anxiety that William had always shown to have England on his side. Yet Churchill, their best general, was not leading them. He had been deservedly disgraced in 1692, when his intrigues with James II were discovered. When at last the fortune of war began to turn in favour of the Allies, mainly owing to the death of William's great opponent, Marshal Luxembourg, it was again the English troops who got the chief credit in the one great success of the king's military life, the storm of Namur. When that great fortress, whose lofty citadel, overhanging the Meuse, was the strongest place in Belgium, was taken by assault in the very face of a French army of 80,000 men, it was the English infantry, under Lord Cutts, who forced their way into the breaches and compelled Marshal Boufflers to surrender. August 1695. After the fall of Namur, the war languished. The King of France saw his resources wasting away and, in spite of all his efforts, had utterly failed to conquer the Netherlands, though his armies had been somewhat more successful in Italy and Spain. He finally consented to treat for peace, which, after long negotiations, was at last secured by the Treaty of Ryswick, 1697. This was the first occasion on which the ambitious and grasping king had to own defeat. Making terms with England, Holland, Spain, and Austria, he surrendered all that he had gained since 1678, with the single exception of the town of Strasbourg. He was also compelled to recognize William as the lawful King of England, though he refused to expel James II and his family from their asylum at Saint-Germain, where they had been dwelling since 1691. English domestic politics during the time of the struggle with Louis XIV had presented a shameful spectacle. It is difficult to say whether the Whigs or the Tories disgraced themselves the more by their factious violence and treacherous intrigues. In all her history, Britain has never known such a sordid gang of self-seeking, greedy, and demoralized statesmen as the generation who had been reared in the evil times of Charles II. Danby, the corrupt old Tory minister of 1674, Sunderland, the renegade tool of James II, the traitors Russell and Churchill, were typical men of the day. The party warfare of Whig and Tory was prosecuted by disgraceful personalities, impeachments for corruption, embezzlement, or treacherous correspondence with France, and, to the shame of England, the accusations were generally true. Even the unamiable William III appears a comparatively dignified and sympathetic figure among these squalid intriguers. We cannot wonder that he disliked and distrusted Englishmen, when those with whom he had most to do were such a crew of sharpers and hypocrites. For 8 years he contrived to combine Tories and Whigs in his ministry, an extraordinary testimony to his powers of management and to his subjects' blind love of office. His own troubles were constant and galling. Not only was he abused by both political parties for his moderation, but he was openly accused of favouritism and even of corruption. His very life was not safe. A conspiracy formed by some extreme Tories and Jacobites, headed by a member of Parliament named Sir John Fenwick, came to light in 1696, which was found to involve a plot to shoot the king as he was on his way to hunt in Richmond Park. When the conspirators were arrested and examined, evidence came to hand which proved that half the statesmen in England had been corresponding with James II, though it is true that no one of importance had been implicated in the actual assassination plot. It is no wonder that William grew yet more sour and cold as the years passed over his head. He had lost his bright and able wife, Queen Mary, on December 28, 1694, and after her death he felt himself more than ever a stranger in England. If only the political exigencies of his situation would have allowed it, he would have preferred to return to Holland for good. Only 2 successful political experiments emerged from the faction-ridden times of William III. The first was the reform of the coinage in 1695, when the clipped and worn money of the Tudors and Stuarts was honestly redeemed by the government for new and good pieces. In earlier days, the state had always cheated the public on the occasion of a re-coinage. The other was the establishment of the Bank of England in 1694. This excellent device was intended to give the nation a solid and solvent bank, provided with a government guarantee that should be above the dangers of fraud and ill luck which render private banks dangerous to the investor. At the same time, in return for the grant of the government guarantee, the new Bank of England contracted to lend the state money and took over the management of the national debt, then a small matter of a very few millions. The peace which followed the Treaty of Ryswick lasted for 4 uneasy years only. The old war had hardly ceased before a new trouble began to appear on the horizon. This was the vexed question of the Spanish succession. The reigning King of Spain, Charles II, was a hypochondriacal invalid. His next of kin was his eldest sister, Maria Theresa, who had wedded Louis XIV. Her son, the Dauphin, would have been the natural heir to Spain, if his mother had not executed on her marriage a deed of renunciation of her rights of succession. After the Dauphin, the nearest relative of Charles II was his younger sister Margaret, the wife of the Emperor Leopold I. But the rights of this princess and her daughter, Maria Antonia, were also barred by a renunciation, made when she married the emperor. Next in the family came Leopold himself, as the son of an aunt of Charles II, who had made no such engagement at her espousals. The question turned on the validity of the renunciations made by the 2 infantas. Louis XIV said that his wife's agreement was worthless because no one can sign away the rights of their heirs. Yet the document had been solemnly sanctioned by the Cortes, the Spanish Parliament. The emperor stood out for the validity of the document and urged, not the claims of his Bavarian daughter, who had also been the victim of her mother's renunciation, but his own right as grandson of Philip III. The real difficulty of the situation lay in the fact that all Europe viewed with dismay the union of Spain and France, and was very little better pleased at the idea of the union of Spain and the Empire. The Spanish dominions were still so broad and so wealthy that they would throw out the balance of power in Europe if they were united to any other large state. For Charles II reigned not only over Spain, but in Belgium, in Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia, and over the rich Spanish colonies in Mexico, the West Indies, South America, and the Malay archipelago. While Charles II was slowly sinking into his grave, all his heirs were busily engaged in discussing the changes that must follow his decease. Both Louis and the Emperor saw that it would be unwise to claim Spain for themselves. Therefore the French king named his youngest grandson, Philip, Duke of Anjou, as his representative, while the Austrian passed on his personal claims to his younger son, the Archduke Charles. They then arrived at an agreement that neither Philip nor Charles should have Spain itself, but that each should have compensation for resigning his full claim. The Archduke was to take Milan, Duke Philip, Naples, and Sicily. Meanwhile, Spain, Belgium, and the Indies were to go to the young Prince of Bavaria, the one claimant who was unobjectionable to all Europe. A secret treaty to this effect was signed and carefully kept from the knowledge of the Spaniards, to whom it would have been very offensive, as taking away their obvious right to choose their own king. England and Holland, however, were both made consenting parties to the treaty, of which William III fully approved. But in 1699 the young Prince of Bavaria died, leaving no brother or sister to succeed to his claim. The whole matter of the succession was again thrown into confusion. But after long negotiation, Louis XIV agreed to permit the Archduke Charles to become King of Spain if he were himself bought off with Naples, Sicily, and Milan. But this compromise was never to come into operation. The news of it got abroad and reached Spain. Both Charles II and his people were much enraged at seeing their empire parcelled out by foreigners without their own consent. Rousing himself on his very deathbed, the king solemnly declared Philip of Anjou his heir in the whole of the Spanish possessions, and expired immediately after, 1700. The temptation to accept the legacy of King Charles and to claim Spain and the Indies for his grandson was too much for Louis XIV. In spite of the elaborate engagements with the Emperor Leopold, to which he had plighted his faith, he resolved to snatch at the prize. If Spain, Belgium, and half Italy fell into his grandson's hands, he thought that the House of Bourbon must give the law to the whole of Europe. Accordingly, the Duke of Anjou was allowed to accept the Spanish throne when the Cortes offered it to him, and was proclaimed king as Philip V. This was bound to lead to war. Austria could not brook the breach of faith. Holland and the minor German states could not tolerate the idea of seeing the Spanish Netherlands falling into the hands of a French prince. But if unaided by England, it was doubtful if the powers of Central Europe could face the united force of France and Spain. It was now all important to know whether England would join them. William III was eager to renew his old crusade against French aggression, but the English Parliament and people were far less certain of their purpose. The Tories, who were now dominant in Parliament, had of late been carping at every act of the king. They had cut down his revenue, forced him to reduce the standing army to 7,000 men, and confiscated many estates in Ireland which had been granted to his friends, Dutch and English. While William was dreaming of nothing but war, the Tory majority in the lower house was solely intent on the impeachment of the Whig ministers who had been in office in 1696 to 1700, and on regulating the succession to the crown after William's death. The important act which settled this question had become necessary on the death of William's nephew, the little Duke of Gloucester, the only surviving son of the Princess Anne. He was the sole near relative of the king who was not a Romanist, and, lest the crown should lapse back to James II and his heirs, some new measures had to be taken. Accordingly, the Parliament, Tory though it was, voted that the next Protestant heir should succeed on the death of William and his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne. This heir was a granddaughter of James I, the aged Electress Sophia of Hanover, the child of Frederick of the Palatinate and his wife, Elizabeth of England, whose fortunes had moved the world so deeply some 80 years back. Her brother's children were all Romanists, and she was therefore preferred to them in the Act of Settlement. The crown was ensured to her and her heirs, to the prejudice of some dozen persons who stood before her in the line of succession. The Act also laid down two important constitutional doctrines. In future, the judges were to hold office quam Deo si bene gesserent, not at the king's pleasure, and only to be removable for misconduct upon an address of both houses of Parliament. No pardon granted by the sovereign was to stand in the way of an impeachment by the Commons. Ministers, therefore, would not be able to plead that they were irresponsible because the king had pardoned them. It is very doubtful if the English Parliament would have consented to join in an alliance against France if Louis XIV had not at this moment indulged in an ill-timed act of bravado which seemed especially designed to cast contempt on the Act of Settlement. In 1701, the exiled James II died at Saint-Germain. Louis at once saluted his heir, the prince born in 1688, as rightful King of England, and hailed him by the title of James III. The whole English nation was deeply excited and angered at this breach of the agreement in the Treaty of Ryswick, by which Louis had recognised William III as a legitimate ruler of Britain. Thus it became easy for the king to urge them into the breach with France, an alliance with the emperor, which it was his aim to bring about. The Whigs got a majority in the new parliament, which met in the winter of 1701-02, and showed themselves enthusiastically ready for a war with France. Just as his schemes were on the point of success, King William was suddenly removed from the scene. He broke his collarbone while out hunting at Hampton Court. His enfeebled constitution could not stand the shock, and he expired in a few days, March 8, 1702. But he could die in peace. His work had not been wasted. England was committed to the new war, and the ambition of Louis XIV was to be effectually bridled by the great alliance which William left behind him. The lonely and morose invalid regretted but little his own release from an existence of pain and toil, when he saw that the great aim of his life had been achieved. End of section 64.
Section 65 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 1. According to the provisions of the Act of Settlement, the English crown passed, on the death of William III, to his sister-in-law, the Princess Anne, the second daughter of James II. The new sovereign was a worthy, pious woman of simple domestic tastes, without a spark of intelligence or ambition. She was by far the most insignificant personage who had ever yet sat upon the throne of England. Her husband, Prince George of Denmark, was a fit match for her. He was reckoned the most harmless and the most stupid man within the 4 seas. "I have tried him drunk," said the shrewd Charles II, "and I have tried him sober, and there is nothing in him." He was the best of husbands, and always acted as his wife's humble attendant and admirer. He and his good-natured, placid, lymphatic spouse might possibly have managed a farm. It seemed almost ludicrous to see them set to manage 3 kingdoms. The worthy Anne was inevitably doomed to fall under the dominion of some mind stronger than her own. It was notorious to everyone that for the last 20 years she had been managed and governed by her chief lady-in-waiting, Sarah, Lady Churchill, the wife of the intriguing general who had betrayed James II in 1688 and William III in 1692. They had been friends and companions from their girlhood, and the imperious Sarah had always had the mastery over the yielding Anne. The princess saw with her favourite's eyes and spoke with her favourite's words. Any faint symptoms of independence on her part were promptly crushed by the hectoring tongue of Lady Churchill, who had acquired such an ascendency over her mistress that she permitted herself the strangest license, and cowed and deafened her by her angry and voluble reproaches. It is only fair to say that she exercised almost as great a tyranny over her own husband, The suave and shifty general looked upon his wife with doting admiration, and yielded a respectful obedience to her caprices. It is a curious testimony to the survival of the personal power of the sovereign in England that Anne's predilection for the two Churchills changed the face of domestic politics on her accession. During William's life they had been eyed with distrust. Now they became the most important personages in the realm. The Queen dismissed most of the Whig ministers who had been in power when her brother-in-law died, and filled their places with Tories, or rather with friends and adherents of Churchill, who, though he called himself a Tory, was in reality a pure self-seeker who cared nothing for either party. The chief minister was Lord Godolphin, whose son had married Churchill's daughter. As shifty a politician as any of his contemporaries, he had long maintained a fruitless intrigue with the exiled Stuarts, but when he came into power, dropped his correspondence with St. Germain's, and ultimately became a Whig. It was fortunate for England that Churchill and Godolphin were as clever as they were selfish. Though personally they were mere greedy adventurers, yet their policy was the best that could have been found. Churchill's military ambition made him anxious to proceed with the war which William III had begun. The complete mastery over the Queen which his wife possessed made him firmly resolved to keep Anne on the throne at all costs. Hence there was no change either in the foreign or domestic policy of England. The new ministry were as much committed to maintaining the Protestant succession and the French War as their predecessors, though almost every individual among them had at one time or another held treasonable communications with James II. The great alliance, therefore, which William III had done his best to organize, was completed by the Godolphin cabinet. England, Holland, Austria, and most of the smaller states of the empire bound themselves to frustrate the union of France and Spain, and to secure the inheritance of Charles II for his namesake, the Austrian Archduke. Portugal and Savoy joined the alliance ere the year was out. On the other side, Louis XIV had the support of Spain. For the first time for 2 centuries the Spaniards and French were found fighting side by side. Only a small minority of the people of the peninsula refused to accept Philip of Anjou as their rightful sovereign, and adhered to the Archduke. This minority consisted of the Catalans, the inhabitants of the seacoast of northeastern Spain, who had an old grievance against their kings for depriving them of certain local rights and privileges. By reason of the Spanish alliance, Louis started on the war in complete military possession of 2 most important frontier regions, the Milanese in Italy and the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Belgium, in the north. He also had a strong position in Germany, owing to the fact that he had secured the alliance of those powerful princes, the Elector of Bavaria and the Prince Archbishop of Cologne, 2 brothers of the House of Wittelsbach, who had an old family grudge against the emperor. War had been declared by England and her allies in 1702, but it was not till 1703 that important operations began. They were waged simultaneously on 4 separate theaters: the Spanish Netherlands, South Germany, North Italy, and Spain. It appeared at first as if Louis XIV was to be the aggressor. From his points of vantage in Alsace, Milan, Bavaria, and the Spanish Netherlands, he seemed about to push forward against Holland and Austria. But he had now to cope with the 2 generals such as no French army had ever faced: the emperor's great captain, Prince Eugene of Savoy, and the wary Churchill, now, by Queen Anne's favor, commander-in-chief of the English and Dutch armies. The first campaign was indecisive, the only considerable advantage secured by either side being that Churchill rendered a French invasion of Holland impossible by capturing the northeastern fortresses of the Spanish Netherlands, Van Loo, and Roermond, and by overrunning the electorate of Cologne and the bishopric of Liège. On his return to England he was given the title by which he is best known, that of Duke of Marlborough. Hitherto Churchill had shown himself an able general, but no one had taken the true measure of his abilities or recognized the fact that he was by far the greatest military man that England had ever known. But now the ignominious political antecedents of Queen Anne's favourite were about to be hidden from view by the laurels that he was to win. John Churchill, when once he had intrigued his way to power, showed that he was well fitted to hold it. As a soldier, he was the founder of a new school of scientific strategy. On the battlefield, he was alert and vigorous, but he was greater in the operations that precede a battle. He had an unrivaled talent for careful and scientific combinations, by which he would deceive and circumvent an enemy, so as to attack him when least expected and at the greatest advantage. Where generals of an older school would run headlong into a fight and win with heavy loss, he would outflank or outmarch his enemy, and hustle him out of his positions with little or no bloodshed. On one occasion, as we shall see, he drove an army of 60,000 French before him and seized half the Duchy of Brabant, without losing more than 80 men. Yet when hard blows were necessary, he never shrank from the most formidable problems, and would lead his troops into the hottest fire with a cool-headed courage that won every man's admiration. Great as were Marlborough's talents as a general, he was almost as notable as a diplomatist and administrator. He had all the gifts of a statesman, suave, affable, patient, and plausible. He was the one personage who could keep together the ill-assorted allies who had combined to attack Louis XIV. The Dutch, the Austrians, and the small princes of the empire had such divergent interests that it was a hard task to get them to work together. That they were kept from quarreling and induced to combine their efforts was entirely Churchill's work. The organization of the Allied army was in itself no mean problem. The English troops in it formed only a quarter or a third of the whole, and to manage the great body of Dutch, Prussians, Hanoverians, and Danes, who formed the bulk of the host, required infinite tact and discretion. Yet under Marlborough this motley array never marched save to victory, and never failed from lukewarmness or disunion. When we recollect all Churchill's intellectual greatness, we are more than ever shocked with his moral failings. Not only was he an intriguer to the backbone, but he was grossly and indecently fond of money. He levied contributions on all the public funds that passed through his hands, was open to presents from every quarter, and did not shrink from gross favoritism where his interests moved him. The first great campaign in which Marlborough showed his full powers was that of 1704. When it opened, his army lay on the Meuse and Lower Rhine, holding back the French from Holland. But meanwhile Louis XIV had pushed forward another army into South Germany to join the Bavarians, and the united forces held the valley of the upper Danube and seriously threatened Austria. Seeing that the sphere of decisive action lay in Bavaria and not on the Meuse, Marlborough resolved to transfer himself to the point of danger by a rapid march across Germany. After with great difficulty persuading the Dutch to allow him to move their army eastward, he executed a series of skilful feints which led the French to imagine that he was about to invade Alsace. But having thoroughly misled them as to his intentions, he struck across Württemberg by forced marches and appeared in the valley of the Danube. By storming the great fortified camp of the Bavarians on the Schellenberg, he placed himself between the enemy and Austria, and rendered any further advance toward Vienna impossible to them. When joined by a small Austrian army under Eugene of Savoy, he found himself strong enough to fight the whole force of the French and Bavarians. Accordingly, he marched to attack them, and found them 56,000 strong, arrayed in a good position behind a marshy stream called the Nebel, which falls into the Danube near the village of Blenheim. Formidable though their line appeared, Marlborough thought it might be broken. He sent Prince Eugene with 20,000 men to keep employed the enemy's left wing where the Bavarians lay. He himself, with 32,000, assailed the French marshals Marsin and Tallard, who formed the hostile center and right. On the two flanks, the Anglo-Austrian army was brought to a standstill opposite the fortified villages of Blenheim and Oberglau, and could advance no further. But between them, Marlborough himself found a weak point, just where the French and Bavarian armies joined. He made his men wade through the marshy stream, and then directed a series of furious cavalry charges against the hostile center. After a stout resistance, it broke, and the French and Bavarians were thrust apart. The Elector and his men got off without much hurt, for Prince Eugene's force had been too much cut up early in the day to be able to pursue them. But the enemy's right wing fared very differently. Marlborough's victorious cavalry rolled it up and drove it southward into the Danube. The French had no choice but to drown or surrender. Tallard was captured on the river bank. 11,000 men laid down their arms in Blenheim village when they saw that their retreat was cut off. 15,000 more were drowned, slain, or wounded, and not half the Franco-Bavarian army succeeded in escaping. August 13th, 1704. This crushing blow saved Austria. The whole of Bavaria fell into Marlborough's hands. The French retired behind the Rhine, and for the future Germany was quite safe from the assaults of King Louis. The Duke then transferred himself back to the Dutch frontier so rapidly that the French had no time to do any mischief before his return. Next spring he was again on the Meuse, and threatening the Spanish Netherlands on their eastern flank. It was not in Bavaria alone that the English arms fared well in the year of 1704. A fleet under Admiral Rooke and a small army had been sent to Spain to help the Catalan malcontents, who were ready to rise in the name of the Archduke Charles. They were foiled before Barcelona, but on their return took by surprise the almost impregnable fortress of Gibraltar, a stronghold which has remained in English hands ever since. The possession of this place, the key of the Mediterranean, has proved invaluable in every subsequent war, enabling England to watch, and often to hinder, every attempt to bring into cooperation the eastern and western fleets of France and Spain. Cadiz cannot communicate with Cartagena, or Toulon with Brest, without being observed from Gibraltar, and a strong English fleet based on that port can practically close the entrance of the Mediterranean. End of section 65. Section 66 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 2. In 1705, Marlborough had intended to attack France by the valley of the Moselle, but owing to the feeble attempt given by the Austrians, Prince Eugene had been sent off to Italy. He was compelled to try a less adventurous scheme in the Spanish Netherlands. The armies of King Louis, now under Marshal Villeroy, had ranged themselves in a long line from Antwerp to Namur, covering every assailable point with elaborate fortified lines. By a system of skillful feints and countermarches, Marlborough broke through the lines with the loss of only 80 men, and got possession of the plain of Brabant. He would have fought a pitched battle on the field of Waterloo, but for the reluctance of the Dutch government, who wished to withdraw their troops at the critical moment and prevented the campaign from being decisive. The next spring, however, brought Marlborough his reward. When he threatened the great fortress of Namur, Marshal Villeroy concentrated all the French troops in the Netherlands, and posted himself on the heights of Remilly to cover the city. Marlborough's generalship was never better displayed than in the battle which ensued. Threatening the French left wing, he induced Villeroy to concentrate the stronger half of his army on that point. Then suddenly changing his order of attack, he flung himself on the extreme French right, and had taken Ramillies and stormed the heights behind it before Villeroy could hurry back his troops to the point of real danger. Each French brigade, as it arrived, was swept away by the advancing allies, and Villeroy lost his baggage and guns and half his army. The consequences of the fight were even more striking. Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent, Bruges, and all Flanders and Hainault fell into Marlborough's hands. In the whole of the Spanish Netherlands, Louis XIV now held nothing but the two fortresses of Mons and Namur. The French frontier was laid open on a front of more than 200 miles. While the arms of France were faring so badly in the north, they were equally unsuccessful in the south. On September 6th of the same year, Prince Eugene and the Duke of Savoy routed the French army of Italy in front of Turin. In consequence of this battle, the generals of Louis were obliged to evacuate the Milanese and Piedmont, and to retire behind the Alps. At the same time, a second assault of the Allies on Spain met with signal good fortune. The Catalans had risen in favor of the Archduke Charles. Barcelona had been stormed in 1705 by an Anglo-Austrian force under the Prince of Hesse, and all eastern Spain submitted. In 1706, an English force, reinforced by Portuguese, marched up to Madrid and seized it. It seemed that Philip V would ere long be forced to leave Spain and retire beyond the Pyrenees. The spirits of Louis XIV were so much dashed by this series of reverses that he, for the first time in his life, humbled himself to sue for peace from the Allies, offering to waive his grandson's rights to Spain, Belgium, and the Indies, if he were allowed to keep the Spanish dominions in Italy, Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia. The Allies were unwise enough to reject these terms. Holland and the German states would have accepted them, but the emperor was set on gaining the Milanese, and Marlborough, who loved the war for the wealth and glory that it brought him, persuaded the English government to refuse to treat. This obstinate determination to push matters to extremity met with a well-deserved retribution. The fortune of war in 1707 commenced to turn against the Allies. In Spain, their army lost Madrid and was almost annihilated at the Battle of Almanza by the French and Spaniards. In consequence, they lost all their foothold in the peninsula except Catalonia and Gibraltar. About the same time, Eugene of Savoy and the Austrians crossed the Alps and invaded Provence, but were beaten out of France after a disastrous failure before Toulon. Marlborough himself won no new successes in the Netherlands. The Austrians gave him little help, and his attention was distracted from Flanders by the enterprises of Charles XII of Sweden. That brilliant and headstrong monarch, an old ally of France, had just invaded Germany from the rear, pursuing a quarrel with the Elector of Saxony. In great fear lest he might interfere in the war and join the French, Marlborough hastened to the Far East, visited Charles at his camp in Saxony, and flattered and cajoled him into retiring. The Swede marched off into Poland, and Marlborough was able to return to Flanders with a quiet mind, but he had lost the best months of the campaigning season in his excursion to meet Charles. In the next year his old fortune returned to him. Louis XIV, encouraged by the events of 1707, had raised a great army for the invasion of Flanders. It was headed by his eldest grandson and heir, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, who was to be advised by Marshal Vendôme, the best officer in the French service. They crossed the Lys into Flanders and captured Ghent, but Marlborough soon concentrated his forces and fell upon them at Oudenarde. The French army was mismanaged. Burgundy was obstinate, and Vendôme brutal and overbearing. They gave contradictory orders to the troops, and were caught in disorder by Marlborough's sudden advance. In a long-running fight on the heights above Oudenarde, the French right wing was surrounded and cut to pieces. The remainder of the host fled back into France, July 11, 1708. They were soon pursued. The Austrian army came up under Prince Eugene to help the English, and the Allies crossed the frontier and laid siege to the great fortress of Lille, the northern bulwark of France. It fell after a long siege on December 9, 1708, when Marshal Boufflers and 15,000 men laid down their arms before the Allied generals. Louis was now brought very low, lower even than in 1706. Once more he asked the Allies for terms of peace. This time they were even harsher in their reply than at the previous negotiations. They demanded not only that he should surrender his grandson's claims to any part of the Spanish inheritance, but that he should guarantee to send an army into Spain to evict King Philip, if the latter refused to evacuate the realm which he had been ruling for the last 6 years. Louis was also bidden to surrender Strasbourg and some of the fortresses of French Flanders. Though his armies were starving and his exchequer drained dry, the King of France could not stoop to the humiliation of declaring war on his grandson. "If I must needs fight," he is reported to have said, "I would rather fight my enemies than my own children." So, protesting that the continuance of the war was no fault of his, he sent his plate to the mint, sold his costly furniture and pictures, and made a desperate appeal to the French nation to maintain the integrity of its frontiers and its national pride. By a supreme effort, nearly 100,000 men, under Marshal Villars, were collected and ranged along the borders of Flanders. With this army Marlborough had to deal in the next year. He was proceeding with the siege of the fortress of Mons when Villars came up to hinder him and took post on the heath of Malplaquet. The French position was very strong, covered on both flanks with thick woods, and defended with entrenchments and heavy batteries. Nevertheless, Marlborough attacked and met with his usual success, though on this occasion his victory was very dearly bought. His left wing, headed by the headstrong young Prince of Orange, made a rash and desperate assault on the French lines before the rest of the army had begun to advance, and was beaten back with fearful loss. But the Duke broke through the center of Villars' entrenchments by bringing up his reserves, and won the field, though he lost more men than the French, who had fought under cover all day. In consequence of this victory, Mons fell, and the Allies advanced into France, and began to besiege the fortresses of French Flanders and Artois. Their progress seemed to slacken among these thickly set strongholds, and the once rapid advance of Marlborough grew slow. This was more in consequence of the internal politics of England than of any falling off in the great general's capacity. The Duke had ceased to command the obedience of the English ministry, and his friends had just been turned out of office. From 1702 to 1710, Marlborough's connection, Godolphin, remained the chief minister. He had kept himself in power by utilizing the jealousies of Whig and Tory, and allying himself alternately to either party. Till 1706, Godolphin had posed as a Tory himself, but finding that the majority of the Tory party were lukewarm in supporting the war, and pressed for an early peace with France, he resolved to break with them. Accordingly, he dismissed most of his old colleagues and took into partnership Marlborough's son-in-law, the Earl of Sunderland, who, though the heir of the time-serving favorite of James II, was a violent Whig. It was the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry which rejected the French proposals for peace in 1708, when the most favorable terms might have been secured. But to subserve Marlborough's ambition and the fanatical hatred of the Whigs for Louis XIV, the war was continued. The only important event of domestic politics which occurred in this part of Anne's reign was the work of the Godolphin-Sunderland ministry. This was the celebrated union with Scotland in 1707, which permanently united the crowns and parliaments of the two halves of Britain. The separation of the two kingdoms had many disadvantages, both commercial and political, and William III had wished to unify them. But old local patriotism had frustrated the scheme hitherto, and the unfortunate Darien scheme had caused much bitter feeling in William's later years. Early in Anne's reign, this took the ominous shape of an attempt to change the law of succession to the throne in Scotland, so that there appeared a grave danger of the separation of the two crowns at the Queen's death. Fearing this, Godolphin's ministry made a resolute attempt to bring about a permanent union of the two crowns. An act to that effect was ultimately carried through the Scottish Parliament, but with the greatest difficulty. National pride, the fear lest England might endeavour to Anglicize the Kirk, the dislike of the citizens of Edinburgh to see their city lose its status as a capital, the secret hopes of the Jacobites to win the Scottish crown for James the Pretender worked on one side. On the other, the arguments used were political and commercial convenience of the change, and the absolute necessity for making sure of the Protestant succession. When the English government gave pledges for the security of the Kirk, and for the perpetuation of the Scottish law courts and universities, the majority yielded, and the bill passed, 1707. For the future, Scotland was represented in the United Parliament of Great Britain by 45 members of the Commons and 16 representative peers. The arms of England and Scotland were blended in the royal shield, and in the new British flag the Union Jack. The white saltire of St. Andrew and the red cross of St. George were combined. It was many years, however, before the Scots came to acquiesce cordially in the Union, and the Jacobite party did their best to keep up the old national grudge and to persuade Scotland that she had suffered by the change. But the allegation was proved so false by the course of events that the outcry against the Union gradually died away. Scotland has since supplied a much larger proportion of the leaders of Britain alike in politics, war, literature, and philosophy than her scanty population seemed to promise. End of section 66. Section 67 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Packer. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 32. Anne, 1702 to 1714. Part 3. The domination of the Whigs was not to last much longer. They fell into disfavor for two reasons. The first was that the people had begun to realize the fact that the costly and bloody struggle with France ought to end, now that Louis was humbled and ready to surrender all claims to domination in Europe. The second was that the Whigs had contrived to offend the religious sentiments of that great majority of the nation which clung to the Church of England and resented any action that seemed to put a slight upon her. The Tories set to work to preach to the people that the war only continued because Marlborough profited by it, and because the Emperor and the Dutch wished to impose over-heavy terms on the French. This was on the whole quite true, and it was dinned into the ears of the nation by countless Tory speeches and pamphlets, of which the best known is Dean Swift's cogent and caustic Conduct of the Allies, 1711. But a more active part in the fall of the Whig ministry was played by the church question. High churchmen had always suspected the Whigs of lukewarm orthodoxy, because of the attempts which were made by them from time to time to secure toleration for dissenters. This, the best and wisest part of the Whig program, brought them much enmity. They were already looked upon askance by many churchmen, when they contrived to bring a storm about their ears by an attempt to suppress the liberty of the pulpit. Dr. Sacheverell, a Tory divine, had preached 2 violent political sermons on the peril of false brethren in church and state. They were stupid and bombastic utterances in which he compared Godolphin to Jeroboam and called him Volpone, the old fox. The minister was foolish enough to take this stuff seriously. He arrested Sacheverell and announced his intention of impeaching him for sedition before the House of Lords. He carried out his purpose. The doctor was tried and condemned by the Whig majority among the peers to suspension from his clerical functions for 3 years, while his sermons were burnt by the common hangman. This decision produced riots and demonstrations over the whole country. The Whigs were denounced as violators of the freedom of the Church and as secret allies of schism. The windy Sacheverell became the party hero of the day and made a triumphal progress through the Midlands. The agitation was still in full blast when it was suddenly announced that the Queen had dismissed her ministers and charged Harley, the chief of the Tory party, to form a new cabinet. Queen Anne's decisive and unexpected action was mainly due to personal causes. The domestic tyranny which the Duchess of Marlborough had exercised over her for so many years had at last reached the point at which it became unbearable. The Duchess had grown harsher and ruder with advancing years, and treated her royal friend with such gross impertinence that even the placid Anne became resentful. She gradually transferred her friendship to her new favorite, Mrs. Masham, one of her ladies-in-waiting, and a cousin of the Tory leader Harley. Provoked by some final explosions of the jealous wrath of the Duchess, the Queen sought the secret advice of Harley, and suddenly dismissed her from her offices and bade her leave the court. After a scene of undignified recrimination with her mistress, the disgraced favorite was forced to retire. On her departure, she completely wrecked, in a fit of anger, the rooms which she had so long occupied in St. James's Palace, 1710. Godolphin and Sunderland were dismissed from power immediately after the disgrace of the Duchess, and Harley and the Tories were at once installed in office. They left Marlborough in command in the Netherlands for a time, but began at once to open negotiations for peace with France. This was an honest attempt to carry out the Tory program, but it was made in an underhand way, for the Dutch and Austrians were kept entirely in the dark, and received no news of the step that England was taking. Meanwhile, Marlborough fought his last campaign in France. Marshal Villars had endeavored to stop him by a long system of entrenchments and redoubts stretching from Hesdin to Beauchesne. But Marlborough always laughed at such fortifications. He deceived Villars by his skilful feints, and easily burst through the vaunted lines, which the Frenchman had called his ne plus ultra. He took Beauchesne and was preparing to advance into Picardy, when he suddenly received the information that he was dismissed from his post and recalled to England. Harley had found the French ready to treat, and was resolved to stop the war. He gave the Duke of Ormond, a Tory peer, the command of the English army, with the secret instructions that he was not to advance, or help the Austrians in any way. 1711. Marlborough returned to England to protest, but found himself involved in serious troubles when he landed. The Tories had laid a trap for him, which his own avarice had prepared. He was accused of gross peculations committed while in command in Flanders. It was proved that he had taken presents to the amount of more than 60,000 pounds from the contractors who supplied his army with food and stores. He had also received from the Emperor Joseph a douceur of 2.5% on all the subsidies which the English ministry had paid to Austria. More than 150,000 pounds had gone into his pocket on this account alone. The discovery of these instances of greed blasted the Duke's character. It was to no purpose that he pleaded that the money was a free gift, and that such transactions were customary in foreign services. He found himself looked upon askance by all parties, even by his old friends the Whigs, and retired to the Continent. In 1712, Harley, who had now been created Earl of Oxford, brought his negotiations with France to a close. They resulted in the celebrated Treaty of Utrecht. By this agreement, England recognized Philip V as King of Spain and the Indies, stipulating that Austria and Holland were to be compensated out of the Spanish dominions in Italy and the Netherlands. France ceded to England Newfoundland, Acadia, since known as Nova Scotia, and the wastelands round Hudson's Bay. Spain also gave up Gibraltar and the important island of Minorca. Both France and Spain signed commercial treaties giving favorable conditions for English merchants. Even the long-closed monopoly of Spanish trade in South America was surrendered by the Asiento, an agreement which gave England certain rights of trade with those parts, especially the disgraceful but profitable privilege of supplying the Spanish colonies with Negro slaves. Spain and France also recognized the Protestant succession in England and agreed not to aid the Pretender, as the young son of James II was now called. The minor allies of England also obtained advantages by the Treaty of Utrecht. Holland was given a favorable commercial treaty, and a line of strong towns in the Spanish Netherlands known as the Barrier Fortresses, because they lay along the frontier of France. They included Namur, Tournai, Ypres, and 6 or 7 other places. The Duke of Savoy received Sicily and the title of king. The Elector of Brandenburg took Spanish Gelders, a district on the Meuse, and was recognized as King of Prussia. But Austria, our most powerful ally, does not appear in the agreement. The emperor wished to continue the war, and refused to come into the general pacification. The Treaty of Utrecht was on the whole profitable to England, though it is certain that better terms could have been extorted from Louis XIV and Philip V, both of whom were in the last stage of exhaustion and despair. But in signing it, England committed a grave breach of faith with Austria, who wished to continue the war. The English army under Ormond was actually withdrawn in the middle of the campaign of 1712, so that the Austrian troops were left unsupported in France and severely handled by the enemy. Harley's reason for refusing to stand by his allies was that Joseph I had lately died, and had been succeeded by his brother, the Archduke Charles, who had so long claimed the Spanish throne. It seemed to the Tory ministry just as unwise to allow the House of Habsburg to appropriate the bulk of the Spanish dominions as to allow them to fall into the hands of Louis XIV. Accordingly, they refused to listen to the emperor's plans for bringing further pressure on the enemy and for demanding harder terms. Left to himself, Charles VI fared ill in the war, and was forced to sign the Treaty of Rastatt in 1714. This agreement, a kind of supplement to the Treaty of Utrecht, gave to the Austrians Naples, Sardinia, the Milanese, and most of the Spanish Netherlands. But a small part of the last-named country fell to Holland and Prussia, who, as we have already mentioned, acquired respectively the Barrier Fortresses and the Duchy of Gelders. The Peace of Utrecht had been signed early in 1713, and the Tory party could now settle down to administer England after their own ideas, undisturbed by alarms of war from without. But all other subjects of political importance were now thrown into the background by the question of the succession to the crown. The Queen's health was manifestly beginning to fail, and it was evident that ere many years the Act of Settlement, passed in 1701, would come into operation, and Sophia of Hanover be called to the English throne. But there were many persons within the Tory party who viewed the approaching accession of the aged German lady with dislike, and wished, if it were but possible, to put the son of James II on the throne. The exiled prince was now a young man of 25, slow, apathetic, and deeply religious in his own narrow way. He was not the stuff of which successful pretenders are made, and played his cards very ill. Nevertheless, there was for a time a considerable possibility that James III might sit on the throne of England. It was generally felt that to exclude Anne's brother from the succession in favor of her distant cousin was hard. The large section of the Tory party who still clung to the old belief in the divine right of kings were not comfortable in their consciences when they thought of the exclusion of the rightful heir. Another section who had no principles, but a strong regard for their own interests, looked with dismay on the prospect of a Hanoverian succession, because they knew that the Electress Sophia and her son, the Elector George Louis, were closely allied with the Whigs, and would certainly put them in office when the Queen died. If James Stuart had been willing to change his religion, or even to make a pretense of doing so, the Tory party would have accepted him as king, and his sister would have presented him to the people as her legitimate heir. But the pretender was rigidly pious with the narrowest Romanist orthodoxy. He would not make the least concession on the religious point to his secret friends on this side of the water, when they besought him to hold out some prospect of his conversion. This honesty cost him his chance of recovering England. When the Tories ascertained that James would never become a member of the Church of England, the party became divided. Harley, the Prime Minister, and the bulk of his followers would not lend themselves to a scheme for delivering England over to a Romanist. They continued to correspond with the Pretender, but refused to take any active steps in its cause, and let matters stand still. But there was another section of the party which was not so scrupulous, and was prepared to plunge into any treasonable plot, if only it could make sure of keeping the Whigs out of office. These men were led by Henry St. John Viscount Bolingbroke, one of the two Secretaries of State. St. John was a clever, plausible man, a ready writer and a brilliant speaker, but utterly unscrupulous and filled with a devouring ambition. Though in secret a free thinker, he pretended to be the most extreme of high churchmen, and led the more bigoted and violent wing of the Tory party. St. John was set on becoming the ruler of England, and saw his way to the post if he could place James III on the throne. His cautious colleague Harley stood in his way, so he set himself to expel him from office by playing on the foibles of the Queen and the high churchmen. With this end he brought in the Schism Act, a persecuting measure recalling the old legislation of Charles II. It proposed to prohibit dissenters from keeping or teaching in schools, so as to force all nonconformists under the instruction of the Church. Harley would not give this bigoted measure his support, and so lost the confidence of half his own party and, moreover, the favor of the Queen, who was persuaded by St. John to give her patronage to the bill. In consequence, Harley was dismissed from office, the Schism Act was passed, and Bolingbroke became the Queen's chief minister. He set to work to prepare for a Jacobite restoration, filling all posts in the state with partisans of the exiled prince. So able and determined was he that the Whigs took alarm, and began to make preparation to defend the Protestant succession. They put themselves into communication with George of Hanover, whose aged mother, the Electress, was just dead, and swore to secure him the throne, even at the cost of civil war. But the new ministry had only been in power a few days, when Queen Anne was stricken with a mortal sickness. Bolingbroke had not reckoned on this chance, and was caught but half prepared. He saw that unless he acted, and acted promptly, the law of the land must take its course, and the Elector George become King of England. But action was difficult. The army was Whig at heart, and even the majority of the Tories were not prepared to draw the sword to place a Romanist on the throne. While Bolingbroke hesitated, his enemies struck their blow. As the English constitution then stood, the cabinet system was but half developed. The modern idea that the Queen's advisers should be a small homogeneous body of men of the same party, meeting together under the presidency of the Prime Minister, was only just coming into being. It was still a moot point whether, during the sovereign's illness or at his or her death, the executive power lay in the hands of the whole Privy Council, or of the members of it alone who were actually ministers and members of the cabinet. The supporters of the Protestant succession took advantage of this doubt. While the Queen lay speechless and dying, 3 dukes, Shrewsbury, a Hanoverian Tory, and Argyle and Somerset, 2 Whigs, presented themselves at the meeting of the cabinet and claimed a seat in the assembly as privy councillors. Bolingbroke did not dare to exclude them, and thereby lost his chance of carrying out a coup d'etat, for the dukes called in all the other privy councillors, a majority of whom were Whigs or moderate Tories, and took the conduct of affairs out of the Prime Minister's hands. The Queen died that night, August 1st, 1714, and the Privy Council at once proclaimed the elector under the name of George I. Bolingbroke retired in wrath, muttering that if he had been granted 6 weeks for preparation, he would have given England a different king. End of section 67.
Section number 68 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dr. Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 33, The Rule of the Whigs, 1714 to 1739, Part 1. George Lewis, Elector of Hanover, who, in virtue of the Act of Settlement, now mounted the English throne, was a selfish, hard-hearted, unamiable, and uninteresting man of 54. He was intensely German in all of his ideas and prejudices. He could not speak a word of English, nor had he the slightest knowledge of the political and social state of the kingdom that he was now called upon to govern. Being a very cautious man, he had never thought himself secure of the English crown, and now that he had obtained it, he had always looked upon it as a precarious piece of property that might someday be taken from him. He was convinced that he might at any moment be forced to return to his native Hanover, so he did not attempt to make himself at home on this side of the North Sea. During his 13 years of rule, he never ceased to feel himself a stranger in his palaces at London or Windsor. He wished to make what profit he could out of England, but he was so ignorant of English politics that he felt himself constrained to rely entirely on his ministers and let them manage his affairs for him. His sole fixed idea was that the Tory party were irretrievably committed to Jacobitism, and that if he wanted to keep his throne, he must throw himself entirely into the hands of his friends the Whigs. With his accession, therefore, he began the political ascendency of that party, which was to last more than half a century, 1714 through 1770. There was no romantic loyalty or mutual respect in the bargain which was thus struck between the Whig party and the new dynasty. The king knew that his ministers looked upon him as a mere political necessity. They could have no liking for their stolid, selfish master. George was indeed the most unlovable to those who knew him best. He had placed his wife, Sophia of Celle, in lifelong captivity on a charge of unfaithfulness, but he himself lived in open sin with 2 mistresses, whom he made Duchess of Kendal and Countess of Darlington when he came to the English throne. He was at bitter enmity with his son George, Prince of Wales. They never met if they could avoid a meeting. George was, in short, the very last person to command either love or respect from any man. With the accession of George I began the substitution of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for the King as the actual ruler of England. Down to Anne's time, the sovereign had habitually attended the meetings of the Privy Council and was in constant contact with all the members of the ministry. They were still regarded as his personal servants, and he would often dismiss one minister without turning the whole ministry out of office. The notion that the cabinet were jointly responsible for each other's actions, and that the king must accept any combination of ministers that a parliamentary majority chose to impose upon him, had not yet come into being. Even the mild and apathetic Queen Anne had been wont to remove her great officers of state at her own pleasure, without consulting the rest of the cabinet, much less the Parliament. But George I was so absolutely ignorant of English politics, and placed at such a disadvantage by his inability to speak with the ministers' language, that he never attempted to interfere with his ministers. He seldom came to their meetings, and usually communicated with them through the prime minister of the day. A single fact gives a fair example of the difficulty which George found in dealing with his new subjects. He knew no English, while Walpole, his chief minister for more than half his reign, knew neither German nor French. They had therefore to discuss all affairs of state in Latin, which both of them spoke extremely ill. It can easily be understood that George was constrained to let all things remain in the hands of the Whig statesmen who had placed him on the throne. He fingered much English money, and was occasionally able to use the influence of England for the profit of Hanover in continental politics. In other respects, he was a perfect nonentity. The Whig party, which now obtained possession of office and clung to it for 2 full generations, was no longer led by its old chiefs. Godolphin had died in 1712. Marlborough, though he had returned to England, was not restored to power. His character had been irretrievably injured by the revelations of 1711, and he was suspected, not without foundation, of having renewed his old intrigues with the exiled Stuarts during Harley's tenure of office. The Whigs now gave him the honorable and lucrative post of commander-in-chief, but would not serve under him. Only a year after George's accession, he was attacked by paralysis and softening of the brain, and retired to his great palace of Blenheim in Oxfordshire, where he lingered till 1722, broken in mind and body. The Whigs were now led by the Earl of Sunderland, the son-in-law of Marlborough, by Earl Stanhope, a general who had won some military reputation in Spain during the late war, by Lord Townshend and Sir Robert Walpole, the youngest and ablest of the party chiefs. They were all 4 men of considerable ability, too much for any one of them to be content to act as the subordinate and lieutenant of another. Hence it came that, though they had combined to put George I on the throne, they soon fell to intriguing against each other, and split the Whig party into factions. These cliques did not differ from each other in principles, but were divided merely by personal grudges that their leaders bore against each other. They were always making ephemeral combinations with each other, and then breaking loose again. But on one thing they were agreed: the Tories should never come into power again, and to keep their enemies out of office, they could always rally and present a united front. The Whig party drew its main strength from 3 sources. The first was the strong Protestant feeling in England, which made most men resolve that the Pretender must be kept overseas at any cost, even at that of submitting to the selfish and stolid George I. The second was the fact that the Whigs had enlisted the support of the mercantile classes all over the country by their care for trade and commerce. While in power in Anne's reign, they had done their best to make the war profitable by concluding commercial treaties with the Allies and by furthering the colonial expansion of England. This was never forgotten by the merchants. The third mainstay of the Whig party was their parliamentary influence. A majority of the House of Lords was on their side, and they contrived to manage the Commons by a judicious mixture of corruption and coercion. The great peers had many pocket boroughs in their power. That is, they possessed such local influence in their own shires that they could rely on returning their own dependents or relatives for the seats that lay in their neighborhood. Many of these pocket boroughs were also rotten boroughs, places, that is, which had been important in the Middle Ages, but had now decayed into mere hamlets with a few scores of inhabitants. Over such constituencies, the influence of the local landlord was so complete that he could even sell or barter away the right to represent them in Parliament. The most extraordinary of these rotten boroughs were Old Sarum and Gatton, each of which owned only 2 voters, men paid to live on the deserted sites by their landlords. Yet they had as many representatives in the House of Commons as Yorkshire or Devon. Besides these nomination boroughs, the Whigs had now control over a number of crown boroughs, places where of late the members had been wont to be chosen by the sovereign. There were many such in Cornwall, where the king, as duke of that country, was supreme landlord. The Tudors had made many Cornish villages into parliamentary constituencies in order to pack the House of Commons with obedient members. Hitherto, the Crown and the great peers had seldom acted together, and no one had realized how large a portion of the House of Commons could be influenced by their combination. But when, in the days of the 2 first Georges, the Whig oligarchy wielded the power of the Crown as well as their own, they obtained a complete control over the lower house. Often, the Tory opposition shrank to a minority of 60 or 80 votes, and the only semblance of party government that remained was caused by the quarrels and intrigues of the leaders of the Whigs, who fought each other on personal grounds as bitterly as if they had been divided by some important principle. In the first year of King George, however, the Whigs were still kept together by their fear of the enemy. The Jacobites, who had seemed so near to triumph in Bolingbroke's short tenure of power, did not yield without an appeal to arms. The late Prime Minister and his chief military adviser, the Duke of Ormond, both fled to France and joined the Pretender. When safe overseas, they began to organize an insurrection, counting on the active assistance of Louis XIV, who was always ready to aid his old dependents, the Stuarts. But the plot was not yet ready to burst. When the old king died and his successor in power, the regent Philip of Orleans, refused to risk any step that might lead to a war with England. Nevertheless, Bolingbroke and his master persevered. They had so many friends both in England and in Scotland that they thought they could hardly fail. They had not realized that most of these friends were lukewarm and unprepared to take arms in order to give the crown to a Romanist. 2/3 of the Tory party hated the Pope even more than they hated the Whigs and the Hanoverian king, and would not move unless James Stuart showed some signs of wishing to conform to the Church of England. Their loyalty to the national church was stronger than their loyalty to the divine right of kings. But the wilder and more excitable spirits in the party were ready to follow Bolingbroke. They saw all their hopes of political advancement cut away by George's alliance with the Whigs, and determined to make a bold stroke for power. In Scotland, more especially did the emissaries of the Pretender meet with encouragement. The Scots were still very sore over the passing of the Act of Union in 1707, and nursed their ancient grudge against England. But the most active source of discontent was the hatred which the minor clans of the Highlands felt for the powerful tribe of the Campbells. The rule of George I in England implied the domination of that great Whig clan and its chief, the Duke of Argyll, over the lands north of Forth and Clyde. For now, as in 1645 and 1685, the chief of the Campbells, the MacCallane More, as his clansmen called him, was at the head of the Presbyterian or Whig party in Scotland. The chiefs of the other Highland tribes were as bitterly hostile to the present Duke of Argyll as their ancestors had been to his father and grandfather. The head of the Jacobite plotters in the north was John Erskine, Earl of Mar, who had been Bolingbroke's Secretary of State for Scotland in the cabinet of 1714. He was a busy and ambitious man who was bitterly vexed at seeing his prospects of political advancement at an end. Under the pretense of gathering a great hunting party, he assembled a number of the leading chiefs of the Highlands at Braemar Castle. On his persuasion, they resolved to take arms for King James. Among the clans which joined the rising were the Gordons, Murrays, Stuarts, Macintoshes, Macphersons, Macdonalds, Farquharsons, and many more. In the lowlands, a simultaneous rising was arranged by some of the lords of the border, headed by the Earls of Nithsdale, Carnwath, and Wintown, and Lord Kenmure. Meanwhile, England was also to be stirred up. The Duke of Ormond was to land in Devonshire with some refugees from France. Lord Derwentwater and Mr. Forster, a rich Northumbrian squire, undertook to raise and organize northern counties. A third rising was to take place in Wales. In the autumn of 1715, the Jacobites struck their blow. On September 6th, Mar raised the royal standard of Scotland at the castle town of Braemar. Immediately, a score of chiefs joined him, and an army of 5,000 or 6,000 men was at his disposal. Nor were the Highlanders to be despised as a military force. The ancient Celtic turbulence and tribal feuds yet survived in the lands beyond the Tay, and the clansmen were still reared to arms from their youth up. Their fathers had fought under Dundee, and their grandfathers had served Montrose in the old civil wars of Charles I. The Scottish government had never succeeded in pacifying the Highlands, and the clans were still wont to lift each other's cattle and to engage in bloody affrays. They were blindly devoted to their chiefs, and would follow them into any quarrel. The cause in which they were armed was indifferent to them. It was enough for them to know their master's will and to carry it out. When called to arms, they came out with gun, broadsword, and shield. The force and fury of their charge was tremendous, and none but the best of regular troops could stand against them. But they were utterly undisciplined. It was difficult to keep them to their standards, since they were prone to melt home after a battle, to stow away their plunder. Moreover, their tribal pride was so great, and their ancient tribal feuds so many, that it was very hard to induce any two clans to serve side by side, or to help each other loyally. Mar was a mere politician. He was destitute of force of character, and had earned the dishonorable name of Bobbing John by his fickle and shifty conduct. No worse leader could have been found to command the horde of high-spirited, jealous, and quarrelsome mountaineers whom he had called to arms. When the news of Mar's rising was noised abroad, the Jacobites in Scottish lowlands and in Northumberland gathered themselves together according to their promise. But the insurrections in Devonshire and Wales, on which the Pretender had been counting, did not take place. The Whig government had sent most of its available troops to the west of England, and had arrested the chief Jacobites on those parts, so that the Duke of Ormond, on landing near Plymouth, found no support and hastily returned to France. But Scotland and Northumberland were all ablaze, and it seemed that the throne of George I was in great danger, for the army available against the insurgents was less than 10,000 strong, owing to the reductions which the Tories had carried out after the Peace of Utrecht. But the mistakes and feebleness of their Jacobite leaders sufficed to wreck their enterprise. The insurgents on the English and Scottish border united, and advanced into Lancashire, where the Roman Catholics were many and Toryism strong. But their imbecile and cowardly leader, Thomas Forster, allowed himself to be surrounded at Preston by a force of 1,000 cavalry under General Carpenter, and tamely laid down his arms after a light skirmish, though his men outnumbered the regulars 3-1. He and all his chief supporters, the Earls of Derwentwater, Nithsdale, Nairn, Carnwath, and Wintown, and Lord Kenmure, were sent prisoners to London, November 12, 1775. Meanwhile, Mar had gathered an army of 10,000 men, and had seized Aberdeen, Dundee, Perth, and the whole of the north of Scotland. But with an unaccountable sluggishness, he lingered north of the Tay and made no attempt to capture Edinburgh, or to overrun the lowlands. He allowed the Duke of Argyll, who had taken post at Stirling with 3,000 men, to maintain the line of the Forth and to keep separate the two areas of insurrection. It was only on the very day of the surrender of Preston that Mar at last considered to move southward from Perth. Argyll advanced to meet him, and then ensued the indecisive Battle of Sheriffmuir. In this fight, each army routed the left wing of the other, and then retired towards its base. Mar's bad generalship and the petty quarrels of the clans had neutralized the vast advantage of numbers which the Jacobites possessed. November 13, 1775. Mar brought his army back to Perth in a mutinous and discontented condition. Each chief laid on another the loss of the expected victory, and the Highlanders began to melt away to their homes. It was to no purpose that James Stuart himself at last appeared, to endeavor to rally his dispirited followers. The pretender was a slow and ungenial young man, with a melancholy face and a hesitating manner. He failed to inspire his followers with the enthusiasm which he did not himself possess, and his cause continued to lose ground. When Argyle, largely reinforced from England, began to move northward, James deserted his army and took ship for France. The remnants of Mar's once formidable host then disbanded themselves. The chiefs fled oversea or submitted to Argyle, while the clansmen dispersed to their valleys. Thus ended in ignominious failure of the Great Rising of 1715. The Whigs took no very cruel revenge on the insurgents. 2 peers, the Lords Derwentwater and Kenmure, were beheaded, and about 30 persons of meaner rank hanged. As the years went by, most of the Jacobite chiefs were pardoned and returned to England. Even Bolingbroke was allowed to come back from exile in 1722. End of section 68. Recording by Dr. Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. Section number 69 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter number 33. The Rule of the Whigs, 1714 to 1739, Part 2. Even after his lamentable failure in 1715 and 1716, the pretender still nourished some hopes of exciting another rebellion. When France refused to help him, he turned to Spain, and got some small assistance from Philip V, who, as we shall see, had the best reasons for disliking the Whigs. A few hundred Spanish troops landed in Rossshire in 1719, and were joined by the clans of the neighborhood. But no general rising took place, and the whole Jacobite force was dispersed or captured by Carpenter, the victor of Preston, at the Battle of Glenshiel. The tale of the 15 is the one stirring incident in the inglorious annals of George I. The domestic interest of the remainder of his reign centered in the quarrels and intrigues of the various Whig parties with each other. The only important constitutional change which dates from this time is the Septennial Act of 1716, which fixed the duration of the Parliament at 7 years. Since 1694, 3 years had been their legal term, but on account of the inconvenience of general elections at such short intervals, the longer term was substituted and still prevails. In foreign politics, the only notable event was a short war with Spain in 1718 through 1720. This was caused by an attempt of Philip V and his able minister, Cardinal Alberoni, to reconquer the old Spanish dominions in Sicily and Naples. England, as one of the guarantors of the Treaty of Utrecht, interfered to aid the Austrians and the Duke of Savoy, the 2 powers whom Spain had attacked, and an English fleet under Admiral Byng was destroyed off Cape Pesaro, the Spanish squadron which had accompanied the army that had invaded Sicily. In revenge, Cardinal Alberoni gave the Jacobites what help he could, and endeavored to concert an alliance with Charles XII, the warlike King of Sweden. But he and his helpers were too weak to cope with Austria, France, and England, who were all leagued against him. Alberoni was forced from office, and his master Philip V signed an ignominious peace and gave up his ephemeral conquests in Sicily. 1720. The ministry, which had carried on the war with Spain, had been composed of that section of the Whigs who followed Stanhope and Sunderland. But in the same year in which peace was signed, that cabinet was replaced by another, and England saw the advent of the power of the Prime Minister who was to rule the three kingdoms for the next 22 years, 1721 through 1742, Sir Robert Walpole. The Stanhope cabinet was overthrown, not by the strength of its enemies, but by its own misfortune in becoming involved in the great financial panic known as the South Sea Bubble. The South Sea Company was a trading venture which had been started in 1711 for developing commerce with Spanish America and the countries of the Pacific. The undertaking had been very successful, and the shares of the company were much sought after and commanded a very heavy premium. But the directors who managed it were venturesome and reckless men who wished to extend their operations outside the sphere of trade into that of finance and stock jobbing. They formed a great scheme for offering the government the huge sum of £7 million for the privilege of taking over the management of the national debt, which had hitherto been in the hands of the Bank of England. They intended to recoup themselves by inducing the creditors who had held the state loans to exchange them for new stock in the South Sea Company, which would thus accumulate a capital sufficient to develop its trade all over the world and distance all rivals. Stanhope and Sunderland accepted this wild offer. They were glad to get the burden of the national debt off their shoulders and did not stop to think if they were treating the public creditors fairly in handing them over to the mercies of a greedy trading company. Accordingly, the management of the debt was duly transferred to the South Sea Company, and the directors did their best to put off their shares on the late holders of the government stock. For a time they were successful. The exchange was in many cases effected, and on terms very favorable to the company, whose prospects were so well thought that a share nominally worth £100 was actually sold for £1,000. But this prosperity was purely fictitious. The actual bulk and profit of the company's trade with the Pacific was not able to bear a quarter of the financial mountain that had been built upon it. The first shock to credit that occurred was sufficient to expose the fraud that had been perpetrated on the public. The success of the South Sea Company had led to the starting of many other companies, some of them genuine but hazardous ventures, some mere swindling devices for robbing the investor. A general madness seemed to have fallen upon the nation, and in haste to make money quickly and without exertion, all classes rushed into the world of speculation and stock jobbing. It is said that subscribers were found for schemes to discover perpetual motion and utilize it for machinery, to make salt water fresh, to render quicksilver malleable, to fatten hogs by a new process, and even to engage in a secret undertaking which shall hereafter be made public. Of course, all of these bubble companies began to burst before they were many months old, and to ruin those who had engaged in them. The financial crisis which was brought about by these failures led to a general panic which affected the speculative enterprises great and small. None suffered more than the South Sea Company itself, whose shares gradually sank from 1,000 down to 135. This ruined thousands of investors and finally broke the company itself, which proved unable to pay the government the £7 million that it had covenanted to give for the privilege of managing the national debt. On the suspension of the South Sea Company, a cry of wrath arose all over the country against the Stanhope cabinet, which had taken the venture under its patronage and entrusted it with such important public duties. It was whispered that some of the ministers had been induced to lend their aid to the scheme by corrupt influences, and that others had made money by using their official information to aid them in speculation. These suspicions were mooted in Parliament, and, when investigated, proved to be not without foundation. When an inquiry was pressed for Craggs, the Postmaster General committed suicide. Aislabie, the Chancellor of Exchequer, was expelled from the House as guilty of notorious and infamous corruption. Stanhope, the Prime Minister, was being attacked in the Lords for the doings of his subordinates, when he fell down dead in an apoplectic fit. His colleague Sunderland resigned his post of First Lord of the Treasury, though he was personally acquitted of all blame in the matter of the South Sea Company. Thus, the Stanhope-Sunderland cabinet had disappeared, and the other section of the Whigs, headed by Walpole and Townshend, came into office. The former became Chancellor of the Exchequer and took charge of home affairs, while Townshend was entrusted with foreign relations in the country. Entering into power under pledges to stay the financial crisis and save all that could be rescued from the wreck of the South Sea Company, they executed their task with success. The company was let off the payment of £7 million, which it had promised to the state, but deprived of the charge of the national debt. By confiscating the estates of all its fraudulent directors, enough money was obtained to pay all its debtors, and thus the crisis proved less disastrous than had first been expected. Sir Robert Walpole was the ruling spirit of the new cabinet. He showed his masterful mind by keeping his brother-in-law Townshend in the second place and ultimately turned him out of the ministry. The firm, he said, must be Walpole and Townshend, not Townshend and Walpole. He soon got the king into complete subjection, for George asked for nothing more than a liberal civil list and frequent opportunities of visiting his beloved Hanover. Nor was he less masterful with the two houses, where the Tory opposition and the Whigs of the rival faction were equally unable to make any head against him. Walpole was a strange example of the height to which the practical power of dealing with other men may raise one who is neither intellectually nor morally the superior of his fellows. He was a wealthy country gentleman from Norfolk, who had entered Parliament early and had already made himself a place in politics before the death of Queen Anne. The one subject of which he had competent knowledge was finance. In most of the other spheres of politics he was grossly ignorant, and most of all he was deficient in a grasp of European politics. He did not understand a word of French or any other modern tongue, a fact of which is enough by itself to account for his inadequate foreign policy. His morals and his language were alike coarse. He affected a shameless cynicism, which is well reflected in the saying that every man has his price, which was put into his mouth by his enemies. This phrase indeed well expresses his political methods. His one end was to maintain himself in office, and for that purpose he kept his party in a good state of complete subjection. Good service he rewarded by good pay, whether in the form of office and preferment or in the grosser shape of hard cash. He was always prepared to buy any member or group of members by open bribery, and the taint of corruption dating from the time of Charles II was still so strong in English politics that he seldom failed to secure his prize. He was impatient of opposition and gradually turned out of office any colleague who would not obey his slightest nod. Even his own brother-in-law Townshend and Lord Carteret, the ablest diplomatist of the day, were forced to leave his cabinet by his unreasoning jealousy. He preferred to work with nonentities because they feared and obeyed him. Walpole was a thoroughly bad influence in English politics. He lowered the moral tone of a whole generation by his constant sneers at probity and patriotism. He promoted a host of unworthy men to power. Most especially did he injure the national church by his practice of bestowing bishoprics and other high preferments on mere political partisans without any thought as to their spiritual fitness. Though the Whigs professed to be the party of liberty, enlightenment, and toleration, Walpole did not pass one important bill to improve the Constitution or the social state of the nation in his 22 years of power. He only took thought for the material prosperity of England and cared nothing for her moral welfare. Hence it comes that his whole term of office is almost a blank in our political history. So firm a grasp had Walpole on the helm of power that his position was not in the least shaken by the death of his master George I in 1727. The king died suddenly while absent on one of his periodical visits to Hanover, and was succeeded by his son and bitter enemy George, Prince of Wales. The new sovereign disliked Walpole on principle because he had been his father's confidant, but found himself quite unable to turn him out of power. Immediately on hearing of his predecessor's death, George II bade Walpole give up his seals of office, but a few days later he had to ask to resume them after finding that no one else would undertake to construct a cabinet. For 15 years more he was constrained to keep his father's old minister, 1727 to 1742. George II was a man of much greater force of character than George I. He was a busy, consequential, irascible little man who would have liked to have played a considerable part in English politics if the Whigs had only allowed him. He was a keen, if not able soldier, who had served with some distinction under Marlborough in the Low Countries. He took a great interest in foreign affairs, and chafed bitterly at the way in which Walpole persisted in keeping out all of the European complications. He spoke English fluently, with a vile German accent. Everyone has heard of his famous dictum, "I don't like poetry, and I don't like painting." His tastes were coarse, and his private life indifferent, but he was wise enough to let himself be guided in many things by his clever wife, Caroline of Ansbach, who possessed the very qualities which he was most wanting, was a judicious patroness of arts and letters, and knew how to win popularity both for her husband and for herself. It was mainly by her advice that King George was induced to keep Walpole in power, instead of rushing into the turmoil that would have followed his dismissal. Walpole went on, for the first 12 years of the reign of King George II, ruling the country in the same unostentatious way as before. He only made one attempt to introduce a measure of importance in the whole time. This was his Excise Bill of 1733, a financial scheme for suppressing smuggling and encouraging the use of England as a central depot by other nations, by means of a system of free trade. Tobacco, wine, and spirits were to be imported without paying any customs duty at the port of entry, and were to be permitted to be re-exported without any charge. But the retailers of these commodities were to pay the duty on each quantity as they sold it, so that the tax should be paid inland, if not at the seaport. When a great cry was raised against the bill as inquisitorial and tyrannous, Walpole tamely dropped it rather than risk its hold on power. Meanwhile, the continent was much disturbed by the War of the Polish Succession, 1733 to 1735, in which Austria fought unsuccessfully against Spain, France, and Turkey. But Walpole would not interfere to aid our old ally, and saw her lose Naples and Sicily without stirring a hand. Much was to be said in favor of keeping England out of foreign wars in which she had no direct interest. But the new union of France and Spain boded ill for England. Already these two powers had secretly formed a union, afterwards known as the Family Compact, by which the uncle and nephew Philip V and Louis XV bound themselves to do their best to put an end to England's naval supremacy and to crush her commercial greatness. This treaty was carefully kept dark, but the spirit which had inspired it could not be concealed. The Spanish government began to redouble its vexatious pretensions to a monopoly of the trade of South America, and to interfere with the commercial rights which England possessed under the Treaty of Utrecht. The governors of the Spanish colonies and their custom house officials waxed more and more tyrannous and insolent to the English merchants who endeavored to carry on trade with America. The state of public feeling in England grew very bitter over this matter, all the more so because Walpole refused to listen to any complaints or to remonstrate with the Spaniards. At last, the case of a merchant captain named Jenkins brought the national anger to a boiling point. His vessel had been boarded, and he himself maltreated by a Spanish guardacosta. He asserted that the officer who searched his ship had cut off his ear, and told him to take it back and show it to his masters. And he certainly produced the severed ear in a box and exhibited it freely. His story may have been exaggerated, but it was universally believed, and Walpole was attacked on all sides for his tame submission to Spanish insults. Determined to keep himself in power at all costs, the Prime Minister demanded reparation from Spain, and, on failing to obtain it, reluctantly declared war. The public joy on the news of the rupture was unbounded. Only Walpole was sad at the end of the 20 years of peace and prosperity that his inglorious rule had given to the land. "Ring your bells now," he is reported to have said when he heard the rejoicings of London, "but you will soon be wringing your hands." Thus England embarked on the first of 4 great continental wars, which were to cover the greater part of the 18th century. End of section 69. Recording by Michael Merrill, Broomfield, Colorado.
Section 70 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. The Development of the Colonial Empire of Britain, 1739 to 1760. Part 1. When the unwilling Walpole was driven into war with Spain in 1739 by the clamors of the nation, he believed that he was about to become responsible for a very dangerous struggle, for he had private knowledge of the existence of the, quote, family compact, end quote, and knew that France was ready to back up Spain. England, on the other hand, was entirely without allies, having gone to war in defense of her maritime commerce, a subject in which no other power felt any interest. As a matter of fact, however, the war was necessary and wise, for we were bound to come into collision with France and Spain sooner or later on the matter of trade. They could not endure to look upon the rapid expansion of England's commercial and colonial power, which had been increasing at a prodigious rate since the Peace of Utrecht. Our merchants were beginning to seize an ever-growing share of the trade of the world, and to oust the French, Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese from all the more distant markets, especially those of Africa, India, and the remoter East. In India, the East India Company was making advances which exasperated its French rivals. In South America, the Spaniards felt that their ancient monopoly was gradually slipping from their hands. In North America, the prodigious growth in strength and population of our seaboard colonies threatened a speedy end to the French settlement in Canada. Since the acquisition of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland by the Treaty of Utrecht, the English dominions seemed to shut out from the sea the vast but sparsely populated tracts along the St. Lawrence, which still belonged to King Louis. In the West Indies, Jamaica and Barbados were gradually drawing away the wealth of the Spanish colonies of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola, the old centers of the sugar and tobacco trade. The French and Spaniards, therefore, had good reason to fear and hate England, and if we wished to keep our control of the commerce of the world, we were bound to fight for it. It was a misfortune, however, that we were committed to the struggle while Walpole was still minister. Disliking the war, he would not throw himself heartily into it, grudged spending money, and refused to undertake any serious operations. A few expeditions to Spanish America were all that he sent out. The first, under Admiral Vernon, though composed of no more than 6 ships of war, took Puerto Bello, one of the chief harbors of the Spanish Main, 1739. But a second and much larger armament under the same leader failed disastrously before Cartagena, partly owing to mismanagement, partly to the marsh fever which struck down the English in their trenches, 1741. Walpole bore the discredit of his sluggish action and his failures. He was bitterly attacked in Parliament by all the Whigs whom he had been excluding from office for the last 20 years, and gradually saw the reins of power slipping from his hands. In time of war, all his bribery and jobbing could not avail to save him. His bought majority dwindled away, and early in 1742 he was defeated in the House of Commons and forced to resign. He retired into private life, and died 3 years later, making no further show in politics. He was succeeded by a coalition of all the Whig factions, under the nominal premiership of Lord Wilmington, the greatest non-entity in the whole cabinet. The real chiefs of the new ministry were Lord Carteret, an able diplomatist with a vast knowledge of European politics, and the two Pelhams, Thomas, Duke of Newcastle, and Henry, his younger brother. These two kinsmen were a pair of busy and ambitious mediocrities who stuck like limpets to office. They had been reared in Walpole's school, understood all his arts of management and corruption, and had served under him to the last, though for a year or more they had been quietly intriguing for his fall, in order that they might succeed to his power. The Carteret-Pelham ministry had to face a much larger problem in European politics than the mere struggle with Spain. During the last year, the whole continent had been set ablaze by the War of the Austrian Succession. In 1740 died the Emperor Charles VI, the Archduke Charles, who had been a claimant for the Spanish throne in the days before the Peace of Utrecht. He was the last male of the House of Habsburg, and his death opened a question somewhat resembling that of the Spanish succession in 1702. Charles had determined that his broad dominions, the Austrian archduchies, the kingdoms of Hungary and Bohemia, the Austrian Netherlands, and the duchies of Milan and Parma in Italy, should pass in a body to his daughter Maria Theresa. He chose to ignore the fact that his own elder brother, Joseph I, had left two daughters, who on any principle of hereditary succession had a better claim to the Habsburg inheritance than their younger cousin. The elder Princess Maria Amelia was the wife of Charles, the reigning Elector of Bavaria. Charles VI spent the last 20 years of his life in arranging for his daughter's quiet succession. He drew up an instrument called the, quote, pragmatic sanction, end quote, by which she was recognized as his heiress, and got it ratified by the estates of the various principalities of his realm. He also induced most of the powers of Europe, at one time and another, to guarantee this settlement. England, France, Spain, Prussia, and Russia had all been brought to assent to it by concessions of some sort. Only the Elector of Bavaria, the prince whose rights were infringed by the pragmatic sanction, had consistently refused to accept any compensation for abandoning his wife's claims. But when Charles died in 1740, it was seen how little the promises of most of the European powers were worth. The accession to the Habsburg heritage of a young princess with a doubtful title was too great an opportunity to be lost by the greedy neighbors of Austria. When Charles of Bavaria laid claim to his uncle's dominions, and presented himself as a candidate for the imperial throne, he got prompt assistance from many quarters. The first to stir was Frederick II, the able and unscrupulous King of Prussia. Frederick had some ancient claims to certain parts of the Duchy of Silesia. He had also a devouring ambition and the best disciplined army in Europe, an army which his eccentric father Frederick Wilhelm had spent a whole lifetime in organizing. Without any formal declaration of war, Frederick II threw himself on Silesia, and swept out of it the armies which Maria Theresa hastily sent against him, 1741. Then France and Spain threw in their lot with the Elector of Bavaria. Louis XV had his eye on the conquest of the Austrian Netherlands, while the old Philip V wanted the duchies of Parma and Milan for his younger son. Thus beset by France, Spain, Prussia, and Bavaria, it seemed certain that Maria Theresa must succumb. Her rival Charles was chosen emperor by a majority of the electors, and it seemed as if the imperial scepter was about to pass from the House of Habsburg. The Austrian Netherlands, Silesia, Bohemia, and the Milanese were all invaded at once, and the armies of Maria Theresa could not make head at so many points against the numerical superiority of their foes. The only ally to whom she could look for aid was England, who was already the open enemy of Spain, and who could not tolerate the conquest of the Netherlands by France. An appeal for aid to this quarter met with a ready response. George II was anxious to help the Queen of Hungary because he disliked his nephew Frederick II and did not wish to see a Bavarian emperor. Carteret, the leading spirit in the ministry, was even more eager for the fight. He was a far-sighted man who had realized the fact that England must inevitably come into collision with France from their rivalry in trade and colonization, and he therefore held that France's enemies were our friends. It was his wish to see England embark boldly in the strife, and sent a large army to Germany to aid the Austrians. If France were involved in an exhausting continental war, he held that she would be unable at the same time to keep up a maritime struggle with England. Accordingly, the ministry promised the Austrians a large subsidy, took 16,000 Hanoverian troops into British pay, and sent all the available strength of the national army to Germany. George II, who was burning for the fray, placed himself at the head of the Anglo-Hanoverian forces and moved rapidly down to the Main to attack the flank of the French army, which was invading Austria. The fortunes of Maria Theresa now began to look more prosperous. Carteret got her to buy off the ablest of her assailants, the King of Prussia, by ceding him Silesia. When Frederick had withdrawn from the struggle, the French and Bavarians were driven back from Austria and retreated up the Danube. It was against their flank that George was operating in 1743, when his rather rash advance into the midst of foes, very superior in numbers, brought on the Battle of Dettingen, July 27th, 1743. Finding that he was beset by forces nearly double the strength of his own 30,000 men, the king faced about to retire up the banks of the Main. But the van of the French army of the Duc de Noailles outmarched him and threw itself across his path at the village of Dettingen, while the main body of the enemy was rapidly coming up on his flank. George hastily formed up his troops as they arrived, and dashed forward to cut his way through, leading the advance in person. He was entirely successful, drove the French into the Main with great loss, and completely extricated himself from his difficulties. This was the last occasion on which a King of England has ever been under fire. Further successes followed the victory at Dettingen. The Austrians overran Bavaria, and the Emperor Charles was obliged to lay down his arms and ask for peace. Carteret, who had followed the king to Germany, called together a congress at Worms, at which the representatives of England, Holland, Sardinia, and Saxony guaranteed the pragmatic sanction and the integrity of the dominions of the House of Habsburg. Next spring, the Allies pledged themselves to invade France, and Carteret, in his moment of triumph, drank to the restoration of Alsace to Germany, a wish not to be fulfilled for another 127 years. But England and Austria were still far from their goal. The attack on France had to be postponed because the unscrupulous Frederick of Prussia renewed the war in the north and fell upon the rear of the Austrians. They withdrew great bodies of troops to face him and were left comparatively weak on their western front. Not long afterwards, Carteret, the soul of the Continental War, lost his place at the head of the ministry. His jealous colleagues, the two Pelhams, were anxious to get rid of him, and took a mean advantage of his long absences in Germany. They allowed him to be attacked as favoring a Hanoverian, not an English policy, and as consulting the wishes of the king rather than those of the Parliament. Carteret was violently assailed by a young politician named William Pitt, whose cry was always that France should be assailed at sea and in her colonies, not on her continental frontiers. The Pelhams would not defend him, and suffered him to be loaded with many ungrounded accusations. The opposition called his ministry, quote, "the drunken administration," end quote, because he was somewhat flighty in his demeanor, and was known to love his bottle of port over well. They accused him of lavishing on German allies money that should have gone to our own fleet, and raised such a storm of words against him that the Pelhams had their excuse for throwing him over, a feat which they accomplished at the end of 1744, to the great detriment of England. William Pitt, when a minister himself in later years, confessed that he had discovered in the course of time that Carteret's plans were excellent, and that he had himself put them into practice with success, after having so often denounced them as ruinous and reckless. The Pelhams thus became supreme in the conduct of affairs, and stuck to office as closely as their master Walpole. Henry, the younger of the two, quote, "a fretful, suspicious, industrious mediocrity," was prime minister till he died in 1754. His elder brother, the Duke, then succeeded him, and kept his feeble hand on the helm of state till he lost office in 1756. English policy under these two narrow and shifty borough-mongers soon lost the vigor that the guidance of Carteret had imparted to it. The war with France continued, but no longer with the same success as before. In the spring of 1745, the armies of Louis XV, under the able Maurice of Saxony, the Maréchal de Saxe, as the French called him, fell upon the Austrian Netherlands. Maria Theresa had so few troops in this quarter that the defense of the Belgian provinces fell entirely upon the English and Dutch. The allied armies did not act together with much success, and the Dutch general, the Count of Waldeck, quarreled with his colleague, George, Duke of Cumberland, the younger son of George II. It was this want of cooperation which led to the loss of the bloody battle of Fontenoy, May 11, 1745. The French army was besieging Tournai when Waldeck and Cumberland came up to relieve it, and found the enemy drawn up along a line of woods strengthened with redoubts on their flanks, a position much like the neighboring field of Malplaquet, where Marlborough had won his last fight 36 years before. While Waldeck skirmished feebly with the French wings, the stubborn and reckless young Duke pushed into the center of the hostile army with a solid column of English and Hanoverian infantry. He broke through two lines of the French, and cut their host in twain, but failed for want of support on the flanks. He was encompassed by the French reserves, and forced back with fearful loss to his old position, but the enemy were too maltreated to molest him further. End of Section 70. Section 71 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. The Development of the Colonial Empire of Britain, 1739 to 1760. Part 2. The campaign of 1745 was still undecided when the greater part of the English army was suddenly called home to face a new and unexpected danger. The ministers of Louis XV had determined to try the effect of stirring up a Jacobite rebellion, hoping to distract the strength of England, even if the House of Hanover could not be overthrown. James Stuart, the quote, "old pretender," was now elderly and had always been apathetic, but his son Charles Edward Stuart was a young prince of a very different character. Reckless, adventurous, and light-hearted, he was the very man to lead a desperate venture. The French gathered an army of 15,000 men at Dunkirk, and promised to put it at his disposal if he would invade Scotland. But a storm scattered the transports, and the troops were ultimately drawn off to the war in Flanders. Nevertheless, Charles Edward resolved to persevere, and, on hearing of the flight of Fontenoy, slipped off on a small privateer and landed at Inverness-shire with no more than 7 companions, quote, "the 7 men of Moidart," as the Jacobites called them. His arrival was quite unexpected, and he had nothing more to rely upon than the traditional attachment of the Highlanders to the House of Stuart. The chiefs of the West were dismayed at the recklessness of the venture, and it was with difficulty that the enthusiasm and personal charm of the young prince induced them to take arms. At first only a few hundreds of the Camerons and Macdonalds joined him, but the absolute imbecility displayed by the English government encouraged him more and more to make the venture. The Marquis of Tullibardine, in exile since 1715, roused the Perthshire clans, and the insurrection spread to south and east. The Pelham cabinet only got news of the prince's coming 3 weeks after his landing in Mordaunt. They were in no small degree alarmed, for well nigh the whole army was oversea in Flanders, and no one knew how far disaffection might have extended in England and the Scottish lowlands. The only troops in the north were 4 battalions of foot and 2 newly raised regiments of dragoons. The small army of 3,000 men was entrusted to Sir John Cope, one of the incompetent men whom the Pelhams loved to employ because they were pliant and docile. Cope hurried north, hoping to relieve the 2 isolated military posts of Fort William and Fort Augustus, the sole garrisons of the West Highlands. But finding the insurgents in possession of the pass at Corry Arrack, over which his road ran, he swerved eastward to execute a long circular march by way of Inverness. Thus, he was no longer placed between the enemy and the lowlands, and left the way to Edinburgh open. The prince's generalship was always bold even to recklessness. The moment that Cope had passed north of him, he dashed down into Perthshire and struck at the capital of Scotland. He met with no resistance till he was quite close to Edinburgh, when 600 dragoons, the only force left in the lowlands, fled before him at the skirmish of Colt Brig. The Scots of the south, Whigs and Presbyterians though they were, showed an extraordinary apathy. They did not join the prince, but they refused to take arms for King George. The militia of Edinburgh, whom the half-hearted magistrates had called to arms, dispersed when the Highlanders appeared at their gates. Thus Prince Charles was able to seize the city, to proclaim his father king at the market cross, and to hold his court in Holyrood. Soon, however, he had to fight to preserve his conquest. Cope, on hearing that the Highland army had passed southward, had hurried to the coast and taken ship with his men, hoping to reach Edinburgh before the prince. But on landing at Dunbar, he found that he was 3 days late, and that he must fight if he wished to recapture the city. Advancing to Preston Pans, he camped there in a strong position covered by a marsh. But the Highland army crossed the difficult ground in the dusk of dawn, and fell upon him in the early morning. Cope threw his men into line, and waited to be attacked. The result was a disgraceful rout. The wild rush of the clansmen carried all before it. The bayonets of the regulars proved no match for target and claymore, and the dragoons on the flanks fled in wild panic. Cope left the field among the first, and brought the news of his own defeat to Dunbar, September 21st, 1745. The news of the fall of Edinburgh and the battle of Preston Pans came like a thunderclap to the English government. There was hardly a soldier in the land, save the royal guards in London. The militia had not been called out, and the temper of the people was unknown. The imbecile Pelhams were at their wits' end, and it is said that Newcastle even made secret overtures to the Pretender. If Charles Edward could have marched forward the morning after his victory, there is no knowing where his success would have ended. But the prince halted for 5 weeks, to allow the Highlanders to stow away their plunder, and to raise and arm new levies. This delay was fatal to him. It gave the ministry time to summon over the English troops from Flanders, and to call out the militia, a numerous, if not a very serviceable, body. When Charles Edward moved forward again on November 3rd, his chance was already gone. Marshal Wade lay at Newcastle with 10,000 veterans. The Duke of Cumberland, with the rest of the army of Flanders, was 10 days behind him. The guards and militia of the southern counties lay on Finchley Common to protect London. The prince, ignorant of the fact that Jacobitism had almost disappeared in England during Walpole's peaceful rule, imagined that Wales and the north would rise in his favour, if only he were to show himself beyond the Tweed with an army at his back. Leaving 4,000 men to garrison Scotland, he crossed the border with 6,000 picked clansmen, routed the Cumbrian militia at Carlisle, and pushed rapidly southward into Lancashire. Before he had been 10 days in England, he saw that he had been deceived as to the temper of the country. Hardly a man joined him. Not 200 recruits were found for him in the Tory county of Lancaster, which had put 2,000 men in the field in the old days of, quote, the 15. End quote. Hoping against hope, the prince pushed on still further, skillfully eluding the armies of Wade and Cumberland, who tried in vain to enclose him between them. But the Highlanders began to melt away from him, to drive home the cattle they had lifted, and the Jacobite chiefs were dismayed at the utter apathy of the English Tories. By the time that Derby was reached, the rebel army had dwindled down to 3,000 men, and it seemed likely that if Charles Edward persisted in advancing, he would arrive at London alone. Overborne by the arguments of his followers, he gave the order to retreat. December 6th, 1745. He was ignorant of the effect that his advance had caused in the south. Panic prevailed in London, and on the, quote, Black Friday, end quote, when the news of his arrival at Derby arrived, the timid ministers had been preparing for the worst. The king's plate had been sent on shipboard, the Bank of England had paid away every guinea in its reserve, and the militia at Finchley were fully persuaded that they were to be attacked on the next day by 10,000 wild clansmen. The Highland army slipped back to Scotland with little difficulty, evading both Wade and Cumberland, whose heavy regiments could make no speed over the snowy December roads. On recrossing the border, Charles called up his reserves, and was soon at the head of 10,000 men. He trusted to maintain his hold on Scotland, even if England was unassailable. When the royal troops advanced, he inflicted a smart check on their vanguard at the Battle of Falkirk, January 17th, 1746. But the English came pouring northward in numbers which he could not hope to resist. The fiery Duke of Cumberland had more than 30,000 men on the march by the spring of the new year, and fresh levies were forming behind him. The Jacobite leaders saw that the day was lost, though hitherto all the fighting had been in their favor. Their undisciplined bands began to disperse once more, and the prince must have known that, unless the French came to his aid, the ruin of his cause was at hand. He was constrained to retire northward, first to Perth, then to Inverness, with an ever-dwindling host. Cumberland pushed on in his rear with 8,000 picked men, resolved to revenge the disgraceful days of Prestonpans and Falkirk. The rest of the English army followed at leisure. Charles Edward would not yield without one final blow. With the 5,000 men who still followed his standard, he marched out from Inverness and attacked the Duke on Culloden Moor, April 16, 1746. Cumberland was ready for the fight. He had warned his troops to receive the Highland rush as if it were a cavalry charge, doubling the files and presenting a triple line of bayonets by making the front ranks kneel, while the cannon were placed at intervals between the regiments. The clansmen charged with their usual fury, but were staggered by the artillery fire, and almost blown to pieces by the triple volley of 3 ranks of infantry delivered at a distance of only 50 paces. The survivors straggled up only to perish on the bayonets. The prince's left wing, where the MacDonald clan had held back on a foolish point of tribal jealousy, was still intact, but when the English cavalry advanced, Charles saw that the day was lost, and bade his followers disperse. Cumberland tarnished the glory of his victory by the savage cruelty which he displayed. He gave no quarter, shot 200 prisoners in cold blood, and burnt every dwelling in the glens of the rebel clans. A price of £30,000 was put upon the head of Charles Edwards, who lurked for 5 months in the West Highlands before he could find a ship to take him to France. He passed through countless perils in safety, and found no man among his unfortunate followers mean enough to betray him in the day of adversity. The story of his romantic escape to Skye in the disguise of the maidservant of Flora MacDonald is well known to all. After this gallant, if reckless, expedition, Charles Edward never appeared again in English politics. He did not at first despair of striking another blow, and in 1750 paid a secret visit to Britain to see if a second insurrection were possible. But in England the Jacobites were almost extinct, while in Scotland they had been so sorely crushed that they had no power to stir again. The prince had to return, having accomplished nothing. Hope long deferred makes the heart sick, and in middle life Charles Edward grew apathetic, took to drinking, and became only the wreck of his old self. When his father died in 1765, he proclaimed himself king as Charles III, but never made another attempt to disturb the peace of England down to his death in 1788. With his brother Henry, a cardinal of the Roman Church, the male line of the Stuarts expired in 1807. The English government dealt very hardly with the insurgents of 1745 to 1746. 3 Scottish peers, the Lords Kilmarnock, Balmerino, and Lovat, were beheaded, as was Colonel Townley, the only Englishman of rank who had joined the prince. Many scores of men of less note were hanged or shot. A series of bills was passed in Parliament for weakening the clans and sapping their loyalty to their chiefs. One forbade the wearing of the Highland dress with its tribal tartans. Another abolished the feudal jurisdiction, which gave the chiefs power over their followers. Another made the possession of arms a penal offense. Good roads were pushed up into the remoter valleys, and an attempt was made to get rid of the Gaelic language by making English compulsory in schools. A few years later, William Pitt took the wise step of endeavoring to turn the restless military energy of the Highlanders into patriotic channels, and raised several of the kilted regiments which have since distinguished themselves on so many British battlefields. By the end of the century, the Highlands were as quiet as any English shire, and Jacobitism had faded away into a romantic sentiment. End of section 71. Section 72 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. The Development of the Colonial Empire of Britain, 1739 to 1760, Part 3. The war with France and Spain dragged on for 3 years more, under very indifferent management on both sides. The withdrawal of the English army from Flanders in 1745 had given the French an advantage in the Netherlands, from which they had greatly profited. They had overrun the whole of the Austrian provinces, and in 1746 threatened the frontier of Holland. Cumberland and his army were recalled, after the suppression of the Scottish Rising, to check the advance of the Maréchal de Saxe. But the Duke suffered at Lofeld, in front of Maastricht, a defeat of much the same character as that of Fontenoy, July 2, 1747. Nevertheless, the French in the following winter consented to treat for peace. They had fared badly along their frontier on the Rhine and in Italy, and looked upon their successes in Belgium as only sufficient to entitle them to ask for a mutual restitution of all conquests. Moreover, their maritime trade had been completely ruined by the war, and several of their colonies had fallen into English hands. Hence came the Treaty of Aachen, Aix-la-Chapelle, signed in the spring of 1748, to which all the powers who had been engaged in the War of the Austrian Succession gave their assent. Maria Theresa had finally to acquiesce in the loss of Silesia to the King of Prussia, and to make smaller territorial concessions in Italy to Spain and Sardinia, giving Parma to one, and a long slip of the Duchy of Milan to the other. The remainder of her vast dominions she maintained intact, while her husband, Francis of Lorraine, was acknowledged by all parties as emperor in succession to the unfortunate Charles of Bavaria, who had died in 1745. England, France, and Spain restored to each other all that each had taken. no very considerable amount, and left the great question of their colonial and commercial rivalry quite unsettled. Another and a greater war was required to decide it. The results of the fighting beyond the seas between 1739 and 1748 had not been very important. We have already mentioned how the English had failed at Cartagena in 1741. On the other hand, they had captured the French island of Cape Breton off the mouth of the St. Lawrence in 1744, and had maintained with success a desultory struggle with the enemy along the inland frontier of Canada. One hazardous expedition against the Pacific ports of Spanish America had been carried to a brilliant end by Commodore Anson, who followed in the steps of Drake by capturing the great Acapulco galleon with a yearly hoard of the mines of Mexico on board, 1743. Like Drake, too, Anson returned to Europe by the Cape route and brought his ship, the Centurion, back to Spithead in 1744, thus completing the circumnavigation of the world in 3 years. While these comparatively unimportant events had been happening on the American side of the globe, the first war waged between England and France in India had been giving promise of more serious results. Down to the commencement of the 18th century, the great empire of the Moguls had dominated Hindustan, and the traders of the English and French East India companies had been no more than visitors to the coast, allowed to build factories at convenient ports by the bounty of the great Mogul. But in 1707 had died Aurungzeb, the last powerful monarch of that house, and since his death the vast Mohammedan empire which his ancestors had built up was falling rapidly to pieces. Everywhere the Mogul viceroys, or Nawabs, were making themselves independent of their imperial master at Delhi. The native tribes of India also, more especially the brave Marathas of the western Deccan, had been throwing off the Mussulman yoke and starting on a career of conquest. The European settlers in the ports of southern India profited immensely by this relaxation of the central control which the Mogul government had been wont to exercise, and assumed a much less deferential tone when dealing with the revolted Nawabs who now ruled in the Carnatic, Bengal, and the Deccan. It was first during the War of the Austrian Succession that the English and French ventured to engage in hostilities with each other without paying attention to the native powers, whose sovereign rights they were thereby impugning. The factories of the two powers were scattered along the Coromandel coast in curious alternation, and it was here that the struggle took place. The English were based on their chief settlement at Madras, the French on their stronghold at Pondicherry. 4 years of fighting gave a decided superiority to the French, who were headed by Dupleix, a man of great energy and far-reaching views. He was the first to discover the part that might be played in Indian politics by native troops officered and drilled by Europeans. These sepoys, sipahis is the more correct form, had originally been small armed guards employed by the governors of the factories. Dupleix discovered, from a chance encounter at Saint-Thomé, 1746, that a small body of these disciplined mercenaries could defeat whole hordes of native cavalry, and used his discovery with skill and promptitude. Raising large numbers of sepoys, he built up the first regular army that had been seen in India. In his struggle with the English he was very successful. Madras and almost all the other English factories fell into his hands, and it looked as if the French were to be the sole power in southern Hindustan. The complete triumph of Dupleix was only prevented by his quarrels with his colleague Labourdonnais, the governor of the Mauritius, who had come to his aid at the head of a fleet. They were both energetic and arbitrary, refused to fall in with each other's plans, and so failed to completely expel the English from the Coromandel coast. The other settlements of the East India Company, the island port of Bombay, the old dowry of Catherine of Portugal, and the factory of Fort William at Calcutta in Bengal, were not molested. To the intense disgust of Dupleix, the Treaty of Aachen stipulated the mutual restoration of conquests, and the English settlements were all given back in 1748. In India, as in America, all was left unsettled, and the struggle for supremacy had to be deferred for a space. 8 years of uneasy peace followed the indecisive and vague Treaty of Aachen, 1748 to 1756. England, under the feeble rule of the two Pelhams, seemed to have sunk back into the same condition of prosperous lethargy which had been her lot in the uneventful days of Walpole. In her political history, there is nothing of moment to relate. The Pelhams had almost silenced opposition by the simple expedient of finding places in the cabinet or the public service for any one who might have made himself dangerous to them. Even the eloquent and energetic William Pitt, the consistent denouncer of all ministers, had been quieted for a time by the gift of the lucrative post of paymaster of the forces. Room was found for so many and diverse persons in the Pelham cabinet that it was known as the broad-bottom administration. The Pelhams, though using the old Whig catchwords about liberty and reform, were, like Walpole, only anxious to keep things quiet and to preserve themselves in office. Hence, there is little or nothing to record of their doings. We may mention, however, the creation of our celebrated 3% by Henry Pelham, who was somewhat of a financier, his sole accomplishment. The national debt, then a sum of £78,000,000, was paying 4% at the time of the Treaty of Aachen. The Premier, seeing that the public credit was good, and money cheap, resolved to reduce the rate of interest. This he accomplished by borrowing money at 3% to pay off all those national creditors who would not accept the new scale. The conversion was accomplished with ease, and relieved the revenue of some £500,000 a year of expenses. The debt, thus reduced and simplified, received its new name of consols, all the old loans having been consolidated into one. 1750. A word may also be given to the reform of the calendar in 1752. England up to this time had used the old style or Julian calendar, invented by Julius Caesar 18 centuries before. A slight error in the calculation of the great Roman had made the year too short, and in the lapse of the ages this error had grown by accumulation into as much as 11 days. England, later than most nations, adopted the Reformed or Gregorian calendar, named after Pope Gregory XIII, during the Pelham administration. Thus, the change being made on September 2nd, 1752, the day that followed became the 14th instead of the 3rd. This bewildered the multitude, and was made a serious charge against the minister by many ignorant folks, who complained that they had been defrauded of 11 days of their lives. In such comparatively trifling events, the middle years of the 18th century passed away. The stagnant times of the old Whig oligarchy were drawing towards their close, and the movements which were to stir England so deeply in the next generation were beginning to develop. We have already spoken of the increasing commercial supremacy of England in the period. This growth in foreign trade was now beginning to be supplemented by an increased activity in manufacturing industry, which was to be the distinguishing mark of the second half of the century. But the first signs of it were already apparent before 1750. The earliest attempt for the improvement of the inland communications of the kingdom may be traced to 1720, when the Irwell Canal was opened to Manchester. As important a landmark is the discovery of the process of smelting iron by means of coal in 1740. Up to this time, iron had always been worked with charcoal, and the manufacture of it had been almost confined to the wooded districts of southern England, most especially to the Sussex Weald. But the new process opened up the Yorkshire iron mines, which were to completely supersede those of the south, for in the north, iron and coal are found together in most convenient proximity. All this development, however, belongs to the times of George III rather than those of George II. Even more important in the history of the social life of England than the expansion of her commercial resources was another change which began about the middle of the 18th century in the sphere of spiritual things. The Whig supremacy in the state, which had begun in 1714, had the most deplorable results on the Church. Walpole and his disciples were men quite out of sympathy with any religious impulse. Their lives and morals would not bear looking into, and they openly scoffed at religion. To them, the Church was simply a field of patronage for friends and dependents, and a machine for supplementing the working of the state. Down to the time of Anne's death, the Tory party had been supreme within the bounds of the establishment, and the Whigs, therefore, viewed the whole body of the clergy with suspicion. They stopped in 1717 the meetings of convocation which had existed from time immemorial, wishing to prevent the clerical body from finding a mouthpiece. They systematically officered the Church with Whig bishops, of whom nothing was asked but political orthodoxy. As was likely, the men chosen on this principle were often most unfit pastors of the Church. A Walpole or a Pelham was not likely to select men whose characteristics were fervor or enthusiasm. The Whig bishops were generally of two classes. Either they were prominent political clergy, court chaplains and the like, who laid themselves out to win preferment by their sermons, or they were, quote, Greek play bishops, to use an expressive phrase, mere scholars whose title to promotion was to have edited a classic author or ruled a public school. Both classes were, as a rule, very inefficient. Many were scandalous non-residents, and seldom went near their diocese, dwelling in London all the year round, and haunting the court. Remote sees like Bangor or Carlisle hardly knew the face of their bishops. Some of these prelates were more notable for their political than their religious orthodoxy. Of these, quote, latitudinarian, bishops, perhaps the best known is Hoadley, whom the Whigs promoted to 4 sees, one after the other, in spite of the fact that his views on the Trinity were hardly consistent with his position as a member of the Church. It was not to be expected that such prelates would be in touch with their subordinates, the country clergy, who still for the most part remained Tory in their views, looked on the least measure for the political emancipation of dissenters or Romanists with horror, and nourished a strong personal dislike for the first 2 Georges and their ministers. Hence came such a breach in the unity and organization of the Church as had never been seen before. The upper clergy were careless and unspiritual. The lower clergy grew lethargic and apathetic under the neglect of their superiors. There was a general tendency to praise common sense and morality, and to sneer at theological learning or evangelical fervor. This general deadness in the Church could not long continue without causing a reaction. The great feature in the second quarter of the 18th century was the appearance of the quote, Methodist movement, of which John Wesley was the originator. Shocked by the want of energy and enthusiasm among the clergy, Wesley, a fellow of Lincoln College, Oxford, devoted himself to active evangelical work, and especially to public preaching. He is first heard of as preaching to the poor of neglected Oxford parishes, and to the prisoners in the jail, 1729. A few years later, he went out as a missionary to America and labored in the backwoods of Georgia. Returning in 1738, he resumed his work in England, passing from place to place and addressing large congregations of all sorts and conditions of men. His fervent eloquence and enthusiasm came as a revelation to the neglected masses of the cities, or to congregations condemned to many years of sermons on dry morality. He spoke of sin and conversion with an earnestness which had not been seen since the days of early Puritan enthusiasm. Wesley and the numerous followers who sprang up to join him might have inspired the Church with a new spirit of fervor if they had but been permitted to do so. But unfortunately, the latitudinarian bishops disliked his emotional harangues and his clear-cut dogma, and the parish clergy often treated him as an intruder when he appeared inside their cures. Hence, though a strong churchman at first, he was gradually driven into schism, and became the founder of a new nonconformist sect, instead of the restorer of the spirituality of the Church from within. Towards the end of his 60 years of labor, 1729 to 1791, he took the final step of ordaining preachers and allowing them to celebrate the sacraments, thus committing his followers to abandoning the national church. His work, however, was not without its effect inside the Church of England. Many who sympathized with him remained churchmen, and from them came the evangelical, or newer, low church party within the establishment. From Wesley and his contemporaries began a decided improvement in the moral life of England. After remaining at its lowest ebb in the 80 years that followed the Restoration, it began to mend about the middle of the century. The change is marked in all the most characteristic spheres of action by an increased humanity to prisoners, paupers, and slaves, an improved tone in literature and the drama, and a growing demand for the observation of a higher standard of morals by public men. Political corruption and ostentatious ill-living, which had been the rule in the beginning of the 18th century, had become the exception at its end. But if England was more serious and more moral by the end of the century, no small share in that result must be attributed to the sobering effect of 3 long and desperate wars, which more than once seemed about to be the ruin of the realm. Between 1756 and 1815, there were to be 36 years of war to 23 of peace, and 2 whole generations were bred up in times of stress and trouble, which developed the sterner virtues and taught men no longer to sneer at fervor, whether displayed in patriotism or in religion. The 7 Years' War, into which England was plunged in 1756, while still under the imbecile guidance of the elder Pelham, was the most important struggle in which she had engaged since the days of the Spanish Armada. It definitely settled all the points which had been left undetermined by the Peace of Aachen, and gave her the empire of the seas and the lion's share of the commerce of the world. Her hold on these gains was to be shaken in later wars, but never lost. The 7 Years' War, like the War of the Austrian Succession, had 2 sides, the colonial and the European. In 1756, as in 1742, England, while contending for her own objects beyond seas, was also subsidizing a powerful continental ally who had his own interests to serve in order to distract the attention of France from the more distant struggle. The new war resembled the old in another respect. In each case it was the colonial quarrel which first came to the front. The European strife was a later development. The causes which provoked the 7-Year War were to be found both in America and in India. In both of these quarters, the representatives of England and of France came to blows before the mother countries had resolved on war. The quarrel was the result of natural causes which made it inevitable, and not the deliberate work of the timid Newcastle or the selfish Louis XV. It was in India that the first hostilities broke out, not very long after the Peace of Aachen had been signed. We have already mentioned how the French governor, Dupleix, had raised an army of sepoys, and resolved to employ it for the furtherance of French interests in southern India. He was enabled to do this by the fact that a war of succession had broken out in each of the two great native states which were neighbors to the European settlements on the Coromandel coast. In the Deccan, two princes of the Nizam family, an uncle and a nephew, were disputing for the throne of Hyderabad. In the Carnatic, a rebellious minister was trying to usurp his master's throne. Dupleix resolved to sell the aid of his army to one pretender for use against the other. The appearance of his disciplined battalions on the field settled the fortune of war at once. He gained for his ally Mozuffar Jung the whole of the Hyderabad dominions. Then he turned against the Carnatic, slew the old Nawab in battle, and drove his son, Muhammad Ali, into Trichinopoly, his last stronghold. The rebel minister, Chunda Sahib, was then saluted as ruler of the land. The two new Nawabs soon became the mere creatures of Dupleix, whose military strength completely overawed their motley armies. They lavished millions of rupees upon him, and Mozuffar Jung gave him the title of Supreme Vizier of all of India south of the river Krishna, and appointed him permanent chief of his army. Dupleix was in truth master of southern India, a fact viewed with dismay by the English settlers along the Coromandel coast. They had, in rivalry with him, espoused the cause of the two Nawabs whom he had crushed. One of these princes was now dead, the other besieged in his last stronghold. The rulers of Madras despaired, but a single bold spirit persuaded them to venture a blow against the power of the Frenchmen. Robert Clive, the scapegrace son of a Shropshire squire, had been sent out to Madras as a clerk in the East India Company's service to keep him out of mischief. But he changed his pen for the sword, and became a captain in the company's army. Now he persuaded Governor Saunders to entrust him with a few hundred men, to make a diversion in favor of the besieged Nawab, Muhammad Ali. To draw away the army which was beleaguering Trichinopoly, Clive resolved to strike at the capital of the Carnatic, the town of Arcot. Marching by night and with great speed, he seized the place and fortified himself in its citadel. He was at once attacked by the forces of the Chunda Sahib, aided by a division of the army of Dupleix. But he contrived to inspire his 500 men with such obstinate courage that they repulsed all the assaults of 10,000 enemies, and finally compelled the Nawab's army to withdraw foiled. 1751. After thus winning Arcot, Clive was entrusted by the Madras Council with all their disposable troops, 200 Europeans and 700 English sepoys. With these reinforcements he took the field against Dupleix and Chunda Sahib, routed a number of French detachments, and finally recovered the whole of the Carnatic for Muhammad Ali, the protege of the English. Chunda Sahib surrendered to his enemy, who had him murdered. Dupleix played a losing game against his greater rival for 2 more years, and was finally recalled in disgrace by the French government, 1754. Thus the English carried out the lesson which the great Frenchman had taught them, that India might be conquered with Indian arms, and that its princes might be made the vassals of the mere traders who had paid them humble tribute a few years before. With the establishment of the English suzerainty over the Nawab Muhammad Ali and his realm of the Carnatic, begins the English Empire in Hindustan. Clive and Dupleix had posed as the mere auxiliaries of the Nawabs, and their struggle was not supposed to commit the mother country to war. But a less disguised form of hostilities between England and France commenced somewhat later in America. Its cause was the want of any definite boundary between the settlements of the two nations. It was the ambition of the English colonists to push westward from Pennsylvania and Virginia, and gradually to colonize all the wastelands, sparsely inhabited by savage Indian tribes, which lay between them and the Mississippi. But the French had another and a no less ambitious scheme. Besides their dominions in Canada, they possessed another colony at the mouth of the Mississippi, round the town of New Orleans. They claimed that this territory of Louisiana stretched up to the headwaters of the great river, and it was their object to connect it with Canada by a string of forts placed along the Mississippi and its tributary, the Ohio. If they could have carried out this gigantic and wide-stretching plan, they would have shut in the English colonies between the Allegheny Mountains and the sea, and prevented them from extending into the interior of the continent. The weak point of the plan was that the French were far too few in numbers to execute any such project. Though they counted among them many hardy backwoodsmen and fur traders who had explored all the waterways of the West, they could not back these pioneers up with solid masses of population. There were not more than 180,000 French immigrants in America, while the English colonies boasted at this time nearly 2 million sturdy settlers. In spite of this disparity of numbers, the French governors were set on executing their venturous scheme. It was their active advance into the wilderness that lay between Canada and the English colonies that brought about the first collisions with the English outposts. The 3 northern links of the chain that was to join Canada with Louisiana were Fort Ticonderoga at the south end of Lake Champlain, Fort Niagara near the Great Falls between Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, and Fort Duquesne at the headwaters of the Ohio. The first and last of these were a very few miles from the English-backed settlements, and their establishment in 1754 to 1755 was looked upon as a direct challenge by the inhabitants of Pennsylvania and Virginia. In 1754 a party of Virginian militia, headed by Major George Washington, of whom we shall hear much later on, made a dash on Fort Duquesne. But they were beaten and forced to surrender after a fight at Great Meadows. This provoked the colonies, and at their request General Braddock repeated the attack in the next year with a force of 2,200 men, part of whom were British regulars. But he was drawn into an ambuscade by a very inferior force of French and Indians. His force was disgracefully routed, and he himself was slain. The fighting at once began to spread, and both England and France sent out reinforcements to America. Yet the two nations were still nominally at peace, and the French, who were just about to engage in a great war in Germany, were not anxious to commence hostilities with England at this particular moment. Newcastle, however, precipitated the outbreak of the struggle by a characteristic half-measure. He sent out Admiral Boscawen with orders not to attack all French ships, but to intercept a particular squadron carrying troops to Canada. Boscawen met it, and took 2 vessels after a fight. This made war inevitable. It broke out in the spring of 1756, and opened with a series of disasters for England, a fact which causes no surprise when we remember her forces were under the direction of the imbecile Newcastle. End of section 72. Section 73 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. The Development of the Colonial Empire of Britain, 1739 to 1760. Part 4. Just at the same moment another struggle was commencing on the continent. The Empress Maria Theresa had never forgiven the King of Prussia for robbing her of Silesia in the hour of her distress, 14 years before. she had devoted much time and trouble to forming a great coalition for the purpose of punishing the plunderer, and had secretly enlisted in her alliance France, Russia, Sweden, Saxony, and most of the smaller German states. For the unscrupulous and rapacious Frederick was not viewed with love by his neighbors, and it was easy to combine them against him. His venomous pen had made enemies of two vindictive women, Elizabeth, Empress of Russia, and Madame de Pompadour, the all-powerful mistress of Louis XV. And though political expediency did not prescribe war with Prussia to either Russia or France, yet personal resentment brought it about. The open war between England and France had broken out in the spring of 1756. In the autumn of the same year, the continental struggle began. Getting secret intelligence of the plot that was maturing against him, Frederick resolved to strike before his numerous adversaries were ready, and invaded Saxony. He overran the whole electorate and annihilated the Saxon army in a fortnight. But Austria, Russia, Sweden, and France immediately fell upon him, and he had much ado to avoid being crushed by brute force of numbers. For Prussia was but a small state of 5,000,000 souls, while the Confederacy ranged against her counted half Europe in its ranks. Alone among a host of foes, Frederick was desperately in need of an ally, and only one ally was possible: England. For both England and Prussia were now at war with France, and it was obvious that they ought to aid each other against their common foe. Moreover, the English government was itself sadly in need of assistance, for the war had opened with a series of disasters in more than one quarter of the world. The most serious loss had been suffered in the Mediterranean. A French fleet and army under the Duc de Richelieu had slipped out of Toulon and fallen on Minorca, the Spanish island which had formed part of England's plunder at the Peace of Utrecht. The English garrison was weak, for it had always been supposed that we were strong enough at sea to prevent the enemy from approaching this important possession, which was to us then what Malta is now. But when the Mediterranean fleet, under Admiral Byng, came up to relieve the troops beleaguered in the citadel of Port Mahon, a disgraceful sight was seen. The English admiral, finding that the French squadron was slightly superior to his own, refused to fight, and fled away to Gibraltar, though his second in command urged him hotly to risk everything in order to save the island. The deserted garrison held out a month longer, and then was forced to surrender. June 1756. Nor was this the only disaster with which the 7 Years' War opened. Montcalm, the French commander in Canada, made a dash against the frontier garrisons of the British colonists in America, and took Forts Oswego and William Henry, our outposts on the northwest. Still more shocking news was on its way home from India. The Nawab of Bengal, a cruel and debauched tyrant named Siraj-ud-Dowlah, had picked a quarrel with the governor of Calcutta, the English factory near the mouth of the Ganges. Suddenly declaring war in June 1756, the same month that Minorca was lost, he captured Calcutta with ease. In his hour of triumph, he bade his guards thrust all his captives into the, quote, black hole, a small dungeon not much more than 20 feet square, which had been wont to serve as the prison of the factory. No less than 146 persons, merchants, officials, soldiers, and women, were driven into this confined space, and locked in for the night. They were tightly wedged together, had no air save from 2 narrow barred windows, and could not move. In the stifling heat of a Bengal June, nearly the whole of them perished of suffocation. Only 23, one of whom was a woman, were found alive the next morning. The horrors of the Black Hole were soon to be revenged, but long ere the news of the punishment which Clive wreaked upon the Nawab came home, the Newcastle ministry had been driven from office. The popular outcry at the mismanagement of the war, and above all the loss of Minorca, had been too great for the feeble Newcastle to withstand. It was in vain that he arrested Byng and promised to try him for cowardice, for Byng could not be made the scapegoat for disasters in America or India, and the universal indignation against Newcastle's administration of the war forced him to resign in November 1756. Shortly after, the admiral was tried by court-martial, condemned, and shot for disobedience to orders and for criminal feebleness, though he was acquitted of any treasonable intent or personal cowardice. His death served, as Voltaire remarked at the time, quote, pour encourager les autres, and English admirals since then have never shirked an engagement with an enemy of only slightly superior force. The king summoned the opposition Whigs to form a cabinet, and William Pitt and the Duke of Devonshire took office. Pitt, as we have already had occasion to remark, was the fighting man of the Whig party, and the advocate of a vigorous colonial and commercial policy. He was the one statesman of the day who commanded the confidence of the nation, because he was the only one whose reputation was entirely free from the stain of political corruption. He was an able, eloquent man, whose scathing denunciations of the errors and feebleness of the late ministry were convincing to all who heard them. It remained to be seen if his own administration would prove more successful. At first, however, it seemed likely that Pitt would have small opportunity of trying his hand at the helm. Though he was trusted by the nation, he was not trusted by the House of Commons. Newcastle set himself to overthrow his successor by bidding his hirelings in the lower house to vote consistently against the new ministers. Moreover, King George disliked Pitt for his vehemence and his pompous language. Hence came a vexatious crisis in April 1757, when Pitt found himself in a minority in the House of Commons, and was dismissed from office by the king. But the public outcry against the proposed resumption of office by Newcastle was so loud that a curious and not very satisfactory compromise was arranged. The Duke offered to take Pitt as his colleague, and to give him a free hand in the management of the war and all foreign policy, if he himself were permitted to retain the direction of domestic affairs. Pitt believed himself to be necessary to his country. He thought that he could bring the war to a successful conclusion, and that no one else could do so. Hence, though he was thoroughly acquainted with the mean and intriguing spirit of the Duke, he took his offer. Newcastle wanted no more than the power of managing Parliament and dispensing patronage. His ideas of government went no further. In return, he placed his subservient parliamentary majority at Pitt's disposal. The result was, as a shrewd contemporary observer remarked, that, quote, Mr. Pitt does everything, and the Duke of Newcastle gives everything. End quote. The Pitt-Newcastle ministry lasted nearly 6 years, and its excellent results almost justified the ignominious compact on which it was founded. Soon after Pitt got the control of affairs, the fortune of war began to mend. His first attempts at launching expeditions against France were, it is true, unsuccessful. The Duke of Cumberland was sent to Hanover to defend the electorate against the French, but he suffered the same misfortune as at Fontenoy and Lauffeld, once more showing himself a brave soldier, but a bad strategist. At Hostenbeck he was defeated, and, retiring northward, was pressed back against the North Sea near Stade, and forced to sign the Convention of Closter 7, by which the Hanoverian army laid down its arms. June 1757. This disaster exposed the western frontier of Prussia to the French, and might have proved the ruin of King Frederick. But that marvelous general saved himself by the rapid blows which he dealt to west and east. Flying into central Germany, he routed the French at Rossbach, November 5th, and then, returning to Silesia before the Austrians had missed him, he defeated the troops of the Empress at Leuthen, December 5th. Thus he won himself 6 months' respite, and during that time Pitt raised another army for service in Germany, which was placed under Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, a distant cousin of the royal family, but a general of very different order from the unlucky George of Cumberland. This force effectually protected the western borders of Prussia and the electorate of Hanover from the French during the remainder of the war. With the opening of the year 1758 began a succession of victories all over the world, which effectually justified the claims of Pitt to be the restorer of the greatness of Britain. He had everywhere put new vigor into the struggle by placing young generals, chosen by himself, at the head of his expeditions, and by raising loans for war expenses with a profusion which appalled more timid financiers. Part of this wealth was lavished on the King of Prussia, whose aid was invaluable in distracting the forces of France. Quote, "I am conquering Canada on the plains of Germany," observed Pitt to those who reproached him for the vast subsidies which he sent to Frederick. And the epigram was true, for the reinforcements which were absolutely necessary if France was to retain her American possessions were being sent across the Rhine to join in the great European struggle. Pitt, in fact, was working out to a glorious end the policy which Carteret had sketched nearly 20 years before. While Ferdinand of Brunswick, with his Anglo-Hanoverian army, beat the French at Krefeld and kept them back on the Rhine, June 1758, still more important things were being effected in America. A general advance was made along the whole front of the French possessions in America. In the north, Admiral Boscawen and the young General Wolfe captured Louisbourg, the strongly fortified capital of the island of Cape Breton. In the south, Fort Duquesne was occupied by a force consisting mainly of colonial militia, and thus the line of French communications between Canada and Louisiana was effectually cut. The jubilant colonists changed the name of the place to Pittsburgh in honor of the great minister. Only in the center of the advance was a reverse sustained. There, the French commander, the gallant Montcalm, had collected the bulk of his forces behind the ramparts of Ticonderoga to bar the line of advance up the Hudson. General Abercrombie was repulsed with fearful loss when he attempted to take the place by assault, though his men did all that could be done, and Pitt's New Highland regiments absolutely filled the ditch with their bodies ere they could be forced to retire. But the fall of Canada was only delayed a few months by this check to the British arms. The next year, 1759, was even more fertile in successes. The naval strength of France received its final blow in 2 decisive battles. The French Mediterranean fleet ran out of Toulon and tried to escape into the Atlantic, but Admiral Boscawen bet them off Lagos in Portugal and took or destroyed most of the vessels. Some months later, Admiral Hawke attacked the French Atlantic fleet, which had come out of Brest and was lying in Quiberon Bay. Though a fierce storm was raging, he ran into the bay and forced the enemy to engage. In the heat of the fight, many of their ships were driven ashore and lost, while Hawke carried off 2 prizes, and only a few out of the hostile fleet escaped into the mouth of the river Vilaine. After the battles of Lagos and Quiberon Bay, the enemy never attempted to appear at sea in any force during the remaining 4 years of the war. Indeed, the French marine was almost entirely destroyed, for 64 line-of-battle ships had been sunk or taken in 1758 to 1759. In the same year, a great victory had been gained in Germany. When the French reinforced their army of the Rhine and again pushed forward towards Hanover, Prince Ferdinand gave them battle at Minden and inflicted on them a defeat which sent them back in haste towards their own borders. The chief honor of the fight fell to 7 regiments of English infantry, which received and repelled the fierce charges of the whole of the cavalry of the French army. But a slur was cast on the victory by the misconduct of Lord George Sackville, the general of the English horse, who refused, out of temper or cowardice, to charge the broken enemy and complete their rout. Nevertheless, the fight did its work and proved the salvation of our ally, Frederick II, who was just at this moment in the depths of despair. He had suffered a fearful defeat at the hands of the Russians at Kunersdorf on the Oder, and was only saved from complete destruction by being able to draw aid from the victorious army of Prince Ferdinand. But events of far greater import had happened in America during this summer. Pitt had sketched out a concentric attack on Canada from 3 sides. General Amherst had taken Ticonderoga, the fort that had baffled Abercrombie in the previous year, while another expedition captured Fort Niagara and the other western strongholds of the French. But the main blow was struck in the north. An English fleet appeared in the St. Lawrence and put ashore General Wolfe, Pitt's favorite officer, with an army of 8,000 men. Montcalm hurried to the spot with all the French regulars in the province and a horde of Canadian militia, and hastened to the defense of Quebec, the capital of the land. The place was very strongly placed, being protected on 2 sides by the rivers St. Lawrence and St. Charles, and watched by Montcalm's entrenched camp at Beauport. After failing to break the French lines, Wolfe ventured on a hazardous flank attack. The cliffs overhanging the St. Lawrence were believed to be inaccessible, as there was only a single precipitous goat track which mounted them, and this was protected by a guard. But Wolfe resolved to risk the danger of assaulting them. His men dropped down the river in boats under cover of the night, reached the foot of the crags, and crept up one after another on hands and knees, pulling themselves up by the aid of trees and shrubs. The French picket at the top was surprised and fled. Thus Wolfe had 4,000 men in line on the ground above the cliffs, quote, "the heights of Abraham," end quote, before the day dawned. When they became visible to Montcalm, he was forced to come out of his impregnable lines and fight in the open, under pain of losing Quebec. There followed a short, sharp conflict in which the English had from the first the advantage. The Canadian militia fled in panic, the French regulars were cut to pieces, and Montcalm himself was mortally wounded. But Wolfe had also been struck down in the moment of victory. He lived just long enough to hear that the battle was won, and died on the field, September 13th, 1759. He was only 33, and, had he survived, would have had a long career of glory before him. But to have conquered America for England was in itself a sufficient title to immortality. For the Battle of Quebec was the decisive day in the history of the continent. The wrecks of the French army evacuated the capital and fell back on Montreal. Thither they were followed in the next spring, both by the forces under Amherst, which had ascended the Hudson, and by Wolfe's army from Quebec. Surrounded by vastly superior numbers, de Vaudreuil, the Viceroy of Canada, was forced to lay down his arms and surrender the remnant of the French possessions in the north. Thus ended in ignominious failure the great scheme which Montcalm had formed for securing inland America for his king, and penning the English colonists between the ocean and the Alleghenies. The British flag now waved without a rival from the North Pole to the boundary of Spanish America. Meanwhile, events of importance had been happening in the Far East. While England was laying her hand on the western continent, she was also winning her first territorial dominions in India. We have already told the tale of the Black Hole and the fall of Calcutta. Its sequel has yet to be related. Just when the news of Siraj ud Dowlah's wicked doings reached Madras, Clive chanced to return from England, where he had been for 2 years on leave. The task of chastising the Nawab was at once made over to him. He was entrusted with 1 regiment of British troops, the 39th, which bears on its colours the honourable legend Primus in Indus, and with 2,000 Madras sepoys. With this small force he did not hesitate to invade the vast but unwarlike province of Bengal. He forced his way up the Hooghly and recovered Calcutta with ease. But he hesitated some time before advancing into the interior to strike at the Nawab's capital of Murshidabad. Soon, however, he learnt that Siraj ud Dowlah was hated by his subjects, and that his own ministers were ready to betray him. Armed with this knowledge, Clive advanced from Calcutta as far as the village of Plassey, where he found himself in face of the Nawab's hordes, 50,000 irregular horse and foot of the worst quality. The English were attacked, but feebly and half-heartedly, for the enemy had no confidence in their prince. Moreover, Mir Jafar, who commanded 1 wing of his army, had sold himself to Clive for the promise of his master's throne, and held aloof all day, like Northumberland at Bosworth Field. At the hour of noon Clive bade his men charge, and the contemptible soldiery of Siraj ud Dowlah fled before the assault, though they outnumbered the English by 18 to 1. Only the Nawab's French artillerymen stood firm, and were bayoneted at their guns. This battle, which gave England the rich realm of Bengal, was won with a loss of only 72 men to the victors. Clive soon seized Murshidabad and installed Mir Jafar as Nawab in his master's room. The deposed tyrant was caught by his successor and promptly strangled. Mir Jafar ruled for the future as the dependent of England, paid the East India Company a tribute, and acted as their vassal. Thus Bengal, though not annexed, was for all practical purposes made a part of the British Empire. Clive sullied his laurels by 2 acts which show the unscrupulous character that was allied with his great talents. Before Plassey, a Bengali named Omitund discovered the intrigue with Mir Jafar, and threatened to reveal it to the Nawab. Clive bought him off by a forged promise of money signed with the name of Admiral Watson. When the danger was over, he avowed his forgery to the traitor, who thereupon went mad with rage and disappointed greed. After Plassey, Clive committed his second fault by accepting for his private use huge sums of gold which Mir Jafar offered him. When taunted with this, he only replied that, quote, he was astonished at his own moderation, considering the enormously larger amount that he might have asked and received. End quote. 1757. After settling Bengal and defeating an attempt to reconquer it made by Shah Alam, the heir of the great Moguls, Clive returned to England in 1759 to be saluted as the conqueror of the East. While Clive was overrunning Bengal, the English armies in the Carnatic were making an end of the small remnants of the French power in India. The operations were protracted till in January 1760, Sir Eyre Coote routed the last French army at Wandewash, and ere another year was out, Pondicherry and all the other strongholds of the enemy were in his hands. While England was thus triumphant alike in Europe, India, and America, and Pitt was at the height of his glory, the old king, George II, died suddenly in his 78th year, October 25th, 1760. His death made an instant change in the national politics both at home and abroad, for his successor was not one of those sovereigns who were contented to obey their ministers and to meekly bear the yoke of the great Whig oligarchy. End of section 73.
Section 74 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 35, George III and the Whigs, the American War 1760 through 1783, Part 1. In the last 2 centuries of English history, the accession of a new king has not often caused a complete revolution in politics. The change of sovereigns often gives us an unfortunate and misleading cross-division, cutting periods in 2 that are really one, or making us dream that there is a unity in periods which are really divided in their interest and meaning. This was not the case, however, when George III succeeded his grandfather, George II. For the last time in English history, the change of kings implied a real break in the continuity of the politics of the time. The new monarch was only 22 years of age and was totally unversed in affairs of state. George II had lived in bitter enmity with his feeble and factious son, Frederick, Prince of Wales, the nonentity of whom the contemporary satirist wrote, "Since it's only Fred who is alive and is dead, there's no more to be said." After the prince's death, the old king had transferred his dislike to his son's widow and his grandson. George III had therefore been brought up almost in seclusion. The most notable point in his education was that his mother, Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, had taught him to despise his grandfather and his grandfather's position in the state. He had been told from his earliest years that the position of a sovereign who allowed himself to be led and governed by his ministers was degrading. "When you come to the throne," we are told that his mother said, "George, be king." The idea had taken root, and the young prince had made up his mind that he should rule his ministers, not his ministers him. That the cabinet should be responsible to the king as well as to Parliament was the keystone of his theory. He would have the choice of his ministers lie in his own hands, not in those of the great Whig houses. George did not wish to rule unconstitutionally, to fly in the face of Parliament, or to govern without it, as the Stuarts had tried to do. He had, indeed, such a belief in his own good intentions that he thought that they must coincide with the nation's will, and there were circumstances which for some time bore him out in his view. George's main bent was to assert his individuality and to take the chief share in the governance of the country. The other features of his character are easy to describe. His tastes were frugal and his private life strictly virtuous, a thing that had not been known in an English king for more than a century. He was sincerely pious, though, as some critics observed, he was better at scenting out other persons' sins than his own. He had an enormous capacity for hard work, though no very great brain power to guide him through it. He had a great share of self-restraint and reticence, so that it was not easy to guess what plans he had in hand when he did not wish them to be known. Above all, he was terribly obstinate, with the obstinacy of a good-hearted man who feels he is in the right and believes that he will be doing wrong if he gives up his own opinion. Lastly, though he had no power of appreciating greatness of any kind, he called Shakespeare, quote, sad stuff, only one must not say so, end quote, and thought Pitt a bombastic old actor. Yet he had great penetration in measuring littleness in others. This made him exceedingly fitted to cope with the average Whig statesman of his day. When George came to the throne, he was greeted with the usual popularity which attends a new and untried sovereign. He showed himself affable and good-tempered, a model of decorum and respectability, and won all hearts by his English habits and prejudices. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Germans in mind and language. George III took the first opportunity of declaring that he was English-born and bred, and that, quote, he gloried in the name of Britain, end quote. By doing so, he won all men's hearts. Thus, in the beginning of his struggle with the Whigs, he had the inestimable advantage of personal popularity with the nation. The king had, as we have already said, passed his youth in seclusion with few friends and no organized band of retainers. He had to build up his own party if he wished to carry out his schemes. This he at once began to do. Descending into the arena of politics, he set to work to make himself a following, much as Newcastle or Walpole had done in a previous generation. But George, unlike those statesmen, had not to rely on bribery or borough-mongering alone. He could count on all the prestige and attraction which surrounds the crown to draw men into his net. Some of the, quote, king's friends, end quote, as his followers grew to be called, were politicians bought by pensions or titles, but many were honest supporters who found their pleasure in displaying their loyalty to the crown. In especial, George won to himself from the first the very considerable remnants of the old Tory party. Jacobitism had now become such a thing of the past that the vast majority of the Tories were ready to accept with enthusiasm a king whose views exactly coincided with their own old doctrines. For George was a stout defender of the Church of England, in which his godless old grandfather had never professed any interest. He held the ancient Tory doctrine that the royal prerogative should be actively exercised in the affairs of the nation. Most important of all, he hated the Whig oligarchy, a fact which could not fail to recommend him to their long-oppressed rivals. Hence it came that the most prominent element among the king's friends was drawn from the Tory party. One condition was demanded of all who joined that body: implicit obedience to George's will. The will of a man of limited abilities and narrow mind. This fact sufficiently accounts for the results that the king's friends never included any men of marked talent. To obey George in all things would have been too trying for any one of real genius or breadth of spirit. The king's first and most injudicious way of attempting to interfere in politics was worked out through the medium of Lord Bute. That nobleman was a Scottish peer of respectable character, moderate abilities, and a rather pedantic disposition. He had aided the Princess of Wales in giving George such instruction in statecraft as he had received. Bute was almost absolutely unacquainted with Parliament or practical politics. Yet, a few months after his accession, the king insisted that the Pitt-Newcastle cabinet should take his old tutor into partnership. Bute was made one of the Secretaries of State and at once began to show a great independence of the nominal prime minister. He rebuked Newcastle for keeping the details of his political jobbing from the king and for filling posts without consulting royalty. At the same time, he spoke strongly against the continuance of the war with France, and most particularly against the lavish subsidies with which the great war minister was maintaining our much-tried ally, the King of Prussia. The fact was that George had observed that the Whig ministry depended for its strength on the combination of Newcastle's corrupt influence over Parliament with Pitt's hold on the nation, secured by successful war. To end it, he wished to deprive the Duke of his patronage and to close the war, so as to make Pitt no longer indispensable. In this matter, the king's private designs clashed most unhappily with the interests of England, for Pitt's vigorous policy was still bearing the best of fruits. Ere King George had been a year upon the throne, Pitt could announce to him that Pondicherry, the last French fortress in India, Belle Isle, a large island off the coast of Brittany, and Dominica, a rich West Indian island, had fallen into his hands. After these last disasters, the ministers of Louis XV began to make overtures for peace, which Bute wished to accept, but Pitt withstood him, partly because he thought that England had yet more to gain, partly because he had secret knowledge that France was trying to create a diversion by stirring up Spain against us. Charles III, the king of that country, was an old enemy of England and had offered to renew with his cousin, Louis XV, the, quote, family compact, end quote, of 1733, the old pact of the Bourbon princes for the checking of English maritime supremacy. Having news of this transaction, Pitt advised instant war with Spain, but Bute opposed him, and when the king openly gave his support to his old tutor, Pitt was forced to resign the office which he had held for 5 years with such credit and distinction. October 5th, 1761. The king received the great minister's resignation with joy, and next set himself to get rid of Pitt's unworthy colleague, Newcastle. That old jobber clung to his place till May 1762, but finding that the king was determined to strip him of his crown patronage and thwart him in his management of the House of Commons, he was finally forced to follow Pitt into retirement. Thus, Bute became the chief minister of the realm. The king's favorite was to hold power for less than 2 years, but into that short space many important events were compressed. The war with Spain, which Pitt had declared to be imminent, broke out in 1762, and the French hoped for a moment that they might be saved by their new ally. But Spain's power proved to have declined so low that her interference made no difference to the fate of the war. The able generals and admirals whom Pitt had discovered and promoted made short work of the Spanish fleets and armies. Ere he had been a year at war with England, Charles III saw 2 of his greatest colonies fall into the hands of his enemy. Havana, the richest city of the West Indies, and Manila, the capital of the Philippine Islands in the Far East, were both in English hands by the end of 1762. In the same space of time, Admiral Rodney captured Martinique, St. Lucia, and all the rest of the French West Indies. Meanwhile, Ferdinand of Brunswick, with the Anglo-Hanoverian army in Germany, had maintained his old superiority over the French army of the Rhine. Stripped of her colonies, with her fleet entirely destroyed, her armies on the continent beaten back, and her exchequer completely drained dry, France was now compelled to sue for any terms that Bute and King George would grant her. Her ally, Spain, equally disheartened by the turn which the war had taken, followed her example. Nothing could please the English king better than the conclusion of peace. He gave Bute a free hand and readily consented to the conclusion of the Treaty of Paris, February 1763. By this agreement, France ceded to England the vast province of Canada and all her American claims east of the Mississippi, retaining only some fishing rights on the coast of Newfoundland, which have proved very troublesome in our own day. At the same time, the West Indian islands of St. Vincent, Tobago, Grenada, and Dominica were surrendered, as well as the African settlement of Senegal. France also undertook to keep no garrisons in her factories in Hindustan when they should be restored to her. She gave back Minorca, which she had held since Byng's disaster, and withdrew her armies from Germany. But she received back much that she had lost, and had no power of recovering Belle-Isle in Europe, Martinique, St. Lucia, and Guadeloupe in the West Indies, Goree in Africa, and all her Indian establishments. In a similar way, Spain ceded to us the swampy and uninhabited peninsula of Florida, which rounded off the line of our North American colonies, but she received back the two wealthy settlements of Havana and Manila, which she could never have regained by force of arms. The Peace of Paris was not received with enthusiasm in England. It was said, and truly, that Pitt would have asked and obtained much better terms, and that it was weak and futile to restore to France and Spain their lost colonies. Yet, looking at our enormous gains, it seems absurd to complain. The treaty made England supreme in America and in Hindustan, and ratified her permanent ascendency at sea. When so much was secured, it appeared greedy to ask for yet more, for never by any previous treaty had England won so much or brought a war so triumphantly to a close. But one blot on Bute's reputation cannot be passed over. He deserted most shamelessly our useful if unscrupulous ally, King Frederick of Prussia. Having gained what England required, he left Frederick to shift for himself, withdrawing our armies from Germany and stopping the liberal subsidies which had maintained the king's famishing exchequer. If fortune had not favored him, Frederick might have been ruined by the loss of his only ally. He was saved, however, by the unexpected withdrawal of Russia from the hostile ranks. He proved able to hold his own against Austria, his one remaining foe, and brought the 7 Years' War to an end by the Treaty of Hubertsburg, ere the year 1763 had expired. But he never forgave England for the mean trick which Bute had played him, and would never again make an alliance with her. When the war was over, Bute found his position as prime minister quite unbearable. He was clamored at by Pitt's numerous admirers for making peace on too easy terms. At the same time, the Whig boroughmongers who followed Newcastle took their revenge on him in Parliament by rejecting all his bills. He was decried as an upstart Scot, a mere court favorite, quote, the Gaveston of the 18th century, end quote, and the enemy of the greatness of England. Though he lavished the public money and the crown patronage on all sides, even more shamelessly than Newcastle had done, he could not hold his own. Bute was a sensitive man, and apparently could not bear up against the odium which his position as a court minister, disliked both by the nation and the Houses of Parliament, brought upon him. In April 1763, he laid down the seals of office, much to the regret of his royal master. End of section 74. Section 75 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 35, George III and the Whigs, the American War, 1760 through 1783, Part 2. Thus, King George had been defeated in his first contest with the Whigs. He was compelled to draw back for a moment and to rearrange his plans. His next scheme was to try the effect of playing off the various clans and factions of the Whigs, one against another. For the fall of the great Pitt-Newcastle cabinet had split the Whig party into a complicated series of family groups and alliances, divided by no difference in principle, but only by matters of personal interest. The king thought that he could make and unmake ministries by the unscrupulous use of the votes of his friends in Parliament, and so hold the balance between the various sections of his enemies, till he could reduce them all to powerlessness. To succeed the Earl of Bute, George made choice of the Whig leader whom he thought least objectionable, a narrow-minded statesman named George Grenville, who had hitherto shown himself fairly amenable to the royal influence. But the king had made a mistake. Grenville was as obstinate as himself, and when he found his master interfering in his patronage and intriguing with his followers, he allied himself with one of the great Whig clans, that headed by the Duke of Bedford, a faction which was jocosely called the, quote, Bloomsbury Gang, end quote, because it centered at the Duke's residence, Bedford House, Bloomsbury. The Grenville-Bedford ministry only lasted 2 years, 1763-1765, and was overthrown by another Whig alliance, whose principal leaders were the Duke of Grafton and the Marquis of Rockingham. But short though its tenure of office was, it left its mark on history. In England itself, the act of this cabinet which made most noise was the prosecution of Wilkes. John Wilkes was a member of Parliament, a party journalist of gross scurrility, and a man of scandalous private life, but he had the good fortune to be made twice in his life a martyr to oppressive government. He had grossly libeled Lord Bute in his newspaper, The North Briton, but his chief offense in the eyes of Grenville was that he had, in number 45 of that publication, made abusive comments on the royal speech at the end of the session of 1763. For this, he was illegally seized and imprisoned under a general warrant, a document issued by Grenville, not against him by name, but against, quote, the authors, printers, and publishers of number 45 of the North Briton, end quote. He was acquitted when put on his trial under the plea that he had been illegally arrested. Quote, a general warrant is no warrant because it names no one, end quote, was the decision of Lord Mansfield, the Chief Justice, and so this dangerous and tyrannical form of arrest was declared illegal. Wilkes posed as a victim of arbitrary government and obtained great popularity in spite of his infamous character. But Grenville then prosecuted him for publishing a blasphemous and obscene poem. Feeling sure that he would be condemned, Wilkes absconded to France and lived there 4 years. He was accounted by many a victim of malicious political persecution and never lost his favor with the mob of London. But while raising this storm in a teacup about the worthless Wilkes, George Grenville was committing another and a very different mistake in a matter of the highest importance. It is to him that we must attribute the first beginnings of the quarrel between England and her North American colonies. The 7 Years' War had left behind it a heavy burden of debt and taxation, and George Grenville, while searching around for new sources of revenue, was struck with the bright idea that he might tax the colonies. Accordingly, he brought forward in 1764 and passed in 1765 a bill which asserted the right of Parliament to lay imposts on our possessions overseas and proceed to prescribe that certain stamp duties on legal documents were in future to be paid by our American colonies. The proceeds were to go to maintain the British troops quartered among them. The Stamp Act was bitterly resented by the inhabitants of America. It was the first circumstance that really taught the 13 colonies, which lay scattered along the coast from Massachusetts to Georgia, to combine in a common movement. Hitherto, they had been without any formal bond of union between themselves. Legally, New York had no more to do with Virginia than in our own day Jamaica has with Tasmania. Each was administered as a separate unity depending immediately on the English crown. Their origins and the character of their population were very different. The Puritan farmers and seamen of Massachusetts, the slave-owning planters of Virginia, the Anglo-Dutch of New York, and the Quakers of Pennsylvania had few sympathies in common. Hitherto, they had been jealous of each other. Colony quarreled fiercely with colony, and the chief tie that had kept them together was the common dread which all felt of the aggression of the enterprising French governors at Quebec. It was this fear of the French which had enabled William Pitt to induce them to join loyally in his great scheme for the conquest of Canada. Now that the restraining influence of their dread of France was removed, the colonies were no longer compelled to lean so closely on England. They were rapidly growing in population, wealth, and national spirit. It only required some common provocation to make them forget their petty local jealousies and turn fiercely to defend what they believed to be their rights. This provocation the pedantic George Grenville now proceeded to supply. Grenville had much to say on his side. It was quite fair that the colonies should pay something towards the expenses of the 7 Years' War, which had largely been incurred for their benefit. It was rational that they should be asked to maintain the troops still quartered in America for their protection. And the Stamp Act imposed on them a very small tax, only some few thousands a year. Moreover, Grenville had studied the old precedents and could show clear instances of imperial taxation levied in the past from various possessions overseas. But above the letter of the law, statesmen are responsible to the nation for the wisdom as well as the legality of their actions. It is no excuse for the unwise minister to plead that he has the statute book on his side, if it can be proved that he has common sense against him. It is for this reason that Grenville and his two successors, Grafton and North, are held to have incurred a graver load of responsibility than any other British statesman has ever borne. The main line of protest which the colonists adopted was grounded on a favorite maxim of William Pitt, that, quote, there should be no taxation without representation, end quote. That is, that any persons taxed ought to be represented in Parliament and allowed a share in voting their own contributions. It was, of course, impossible in those days to ask that American representatives should appear in the House of Commons, an idea which the remoteness of their country and the slowness of communication with it rendered absurd. What the colonists therefore meant was that, being unrepresented, they ought not to be taxed. They were growing so strong that they would no longer endure to be treated as mere dependencies and governed solely for the benefit of England. Serious trouble would have ensued if George Grenville had been able to persist in his schemes, but he was overthrown in 1765 by the machinations of George III, who bade the 80 or 90 King's friends in the Commons to vote against him and combine with the opposition Whigs to turn him out of office. Grenville was evicted and dismissed. He was replaced by a new combination of Whig clans. The new cabinet was formed by the junction of the Marquis of Rockingham and the Duke of Grafton, to whom the old Duke of Newcastle was for the moment allied. Lord Rockingham was a more moderate man than Grenville, though a less able one. He disliked trouble, and to silence American complaints took the very wise step of repealing the Stamp Act. But the Rockingham administration lasted only a year, for in 1766 the king's friends once more received orders from their master to overthrow the cabinet of the day. Rockingham was left in a minority and forced to lay down his seals, and a second Whig faction had felt the weight of King George's hand. The next ministry marked a new shifting of the political kaleidoscope. Pitt, who had been out of place since 1761, was now invited by the king to take office. He consented, believing, as he always did, that he was the one man able to administer the British Empire. To fill up his cabinet, he chose some of the younger Whig leaders who were ready to serve under him from their admiration for his personality. The chief of them were the Duke of Grafton and Lord Shelburne. But the Pitt-Grafton ministry lasted for a few months only. Pitt was growing old and his powers were weakening. He felt the hard work of the House of Commons too much for him, and on taking office retired to the House of Lords as Earl of Chatham, July 1766. But even there the strain overtaxed his strength. Less than a 12-month after he had taken office, he was stricken down by illness, which took the form of brain trouble. He grew incompetent to transact any business, and the cabinet which he had formed passed entirely under the control of his colleague, the Duke of Grafton. The ministry of the Duke of Grafton proved the most disastrous that England has ever known, with the single exception of that of Grafton's immediate successor, Lord North. It was this Whig administration that finally renewed the struggle with America, which had been suspended since the repeal of the Stamp Act. With the Duke's assent, Charles Townshend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, brought in a bill for raising in America duties on tea, glass, paper, and painters' colors. The whole was to bring in about £40,000 a year. Like the Stamp Act, this measure distinctly affirmed the right of England to tax her colonies without their consent. The Americans remembered that their previous resistance had been crowned with success and commenced an agitation against the new act. A brisk fire of petitions was kept up by the Houses of Representatives of the various colonies, who besought the king, both publicly and privately, the House of Commons, and the ministers to remove the tax, restating their old theory of, quote, no taxation without representation, end quote. Moreover, the colonies began formally to correspond with each other and to find that the same spirit of discontent prevailed in all, a fact very ominous for the home government. At the head of the 13 colonies was Massachusetts, whose capital, Boston, was the largest town in America and a very thriving port. Its seafaring population had the greatest objection to the new customs duties. Mobs were continually filling the streets to demonstrate against England, and as early as 1768, the rioting grew serious. In 1770, Boston saw the first bloodshed in the American quarrel. A party of soldiers, stoned by a mob till they could no longer keep their temper, fired and shot 4 or 5 rioters. This, quote, massacre, end quote, as the colonists called it, brought the bitter feeling against England to a head. The Grafton cabinet at home could not at all understand the feelings of the Americans. They supposed that it was the mere amount of the tax that was causing discontent, and contented themselves with pointing out that it was insignificant, not seeing that it was the principle of taxation, not the small sum actually levied, that was exasperating the colonists. But the Duke and his followers were not to see the end of the matter. In 1770, their day of reckoning with their master, the king, had arrived. George III had been perpetually increasing his band of followers in the Commons, and the new Tory party was grown large enough not only to hold the balance between two Whig cliques, but to make a bid for power on its own account. The Grafton ministry fell before a double assault. Pitt, whose health had now recovered so far that he was able to appear in his seat in the House of Lords, was thundering at them for their misconduct of American affairs. But another difficulty was far more actively operative in their overthrow. The irrepressible John Wilkes had returned from France, had stood for the county of Middlesex, and had been elected. The cabinet declared him ineligible on account of his old outlawry, and made the House of Commons expel him. Nothing daunted, Wilkes appeared as a candidate again and was re-elected. Then Grafton and his majority enacted that the defeated opponent of Wilkes, who had received only 300 votes, was the legitimate member for Middlesex. This iniquitous step roused public feeling. It was said that liberty was at an end if the ministry could appoint members of Parliament in defiance of the votes of the electors. Even Charles I, in his worst days, had not falsified the results of elections as the Whigs of Grafton's party were doing. Stormed at by Pitt, scurrilously libeled by the able but malignant political writer who signed himself Junius, hooted down by the mob of London, and abandoned by the king's friends, in his moment of distress, Grafton resigned. It was generally thought that another Whig ministry would appear on the scene, probably an alliance between Pitt and Lord Rockingham. This, however, was not to be so. The king had been counting up his forces. Having upset in succession 4 different Whig ministries, he now thought himself strong enough to renew the experiment which he had tried in Bute's day. Accordingly, the nation was surprised by the news that George had made Lord North prime minister. North was a parliamentary jobber of the same type as Newcastle. He was a good-natured, indolent man of limited intelligence, but shrewd and businesslike. He made his bargain with the king and undertook to carry out his policy. He was the tool, George the hand, that guided it. End of section 75. Section 76 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 35, George III and the Whigs, the American War, 1760 through 1783. Part 3. For the next 12 years, 1770 to 82, George ruled the nation according to his own ideas and led it into the most slippery paths. His compact body of king's friends, aided by mercenary helpers from among the Whigs, preserved a constant majority in Parliament under the astute management of North. The old Whig clans raged in impotent wrath, but could not shake the ministry. Their expulsion from power had one good effect. It taught them to put some reality into their old assertion that they were the people's friends and the guardians of constitutional liberty. In their day of adversity, they began to advocate real reforms, though in 50 years of power they had executed none. The younger men among them, such as the eloquent Edmund Burke, began to stir the questions of constitutional reform which were to be brought into play later on as the new principles of the Whig party. They denounced parliamentary corruption, ministerial jobbing, and attacks on the liberty of the press, or the rights of the constituencies. Hints were dropped that the old rotten boroughs must be abolished and more members given to the populous counties and cities. But while the Whigs were talking of reforms, North and his master were actually engaged in bringing a much more exciting topic to the front. In 4 years, they succeeded in plunging England into a desperate war with her transatlantic colonies. The new ministry was determined to persevere with the old scheme of the Grenville and Grafton cabinets for taxing America. North, under his master's orders, remitted the taxes on paper and glass, but insisted on retaining that on tea. His persistence led to open violence in America. In 1773, a mob disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded the tea ships in Boston Harbor and cast the chests into the sea. The local authorities pretended that they could not discover the rioters. In high wrath, the government resolved to punish the whole city of Boston. North produced a bill for closing its harbor to all commerce and compelling the ships that had been wont to trade with it to go to the neighboring port of Salem. This unwise and arbitrary bill was followed by another, yet more high-handed, which annulled the charter of the state of Massachusetts, depriving it of its House of Representatives and making it a crown colony, to be administered by government officials and judges sent out from England. This punishment far exceeded anything that the people of Boston had earned by their rioting, and made all the other colonies tremble for their own liberties. The Massachusetts Government Act was the last straw which broke down the patience of the Americans. The representative bodies of all the colonies passed votes of sympathy with the people of Boston and ordered a general fast. Soon after, they all resolved to send deputies to a General Congress at Philadelphia in order to concert common measures for their defense against arbitrary government. This body, which had no legal status in the eye of the law, proceeded to act as if it were the central authority in North America. It issued a Declaration of Rights, which set forth the points in which the liberties of the colonies were supposed to have been infringed, but it also took the strong step of declaring a kind of blockade against English commerce by forbidding Americans to purchase any goods imported from the mother country. In view of this threatening aspect of affairs, Lord North began to send over troops to America, foreseeing that a collision might occur at any moment. He was not wrong. While fruitless attempts were being made to pacify the offended colonists without giving in to their demands, actual war broke out. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts, while abolished by royal mandate, had migrated to Concord and resumed its sittings there. Seeing that this act of contumacy must lead to an attempt to dissolve it by force, it called out the local militia and began to collect munitions of war. General Gage, the governor of Boston, on hearing of this, sent out 800 men to seize and destroy these stores. This force was fired on by a small body of Massachusetts militia at Lexington, where the first blood shed in the war was spilt. After burning the stores, the British troops started to march back, but were set upon by the levies of the district, who kept up a running fight for several hours and drove the regulars into Boston with a loss of 200 men. April 19, 1775. This skirmish proved the beginning of a general war. When the news spread, all the colonies sent their militia into the field, and the Congress at Philadelphia formally assumed supreme authority and named a commander-in-chief. This was George Washington, a Virginia planter who had seen much service in the last French War and was almost the only colonist who possessed a good military reputation. No choice could have been better. Washington was a staid, upright, energetic man, very different from the windy demagogues who led the rebellion in most of the colonies. His integrity and honesty of purpose made him respected by all, and his readiness of resource and unfailing cheerfulness and perseverance made him the idol of the willing but undisciplined bands who followed him to the field. Ere Washington reached the seat of war in Massachusetts, a battle had been fought. The colonists were defeated, but not discouraged, for at the fight of Bunker's Hill, June 17, 1775, they maintained their entrenchments for some time against the regulars, and were only beaten out of them after a very stiff combat. General Gage, a very unenterprising man, was so disheartened by the losses of his troops that he did not follow up his victory and allowed Washington to reorganize the beaten colonists and blockade Boston. The struggle was now bound to be fought out to the end. When the Congress sent to London the Olive Branch Petition, a last attempt at a peaceful settlement, the king bade Lord North return it unanswered, as coming from a body which had no legal existence. The small regular army of England, some 40,000 men scattered all over the world, was obviously unable to cope with so great a rebellion, so the government had to begin raising new regiments and enlisting Hessian and Hanoverian auxiliaries in Germany. While these new forces were being got ready, a whole year was consumed in preparation. The Americans had all their own way. In March 1776, the royal troops were forced to evacuate Boston, the only stronghold that they held in the colonies. 3 months later, the Congress took the decisive step of throwing off all allegiance to England by publishing the Declaration of Independence and forming the 13 colonies into a federal republic, July 4th, 1776. Very shortly after, the English reinforcements began to appear, and General Howe, with 20,000 men, landed on Long Island in the state of New York. For a moment, it appeared as if the rebellion would collapse before this formidable army. Howe beat Washington at the Battle of Brooklyn, August 1776. He retook New York and then landed on the mainland and overran New Jersey. The colonial army disbanded in utter dismay, and only 4,000 or 5,000 men kept together under Washington. But in the moment of victory, the English began to realize the difficulty of their task. The land was everywhere hostile and could only be held down by garrisons scattered broadcast. But America was so vast that enough men could not be found to garrison every port and city. When Howe began to distribute his men in small bodies, Washington swept down upon these isolated regiments and destroyed them. The English general was forced to halt and to send home for yet further reinforcements. He was not denied them, for George III had set his heart on teaching the rebellious colonists that he could not be defied with impunity. While Howe was sent fresh regiments and ordered to take Philadelphia, a new army of 8,000 men was dispatched to Canada under General Burgoyne and bidden to march by Lake Champlain and the Hudson River to attack the colonies in the rear. Meanwhile, a third force from New York was to ascend the Hudson and lend a helping hand to Burgoyne. Half of this plan only was executed. Howe won the Battle of Brandywine over Washington and took Philadelphia, but Burgoyne failed lamentably. The distance he had to cover was too great. After struggling with difficulty across the wilderness that divided Canada from the States, he found himself with a half-starved army at Saratoga. Here he was beset by all the militia of the New England states under General Gates. They outnumbered him by 2 to 1 and held strong positions in the woods and hills which he could not force. The troops from New York failed to come to his aid. His retreat on Canada was cut off, and after hard fighting, he laid down his arms with 5,000 starving men, the remnant of his much-tried army. October 17th, 1777. The news of the surrender at Saratoga flew all round the world and had the most disastrous consequences. Judging that England had at last involved herself in a fatal struggle, her old enemy France resolved to take her revenge for all that she had suffered in the 7 Years' War. The ministers of the young king, Louis XVI, thought that they might now win back Canada and India and shatter the commercial and colonial supremacy that Britain had gained by the Treaty of Paris. In December 1777, France recognized the independence of America. In February 1778, she declared war on England. Spain, bound as of old by the family compact of the Bourbons and eager to win back Minorca and Gibraltar, followed suit in the next year. Holland was added to our enemies in 1780. The interference of France profoundly modified the face of the war. Instead of a mere local struggle between England and her colonists, it became a general contention all over the world for the same prize that had been disputed in the 7 Years' War, the Empire of the Sea. But this time, England had not only to fight her old foes, but her own children. Moreover, she was deprived of the aid of Frederick of Prussia, the most useful of allies in the old contest, for, disgusted by the conduct of Bute and George III in 1762, he refused to hear of any renewed alliance with England. Nothing could have been more difficult than the problem which England had now to face. With all her disposable army overseas in America, she found herself threatened by an invasion at home and saw her possessions all over the world beset by France and Spain. Gibraltar and Minorca, the West Indies, and all our other outlying posts were held by garrisons of wholly inadequate strength. The fleet, which, owing to the continental character of the American struggle, had been hitherto neglected, was suddenly called upon to act as our main line of defense and proved too small for its task. King George was as obstinate and courageous as he was narrow-minded. With a firm resolution that was admirable but unwise, he stood forth to face the whole world in arms without yielding an inch. It was in vain that the aged William Pitt, whom the news of foreign war called out from his retirement, came down to the House of Lords to speak for reconciliation with America at all costs. He urged that we must not fight our own kith and kin, but seek peace with them and turn all our forces against the foreign foe. After an impassioned harangue, he fainted in his seat in the House and was carried home to die. May 11th, 1778. The French commenced the war by sending supplies and money to America. Soon after, they dispatched a fleet and an army to the same quarter. This had a marked effect on the face of the war. The English lost in 1778 all their strongholds in the colonies except the island city of New York. But this reverse only led the king to try a new attack on the Americans. The southern states of Georgia and Carolina were known to be less zealous for the cause of American independence than the other colonies, and to contain many loyalists. It was resolved to transfer the English army to this quarter. 1779. Accordingly, Lord Cornwallis, an able and active officer, was charged with the invasion of the South. For a time the English carried all before them. They took Savannah and Charleston and overran all Georgia and South Carolina. Many of the loyal colonists took arms in their favor, and it seemed that England would save at least a part of her ancient inheritance. The American government was much alarmed and sent southward all its disposable troops headed by Gates, the victor of Saratoga. But Cornwallis beat this large army at Camden, August 1780, and added North Carolina to his previous conquests. But with a mere 10,000 men scattered all over 3 vast states, he was unable to maintain any very firm hold on the country, and his flanks and rear were harassed by predatory bands of partisans who slipped round to raise trouble behind him. He treated these guerrillas as brigands and shot some of them when captured, a proceeding which served no end but to exasperate the Americans. Persevering in his ideas of conquest, Cornwallis in 1781 collected his army and, leaving a very scanty garrison behind him, set out to invade Virginia. He beat the Americans at Guilford Courthouse, March 15th, and chased Lafayette, a young French officer who was commanding the colonists in this quarter, into the interior of Virginia. But finding his army worn out with long marches and incessant fighting, he dropped down onto Yorktown, a seaport on the peninsula of the same name, to recruit himself with food and reinforcements from the English fleet, which had been ordered to meet him there. This march to Yorktown ended in a fearful disaster. Cornwallis found no ships to welcome him. A French squadron had intercepted Admiral Graves when he set out from New York. Outnumbered by 3-2, Graves retired after a slight engagement, and it was the Frenchman de Grasse who now appeared off Yorktown to blockade instead of to succor the harassed English troops. At the same time, Washington, with a powerful American army reinforced by 6,000 French, appeared on the land side and seized the neck which joins the York Peninsula to the Virginian mainland. Thus, Cornwallis was caught in a trap between Washington's army and the fleet of de Grasse. He made a desperate attempt to escape by breaking through the American lines, but when it failed, was forced to surrender for want of food and ammunition with 4,500 men, the remnants of the victorious Army of the South. With him fell all hopes of the retention of Georgia and Carolina by the British. The feeble garrisons which he had left behind were swept away, and the fortress of Charleston alone remained of all the conquests which he had made. October 1781. New York, in a similar way, was now left as the only British post in the North. Under this disaster, it seemed as if England must succumb, more especially as it was but one of a simultaneous batch of defeats suffered in all corners of the empire. Minorca was captured by the French in the same autumn after a vigorous defense. All the West India Islands, save Jamaica and Barbados, suffered the same fate. In India, a French fleet under Dussifren was hovering off the coast of Madras, while at the same time Hyder Ali, a famous military adventurer who had made himself ruler of Mysore, invaded the Carnatic from the inland, cut an English army to pieces, and ravaged the country up to the gates of Madras. At home, too, matters were looking very dark. The dull and reactionary government of North had been suffering a stormy trial. In 1780, the strange and fantastic Gordon riots had seemed for a moment to shake the foundations of society in London. Lord George Gordon, a fanatical and half-crazed member of Parliament, had stirred up an agitation against some bills for the relief of Romanists which had come before the lower house. He raised a mob which burnt many Catholic chapels, destroyed the houses of unpopular persons, and then turned to indiscriminate plunder. The ministry and the magistrates showed a strange weakness before this outburst of anarchy, and it was left to King George himself to order the troops to act against the mob and get the streets cleared by the prompt shooting of plunderers. In Ireland, things were far more dangerous. In the absence of the regular army, the ministry had permitted the Protestants of Ireland to form volunteer corps for the protection of the island from French invasion. But the volunteers, finding themselves the only force in the land, proceeded to follow the example of America by agitating for the complete parliamentary freedom of Ireland and the repeal of Poynings Act, which subjected the Irish to British legislature. It was only their fear of their own Catholic countrymen which kept them from demanding separation, and all through 1781-82 an open rebellion seemed possible at any moment. Nor had England a single soldier to spare to repress such a rising. Indeed, the trouble only ended by the complete surrender of the English government. North's successors, in May 1782, granted the Irish the home rule they demanded, and for 18 years, 1782 to 1800, the Irish legislature was completely independent of that of Great Britain. The general breakup of the British Empire seemed possible and even probable in 1782, but two great victories saved it. Admiral Rodney, on April 12th, met the French fleet in the West Indies and inflicted a crushing defeat on it off St. Lucia, capturing his opponent, de Grasse. This restored English maritime supremacy in America and led to the recovery of most of the lost West India Islands. A similar triumph in waters nearer home followed in the autumn of the same year. A great French and Spanish army and fleet had been besieging Gibraltar since 1779. It made its final attack in September 1782, bringing up vast floating batteries to compete with the artillery of the Rock. But General Elliot, the indefatigable governor of the place, destroyed all these cumbrous structures with red-hot shot, and a few days later an English fleet under Lord Howe arrived and relieved the long-beleaguered garrison. 6 months before the relief of Gibraltar, Lord North, seeing all things round him in disaster and sensible that the king's policy was no longer possible, laid down office. To his grief and humiliation, George III was forced to call his enemies the Whigs into power and to surrender the administration of affairs to them. A Whig cabinet under Lord Rockingham was formed, which immediately made overtures of peace to the United Colonies, conceding complete independence. The Americans were half bankrupt and wholly tired of the war. They accepted the terms with alacrity, and to the disgust of their French allies, made peace in April 1783. This left France and Spain committed to a war which was no longer going in their favor. England had reasserted her old maritime supremacy and seemed very far from crushed, but she was so disheartened that it was well known that she would make vast concessions to end the war. The Allies consented to treat and granted the new Whig ministry comparatively easy terms. England ceded Minorca and Florida to Spain, and St. Lucia and Tobago, Senegal, and Goree to France, besides restoring the Indian factories of the French. So, by the Treaty of Versailles, September 1783, ended the disastrous War of American Independence. End of Section 76.
Section 77 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. Mackiner. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 36. The Younger Pitt and the Recovery of English Prosperity, 1782 to 1793, Part 1. Results of the War. When England bowed before the force of circumstances and concluded peace with America, France, Spain and Holland in 1783, she had touched the lowest point of weakness which had been her lot since the 15th century. Peace had been imposed by victorious enemies after a fruitless struggle of 8 years. English armies had grown accustomed to defeat. English fleets could barely hold their own upon the seas. Money had been spent with a lavish hand, and the national debt was doubled. As a result of all her efforts, England had not only to surrender smaller possessions all over the world, but to witness the loss of her great Western Empire, the 13 colonies which had been the pride of her statesmen and one of the main outlets of her commerce. A blow such as the loss of America seemed likely to be fatal to England. Not only was her prestige gone, and her pride humbled, but she was left with her finances in an apparently hopeless condition of exhaustion, and her internal politics in a state of complete disintegration. King George's great experiment in autocratic government had completely failed. He had led the nation into disaster and bankruptcy. His ministry had been struck down by the course of events, the irrefutable logic of the American War. Lord North had retired, his master had been forced to own himself beaten, and to make over the conduct of the realm to a Whig ministry. But the Rockingham cabinet was evidently a mere stopgap. George's skilful policy of the last 20 years had so divided and broken up the Whig party that it was difficult to reconstitute a strong cabinet from its remnants. When peace with America and France had been secured, that peace being the one great mandate which the nation had given to the Whigs, it seemed likely that the perennial jealousies of their cliques and clans would once more wreck the party, and that the king, with his steady power of intrigue, his pension list and his power of patronage, would succeed in placing some second North in office. Changed character of the Whigs. The Whigs, however, were no longer their old selves. The great effect of their 12 years' exile from power had been to teach the better men of the party to detest the old methods of parliamentary corruption and family jobbery which they had learnt from Walpole and Newcastle. The Whigs had failed to realise the hatefulness of these practices when employed by themselves, but when their own engine was turned against them by the king, they began to see its shame. That the party which professed to represent the people and to forward the immortal principles of the Revolution should ground its power on official bribery and corruption was humiliating to the better men in the Whig camp. Hence it came that the nobler spirits among them resolved to protest against the old methods, and to claim that the victory of their party over the king in 1782 should result in something more than a distribution of the loaves and fishes of office among their partisans. Unhappily, however, much of the old leaven of corruption still hung about the Whigs, and the section which represented it was just about to perpetrate the worst piece of jobbery which their party ever committed. Death of Lord Rockingham, the Shelburne Ministry. The one thing in which all sections of the Whigs could agree was dislike of the royal influence, as employed by George III. The first end, therefore, which the Rockingham cabinet set before itself was to cut down the means of corruption which the king possessed. The pension list was diminished, no single person was to be allowed to draw more than £300, the Secret Service funds in the royal hands were cut down, and a certain number of the useless and expensive offices about the court abolished. This was all very well so far as it went, but much more was needed, and it was very uncertain how much time would be granted to the new Whig ministers to carry out further reforms. Their leader, Lord Rockingham, died suddenly in July 1782, long ere the formal treaties of peace with France and Spain had been signed. He was a man of slender abilities, but honest and popular, and able to keep his party together. On his death, the old clan rivalries of his followers burst once more into life. The king sent for Lord Shelburne, the leader of the Liberal and Reforming party among the Whigs, and offered him the premiership. But Shelburne was viewed with bitter dislike by many of the Whig chiefs. His sharp tongue and his love of intrigue made him many foes, and when he took office they refused to serve under him. On the mere ground of personal jealousy and resentment, the larger half of the party went into opposition and joined the Tories. Not only the old family cliques that represented the corrupt and selfish Whigs of an earlier day, but many of the younger men, who called themselves the Friends of Liberty and Reform, took this suicidal step. Among them was Charles James Fox, the most able and open-minded man in the party, but irregular in his private life, a gambler and a lover of the bottle, somewhat tainted with the failings of a political adventurer, and too factious to be altogether honest in his actions. Fox had been a Tory in his earlier years, but had quarrelled with Lord North in 1772, and after that date had joined the opposition, become one of its chiefs, and been the first to favour peace with America. William Pitt the Younger. Shelburne took office, therefore, with a comparatively weak following. So many of the old leaders had refused to aid him that he was constrained to give the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer and Leader of the House of Commons to a young man of 23, William Pitt, the second son of the great Earl of Chatham. This appointment, startling though it appeared, was a very wise one. The younger Pitt was the most remarkable man of his age. He had inherited from his father high principles, an enthusiastic belief in the future of England, and a sympathy for the cause of reform. He had been reared as a Whig, but had no sympathies for the old parliamentary jobbing and corruption of the party. His personal integrity was as great as that of his father, and his hatred of intrigue and bribery even greater. Though quite new to the House of Commons, he made a sensation on his first appearance in it, which showed that men saw that the mantle of his father had fallen upon his shoulders. His self-confidence and belief in his own powers were as great as those of Chatham had been, but he was devoid of the theatrical pomposity which had sometimes marred the effect of his parents' eloquence. As Chatham had believed himself the destined saviour of England from the dangers of foreign war, so it was his son's aim and end to deliver England from internal faction, and to build up a great constitutional party which should combine loyalty to the Crown with liberal and progressive legislation. This party, as Pitt imagined, would consist of the more enlightened Whigs, the section of the party which had once followed his father, and now obeyed Shelburne. That it would ever grow to be known as the Tory party would at this moment have been beyond his comprehension. Fall of Shelburne. The Shelburne ministry only held office for 9 months, July 1782 to April 1783. From the first it was doomed to fall before the hostility of the Whig opposition. It survived long enough to ratify the final conclusion of the peace negotiations which the Rockingham cabinet had begun, but it fell before a factious motion of Fox, who moved a vote of censure on the very reasonable and moderate terms on which peace had been bought from France. This motion was supported by the ominous combination of the old Tory supporters of Lord North with the discontented sections of the Whig party. It drove Shelburne to instant resignation. Fox and North combine. But no one could have foreseen the strange sequel to this vote. To the surprise of all save those who were in the secret, it was suddenly announced that Fox and North were about to unite their forces, not for a single division, but for a permanent alliance. Lord North seems to have imbibed in his long tenure of power, from 1770 to 1782, a craving for office at any price. Seeing that the king was too weak for the moment to replace him in his old seat, he plotted an unnatural union with his foes, the Whig clans. He could command the allegiance of that section of the Tories who cared more for place and power than for their loyalty towards the Crown, of the men who had aided King George from purely personal and corrupt motives. Now he offered Fox and the Duke of Portland, the Whig leaders, the invaluable aid of this solid phalanx of votes if they would admit him into their alliance. Having no political aims or principles of his own save a desire to possess power and patronage, he could undertake to fall in with any schemes that they might desire. To their great discredit, the Whigs closed eagerly with this immoral proposal, and took North into partnership, though they had been spending the last 10 years in vehement abuse of his methods of government and his mean subservience to the king. The Coalition Ministry. Hence came into existence the Coalition Ministry of April 1783, in which the followers of North and Fox sat together under the nominal control of the Duke of Portland, one of the chiefs of the old Whig families. The cynical immorality of the combination displeased everyone. The king was enraged with his old hireling North for leading away half the Tories to join the hated Whig oligarchs. The nation was puzzled and disgusted to see men who had so often abused each other combining from no better motive than mere lust for power and office. But unpopular though the new cabinet was, it was for the moment supreme in Parliament by means of its overwhelming majority of votes. Pitt's Reform Bill rejected. The continued existence of the coalition government would probably have led to a return to the ancient corruption of Walpole and Newcastle. What the principles of the new Whig administration were was sufficiently shown by the fate of a Reform Bill, to abolish rotten boroughs and increase the representation of populous districts, which William Pitt brought forward in the summer of 1783. The ministry frowned on a measure which would diminish their power to buy votes, and the bill was rejected by a majority of 144. But fortunately for England, the coalition was not to last for long. It fell partly because of its unpopularity with the nation, and partly because the king tried against it the last of his autocratic methods of interfering with politics. Fox's India Bill. In November 1783, Fox brought in a bill for rearranging the government of our Indian possessions, a measure which had become necessary in consequence of changes in that country, which we shall have to narrate a few pages later on. The manifest failure of the East India Company to provide for the good administration of the growing empire which was falling into its hands rendered the interference of the home government imperative. Fox produced a bill for taking the rule of our Indian possessions entirely out of the power of the company, which was in the future to confine its activity to commerce alone. All the English officials in India, from the governors of presidencies down to ensigns in the army and clerks, were to be selected by a council of 7 commissioners in London, nominated by Parliament. The names of the 7 were given, and they were all violent partisans of Fox and North. The bill, good in many ways, was liable to censure in the one point that it gave the ministry a fund of patronage, which was certain to be abused. The Fox-North cabinet was nothing if not unscrupulous, and when it got control of the £300,000 of annual patronage which the East India Company possessed, there is no doubt that it would have employed it to forward Whig family jobs and political corruption. An opponent of the bill complained that it took the diadem off the king's head to place it on that of Mr. Fox. Much was also said as to the injustice of stripping the company of its chartered rights. The King and Fox's Bill. The India Bill, however, passed the Commons, and then came before the Lords. To throw it out, the King now took the unprecedented step of sending down to the House a paper written with his own hand, which Lord Temple was to show to such of the peers as he thought fit. It was to the effect that whoever voted for the bill was not only not His Majesty's friend, but would be considered as his enemy. This notice was given to all who wavered or who did not wish to incur the King's personal enmity. It led so many of the weaker Whig peers to abstain from voting that the bill was thrown out by a majority of 19. George's conduct was quite unconstitutional. If it were possible for the King to engage in such an underhand intrigue against his own cabinet, the system of government by responsible ministers became impossible. The coalition resigns. The Whigs revenged themselves by passing a vote through the Commons, stigmatising Lord Temple's conduct in showing the paper as a high crime and misdemeanour. Nevertheless, they had to quit office, though they boasted that they would soon be back again, since George could not find any other ministry to put in their place. December 1783. End of section 77. Section 78 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. Mackiner. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 36. The Younger Pitt and the Recovery of English Prosperity, 1782 to 1793, Part 2. Pitt takes office. They were mistaken, however. The King, ready to dare any expedient that would keep the hated coalition out of power, had offered the position of Prime Minister to William Pitt. The ambitious young statesman accepted the charge and took office, though he could only rely on the support of the Shelburne Whigs, the reforming section of the party, aided by the King's friends, as those of the Tory party who had not followed North were once again styled. The general election. The sight of a Prime Minister of 24, backed by a weak minority, moved the derision of the partisans of Fox and North. They said that they would drive him to resign in 3 weeks, and at once threw out all the bills which he brought before the House. But, instead of resigning, Pitt was resolved to dissolve Parliament and to face a general election. He knew that his own name was great with the nation, and that the coalition was universally detested and condemned. His policy was crowned with enormous success. Almost every borough and county where the election was free and the voters numerous declared against the candidates whom Fox and North recommended. No less than 160 supporters of the coalition lost their seats, and Pitt came back to Parliament with a clear working majority in his favour, March 1784. Pitt and the King. Thus began the long and eventful ministry which was to last for the next 17 years. With the triumph of Pitt, English politics are lifted to a higher level, and lose the mean and petty aspect which they had displayed ever since the days of Walpole. For the first time since the century began, England was in the hands of a minister of a spotless personal integrity, who possessed broad views and a definite political programme. His power was enormous, for, in return for having delivered the king from his hated enemies the Whigs, Pitt was granted the royal support even for measures which his narrow-minded sovereign hardly understood and could not love. George tolerated in him a policy which would have maddened him if it had been pursued by the Whigs. In return, the minister treated the king with a loyalty and a personal regard which were perhaps hardly deserved by his master. The new Tory party. Pitt took from the elder Tories the loyalty which they had degraded into subservience, and from the Whigs the liberal and reforming principles and hatred of corruption which they had preached but not practised. On the basis of the two combined, he strove to build up a party, new in fact, if not in name, from the scattered knots and sections of politicians who had united to oppose the iniquitous coalition of Fox and North. The wonderful success of the earlier years of his administration fixed him firmly in his seat and enabled him to carry out his policy. The financial situation. He found the country still in the depths of the depression caused by the American War, with a deficit of £12 million and a national debt which had just mounted up to what was then considered the crushing sum of £200 million. So low was public credit that consols only stood at 60. Yet in 5 years Pitt could show a prosperous balance sheet, a revenue rapidly increasing without any additional taxation, a scheme, if a faulty one, for extinguishing the national debt, and the 3% at par. The fact was that in 1784 the state of England was not so bad as it appeared. Financially, the American War failed to ruin the country because new sources of wealth were developed exactly at the moment when they were wanted. To replace the comparatively small commercial profit which we had been wont to draw from our lost western colonies, a sudden increase of wealth came flooding in from our new Eastern Empire in India. Nor was this all. Even more important were the new channels of profit opened by the development of our home manufactures. Improved communications. We have already spoken of the symptoms of an approaching development in our domestic industries which were beginning to be felt toward the end of the reign of George II. This movement came to maturity in the earlier years of George III. While the king was wrangling with the Whigs and sowing the seeds of the American War, a revolution was quietly transforming the character of English trade. Between 1760 and 1780, a network of canals had been constructed to connect the centres of manufacturing life. The muddy lanes, which England had hitherto called roads, began at last to disappear, and a multitude of turnpike acts created new highways along which traffic could readily make its way. The fast-travelling coach superseded the lumbering stage wagons which had crept from town to town. Development of the North. Along the new roads and canals rolled a vastly increased volume of trade. The great discovery of the last reign, that iron might be smelted with coal, made northern England, where coal and iron lie side by side, a great manufacturing district instead of a thinly peopled range of moors, and before the century was out, Yorkshire and Lancashire had become the most important industrial centres in the realm. Mechanical inventions. A few years after the expansion of the iron industry came the growth of textile manufactures, fostered by the new discoveries made by Watt and Arkwright. The former, a Glasgow instrument maker, began the application of steam to the setting of machinery in motion. The latter, a barber at Bolton, perfected the details of that machinery and showed that it was possible to do quickly and accurately with iron what had hitherto been done slowly and more clumsily with human fingers. Where previously the spinner and weaver co-operated with the precarious motive power of running water, the new mills, working by steam and able to establish themselves wherever coal was to be found, made their appearance. Thus the price of production was enormously lessened, and English woven goods became able to underbid any others in the markets of the world. For as yet no other nation had learnt the use of steam and machinery, and England had a monopoly of the new inventions. Our linen, woolen and cotton manufactures were increasing with an astounding rapidity, and wealth and population mounted up by leaps and bounds. It is true that the new factory system was to lead to many social troubles and miseries. In the haste to grow rich, the mill owners took little thought of the bodily or moral welfare of their workmen. In the new centres of population, the lower classes were crowded together in narrow and unhealthy streets, forced to work too many hours a day, and grievously stinted in their wages as competition grew fierce. But these evils were only beginning to develop, while the rush of wealth produced in the new industries was apparent at once. Improved agriculture. Moreover, the growth of manufactures had stimulated other sources of prosperity. The increased population called for a larger food supply, and therefore forced agriculture to develop. Waste and moor were everywhere being ploughed up, to raise corn for the new thousands who annually swelled our ranks. It is said that more new ground was taken into cultivation in the years between 1760 and 1780 than in the whole century which preceded them. Thus the landholding classes shared in the prosperity of the manufacturers. Nor was it only in the quantity of new corn-bearing land that progress was seen. The older acres also were cultivated with improved methods, and brought forth double their former produce. Growth of wealth. The growth of manufactures and the development of agriculture were enough in themselves to account for the marvellous ease with which England bore the burdens imposed upon her by the American War. So greatly was the national wealth increased, that losses which had seemed ruinous at the time were forgotten in 10 years. The £120 million of debt incurred in the struggle were no longer a nightmare to Chancellors of the Exchequer. It became evident that the country had suffered no incurable wound in the disastrous struggle with America, France, and Spain. Pitt's financial and commercial policy. Pitt, then, fell upon a fortunate time when he took office in December 1783. But we must not deprive him of the full credit of restoring the prosperity of English finance. It is a great title to praise that he saw the bright side of things when other men were hopeless. And it must be remembered that his own enlightened conduct of affairs had much to do with the improved condition of the country, for he was far ahead of his contemporaries in his knowledge of finance and political economy. First of all English statesmen, he had studied the laws of wealth and the workings of international commerce. He had found an inspiration in Adam Smith's celebrated book, The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, and from it had convinced himself that free trade was the true policy of England, and that the old and narrow commercial policy of restriction and protection was radically unsound. In all his legislation he bore this principle in mind, and the realm profited thereby to no small extent. End of section 78. Section 79 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. Mackiner. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 36. The Younger Pitt and the Recovery of English Prosperity, 1782 to 1793, Part 3. Peace abroad. The first 10 years of Pitt's rule, 1783 to 1792, were a time of profound peace, both at home and abroad. Though his foreign policy was not weak or vacillating, the young Premier avoided all collisions with our neighbours. A slight difficulty with Spain in 1789, about our colony on Vancouver's Island in the North Pacific, is hardly worth mention. The Whigs powerless. Meanwhile, Pitt's ascendency at home was complete. The disgrace of the coalition still hung over the parliamentary opposition. There seemed to be hardly any reason for the longer existence of the old Whig party, which followed Fox, Burke, and Sheridan. The popular principles on which they had always pretended to rest had now been adopted by the opponent whom they styled a Tory. The opposition in the years 1783 to 1793 was factious rather than honest. The Whigs had to see measures, which they could not but approve, carried by their political enemy, or else to withstand them on the inadequate ground of pure party spite. The spectacle of a conscientious and enlightened minister, opposed by men who could find no real fault with his principles or measures, disgusted the nation, and the Whig party sunk into a disrepute which proceeded from a general belief that it was insincere. Not least among the causes of its ill odour with the country was the close connection of its leaders, Fox and Sheridan, neither of them men of a high moral reputation, with the Prince of Wales. For the young prince's dissolute habits, wanton thriftlessness, and unfilial conduct towards his father rendered him a byword among right-minded men. Yet the only hope of the Whigs returning to office lay in the help of the younger George. He had promised to dismiss Pitt and call Fox to office if ever he were able, and when in 1788 his father was stricken down with a temporary fit of insanity, it seemed that he might be able to carry out his design. But the king recovered before his son had been formally named regent, and the Whigs lost their opportunity. Pitt and foreign trade. The early years of Pitt's domination were a period of active legislation. He took in hand many schemes and brought most of them to a successful end. His enlightened views on free trade were shown by a commercial treaty with France, which took off many prohibitive duties and much increased the commerce between the two countries, 1786. He also attempted to remove all trade restrictions between England and Ireland, but was foiled by the factious Irish Parliament, which refused to ratify the terms which he offered. Smuggling he succeeded in reducing to a low ebb by lessening the exorbitant duties on tea and spirits, so that the excess of profit on smuggled goods was no longer large enough to tempt men to incur the risk of capture. Domestic reforms. We find Pitt abolishing the shocking scandals of public executions at Tyburn, supporting measures for the abolition of the slave trade, repealing most of the ancient legislation against Romanists, and opening the bar and the army to them. He turned the ancient punishment of being sold into slavery on a tropical plantation, which had hitherto been the lot of convicts, into the comparatively mild form of transportation to Botany Bay, the penal settlement in Australia, established in 1788 as our first possession in that continent. The Canada Bill. Of wise and liberal dealing with the colonies, Pitt set an example, which has ever since been followed, in his Canada Bill of 1790. This measure gave a liberal grant of responsible government to that great colony, where so many of the exiled loyalists from the United States had settled down after the war. But perhaps the most important of all the measures of the years 1783 to 1793 were those dealing with India. Pitt had to face not only the problems which had called forth Fox's India Bill, but some further difficulties of a personal kind. A word as to the history of our Indian Empire is required to carry it on from the point where we left it, after Clive's conquest of Bengal and the final rout of the French at Wandewash, 1760. Indian politics. It was impossible for the English to halt in the position which they had then reached. Most especially was it unlikely that they would long bear with the unsatisfactory state of affairs in Bengal and the Carnatic, where the East India Company had taken the Nawabs under their protection and made vassals of them, but had not thought out any scheme for making those princes govern in accordance with English interests and ideas. It was intolerable that we should be responsible for the misrule of effete Oriental despots, while keeping no real control over them, for, except in the suburbs of Madras and Calcutta, we made no pretence to territorial sovereignty. Battle of Buxar. The feeble Muhammad Ali in the Carnatic did no worse than pile up mountains of debt and quibble with the governor of Madras, but Mir Qasim, the Nawab of Bengal, was made of sterner stuff. Resenting all interference of his suzerains in the governance of his realm, he rebelled against the company, and sealed his own fate by massacring 150 English merchants of the factory of Patna. This brought down prompt chastisement. He was driven out of Bengal and forced to take refuge with his neighbour Suraj-ud-Dowla, the Nawab of Oude, who consented to espouse his cause. But at Buxar, Major Munro, with a handful of sepoys, defeated the united armies of the two Mohammedan princes, 1763. This important victory gave England the control of all northeastern India. She enthroned a new Nawab in Bengal, but made him a mere puppet and tool with no real authority. For the future the company administered Bengal and Bahar in its own name, under the authority of a grant from Shah Alam, the powerless Grand Mogul of the day. At the same time, Oude came within the sphere of British influence, for Suraj-ud-Dowla was forced to become our ally and to pay us a subsidy. Clive's reforms. Shortly after this pacification, Lord Clive came out again to India to act as governor of Bengal. His second tenure of power lasted 2 years, 1765 to 1767, and was notable for great improvements which he introduced into the governance of the land. Hitherto the English officials and military commanders had received very low pay, while placed in positions where money-making was easy. Many succumbed to the temptation, and accumulated fortunes by blackmailing the natives, by selling their patronage, or by engaging in private trade. Clive wisely stopped these sources of corruption by raising the salaries of his subordinates, but forbidding them to trade with the country or to receive gifts from natives. His reforms were much resented, and almost led to sedition among the military, but he carried them through with a strong hand, and left the army and civil service much improved and purified. Ill health forced him to return to England in 1767, where some years after he put an end to himself in a fit of depression. Warren Hastings, Governor-General. For the next 6 years our Indian possessions were ruled by men of lesser fame, and were unvexed by foreign wars. But in 1773 a new era began. In that year a Governor-General was for the first time appointed and entrusted with the command of all the 3 presidencies of Bengal, Madras, and Bombay. The first man placed in this office was the greatest who has ever held it, the able and undaunted Warren Hastings. For 12 years this stern ruler maintained the prestige of the English name in India, though he had to face the fearful storm of the American War, which shook the foundations of the British Empire in every part of the world. Not the least of his achievements was that he asserted his own will in every crisis against the strenuous opposition of his factious council, who, headed by Philip Francis, the virulent writer of the Letters of Junius, did their best to thwart every scheme that he took in hand. Execution of Nandu Kumar. Hastings began his rule by placing in English hands all the posts in the administration of justice and the collection of the taxes, which had hitherto been in the charge of natives. This led to increased revenue and pure law. But the Bengalis did not at first understand the methods of the new courts, which in some ways worked harshly enough. When Sir Elijah Impey, the first Chief Justice, hung for forgery the great Calcutta banker Nandu Kumar, Nunkumar, they could only believe that he suffered because he had offended the Governor-General by intriguing with Francis and the other discontented members of Council. Hence came a most unjust accusation against Hastings and Impey of having committed a judicial murder. The Rohilla War. The worst trouble which Hastings experienced was the continual cry for increased dividends with which the directors of the East India Company kept plaguing him. They were not particular as to the way in which money was to be earned, and the Governor-General sometimes tried strange expedients to satisfy them. The worst was the hiring out to Asaf ud Dowlah, the Nawab of Oude, of English troops for use in wars with his neighbours. By such aid, that prince subdued the Rohillas, an Afghan tribe on his northern frontier. The only excuse that Hastings could plead for this undignified traffic was that the Rohillas were a race of plunderers and a public nuisance to northern India, 1774. The Maratha War, 1778. A little later, an attempt to extend the English influence in Western India involved Hastings in a dangerous war. The Bombay government wished to acquire over its neighbours, the Marathas, the same sort of suzerainty which Madras exercised over the Nawab of the Carnatic, and Bengal over the Nawab of Oude. With this object a treaty was concluded with a prince named Raghunath Rao, who claimed to be Peshwa, or head of the Maratha Confederacy, by which he was to be lent troops and to pay in return a large subsidy to the company. But the other Maratha chiefs, headed by Scindia, the most powerful of their race, refused to acknowledge Raghunath, and attacked the company. They utterly defeated the Bombay army, and the credit of the British arms was only saved by a daring experiment of Hastings, who made an English army march from Bengal right across northern India. This force took Gwalior, Scindia's capital, and overran the province of Gujarat. The Marathas made peace, ceding to Hastings the island of Salsette, but the attempt to make them into vassals had distinctly failed, and had to be postponed for 20 years. Hyder Ali. But the greatest danger which Hastings had to face came from the outbreak of the war with France in 1778. It is true that his troops easily captured Pondicherry and the other French settlements, but they could not prevent their enemies from stirring up against them a very dangerous enemy. This was Hyder Ali, a Mohammedan military adventurer who had built up an empire for himself in southern India. He had usurped the throne of his master, the Rajah of Mysore, and had conquered all his neighbours by the aid of a great mercenary army of fanatical Mussulmans. While Hastings was still engaged in the dangerous Maratha War, the French easily induced the ruler of Mysore to interfere in the struggle, for he coveted the rich dominions of our vassal, the Nawab of the Carnatic. Hastings' extortions. Hyder Ali poured his hordes of predatory horse down from the plateau of Mysore into the Carnatic. They swept over the whole country and burnt the villages at the very gates of Madras. Hastings, already involved in one war and vexed by a French fleet under de Suffren, which was hovering about, felt himself at his wits' end for troops and money to resist the 100,000 men whom Hyder had sent against the southern presidency. To raise new resources, he harshly fined Cheta Singh, Rajah of Benares, a vassal prince who was slack in contributing to the war. For failing to give £50,000, the unfaithful Rajah was mulcted in the sum of £500,000. When this was unpaid, Cheta Singh was deposed from his throne. More funds were procured from our ally, the Nawab of Oude, in a not very reputable way. When Hastings asked him for aid, Asaf ud Dowlah answered that he was penniless at the moment because his late father had illegally left the state treasure to the Begums, his widow and mother. He asked permission from Hastings to extract the hoard from the old ladies, and did so by the cruel imprisonment and torture of their servants. Of course the Governor-General was not responsible for the Nawab's methods, but he profited by them. More than £1 million was torn from the Begums, and served to pay the expenses of the Mysore War. Battle of Porto Novo. That struggle, which had begun under such unfavourable circumstances, was finally carried to a glorious end. The veteran Sir Eyre Coote, who had won the Carnatic at Wandewash 20 years before, now saved it by the victory of Porto Novo, July 1781. Hyder's multitudes were routed, and he was driven back into the hills. Next year he died, and the throne of Mysore fell to his son, Tipu Sultan, a cruel and fanatical prince of talents very inferior to those of his father. After 2 years of war, Tipu was constrained to make peace, and to cease from molesting the Carnatic, 1784. Hastings' work was now done. He had saved our Indian Empire by his hard fighting with the Marathas, and the rulers of Mysore, at a time when England, oppressed by war in Europe and America, could give him no aid. He had organised the administration, increased the revenue, and set justice on a firm basis. If some of his acts had been harsh, yet all should have been pardoned him when his difficulties were taken into consideration. Trial of Hastings. But when Hastings came home in 1785, hoping to receive the thanks of the nation and to be rewarded with a peerage, he was woefully undeceived. His enemy Francis had returned from India before him, and had laid before Fox and Burke, the leaders of the Whig opposition, all the doings of the last 10 years painted in the darkest colours. He persuaded them that Hastings was a tyrant and a monster, and moreover that a damaging blow could be dealt to Pitt by impeaching the great governor. For if the Prime Minister defended him, as was likely, he might be accused of protecting guilt and malfeasance. The Whigs therefore demanded with loud cries the impeachment of Hastings, but Pitt, rather to their surprise, granted it. Then began the famous trial of the Governor-General before the House of Lords, which lasted fully 6 years. Accused of having judicially murdered Nandu Kumar, of having illegally sold British troops to the Nawab Asaf-ud Dowlah, and of having cruelly oppressed Cheta Singh and the Begums of Oudh, Hastings was acquitted on every point. But the law expenses had ruined him, and the nation's indifference had soured him, so that he died an unhappy and disappointed man. Pitt's India Bill. Hastings was succeeded as Governor-General by Lord Cornwallis, the victor of Camden and the vanquished of Yorktown. This honest and brave man was set the task of governing India under a new constitution. In 1784 Pitt had passed an India Bill, not very unlike that of Fox. It gave the Crown the supreme power over the Company, making the Governor-General and the Board of Control in London nominees of the Crown. But the Company was still left its patronage, its monopoly of trade, and a certain undefined power over the Governor-General, which led to much trouble in the future. Cornwallis's Indian policy. Cornwallis ruled British India for 7 years, 1786 to 1793, and, though he had gone out with no intention of engaging in wars or aggrandizing the Company's dominions, was driven by the force of circumstances into a policy which was practically identical with that of Warren Hastings. War with Tipu of Mysore. The Sultan Tipu of Mysore, always restless and quarrelsome, made war on all his neighbours, till at last, in 1789, he attacked the Rajah of Travancore, a vassal of the Company. Resolved to crush the Sultan, Cornwallis built up a great alliance with the Nizam, the Mohammedan ruler of the Hyderabad state, and with the chiefs of the Marathas. Standing at the head of this confederacy, the English appeared for the first time as asserting a predominance over the whole peninsula. Neither the Marathas nor the Nizam gave any very material aid towards the suppression of Tipu, but Cornwallis proved able to accomplish it without their assistance. His first advance into Mysore was foiled by lack of provisions, but in the next year, 1791, he forced his way into the heart of Tipu's realm, beat him at the Battle of Arikera, and then stormed the lines of Seringapatam, which covered the Sultan's capital. A few more days' fighting would have put it in the hands of Cornwallis, but when Tipu humbled himself and asked for peace, he was spared. Nearly half his dominions were taken from him, part to be added to the Madras Presidency, part to be given to the Nizam and the Marathas. It was fortunate that Tipu did not delay his attack on the Allies for a few years. If he had waited a little longer, he would have found England deep in her struggle with the French Revolution. As it was, he was so crushed that he gave no trouble for 8 years more. The Perpetual Settlement. Hardly less important than the Mysore War was Cornwallis's well-intentioned but ill-judged measure, the Perpetual Settlement of Bengal. This was a scheme for permanently fixing the land revenue of that province by assessing a fair rent to be paid to the Company, as supreme lord of the soil, which should not vary from year to year, but remain forever at the moderate figure at which it was now settled. But unfortunately Cornwallis did not make the bargain with the ryots or peasants, the real owners of the land, but with the zamindars, a class of hereditary tax collectors who were one of the legacies left to us by the old Mughal rulers of India. As the government made its contract with the zamindar for the rent of each group of villages, and undertook never to ask more from him than a certain fixed amount, it became the interest of this tax-collecting class to screw up the contributions of the villagers to the highest point, as the whole profit went into their own pockets. The rack renting led to a general strike among the peasantry, who agreed to withhold their rents, and to go to law with the zamindars en masse, knowing that they could choke the law courts for years by sending in thousands of appeals at the same moment. The result of this conspiracy, much like one that was seen in Ireland only a few years ago, was to ruin most of the zamindars, who became liable for the land tax to the government and could not raise it while the ryots were fighting them in the courts. In any other country than Bengal, this crisis must have led to agrarian civil war, but the Bengalis preferred litigation to outrages, and affairs ultimately settled down. Later legislation has wisely taken note of the rights of the Ryot, as well as those of the Zamindar, but the pledge of the perpetual settlement has never been broken, and to this day the lands of Bengal pay no more to the Crown than the moderate assessment of 1793, a standing proof that the British government keeps its word. Cornwallis came home in 1794 to find England plunged in the greatest war that she has ever known, that with the French Revolution. End of section 79.
Section 80 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 37, England and the French Revolution, 1789 to 1802, Part 1. The Meeting of the States General. In the year 1789, when Pitt was in the zenith of his power, strong in the confidence of the nation and the king, signs of trouble began to appear across the British Channel, which attracted the attention of all intelligent men. The great French Revolution was commencing. In May 1789, King Louis XVI summoned the States General of France to meet at Versailles in order to consult with him on measures for averting the impending bankruptcy of the realm. It was nearly 2 centuries since the last States General had assembled, and nothing but dire necessity drove the king to call into being the assembly which his despotic ancestors had so carefully prevented from meeting. But France was in a desperate condition. The greedy and autolatrous Louis XIV and the vicious spendthrift Louis XV had piled up a mountain of debts which the nation could no longer support. The existing king, though personally he was mild and unenterprising, had been drawn into the War of American Independence and wasted on it many millions more. The only way out of the difficulty was to persuade the nation to submit to new imposts, and most especially to induce the nobles to surrender their old feudal privilege of exemption from taxation. France under the Ancien Regime. The king and his ministers were only thinking of the financial trouble, but by summoning the States General, they gave the power of speech to discontented France, and found themselves confronted by a much larger problem. The realm had been grossly misgoverned for the last century by a close ring of royal ministers who constituted a bureaucracy of the most narrow-minded sort. Louis XIV had crushed out all local institutions and liberties in order to impose his royal will on every man. The lesser kings who followed had allowed the power to slip from their own hands into those of the close oligarchy of bureaucrats whom the Grand Monarque had organized. France under the Ancien Regime was suffering all the evils that result from over-centralization and red tape. The smallest provincial affairs had to be referred to the ministers at Paris, who tried to settle everything, but only succeeded in meddling and delaying all local improvements. The most hopeless feature of the time was that the nobility and gentry were excluded from all political power by the Parisian bureaucrats, though suffered to retain all their old feudal privileges and exemptions. Thus they were objects of jealousy to the other classes, yet had no share in the governance of the realm or opportunity to temper the despotism of the royal ministers. 2 old medieval abuses survived to make the situation of the country yet more unbearable. Offices of all kinds were openly bought and sold, while taxation was not raised directly by the state, but leased out to greedy tax farmers, who mulcted the public of far more than they paid into the national treasury. Growth of discontent, Voltaire and Rousseau. While the government was in this deplorable condition, public opinion had of late been growing more and more restive. All the educated classes of France were permeated with deep discontent. Ideals of constitutional government, borrowed originally from English political writers, were in the air. The recent alliance with America had familiarized many Frenchmen with republican institutions and notions of self-government. The opposition was headed by the chief literary men of the age. The stinging sarcasms of Voltaire were aimed against all ancient shams and delusions. Nothing was safe from his criticism, and most of all did he ridicule the corrupt Gallican Church with its hierarchy of luxurious and worldly prelates and its bigoted and superstitious lower clergy, while Voltaire was decrying old institutions and teaching men to be skeptical of all ancient beliefs. His younger contemporary, the sentimental and visionary Rousseau, was advocating a return to the state of nature. He taught that man was originally virtuous and happy, and that all evil was the result of overgovernment, the work of priests and kings. He dreamed of a renewal of the Golden Age, and the abolition of laws and states. All men were to be brothers, and to live free and equal without lord or master. Smarting under the narrow and stupid rule of the Ancien Regime, many Frenchmen took these utopian ideas seriously and talked of setting up the reign of reason and humanity. Hence it came that all the claims and aspirations of the French Revolution were inspired by vague and visionary ideas of the rights of man, and demanded the destruction of old institutions, unlike our English agitations for reform, which from the Magna Carta downwards have always claimed a restoration of ancient liberties, not the setting up of a new constitution. The National Assembly. When the dull but well-intentioned Louis XVI had once summoned the States General of 1789, he soon found that he had given himself a master, for the deputies of the Siège État, or Commons, instead of proceeding to vote new taxes, began to clamour for the redress of grievances of all kinds. When the king, like Charles I, threatened to dissolve them, their spokesman answered, "We are here by the will of the people of France, and nothing but the force of bayonets shall disperse us." King Louis was too weak and slow to send the bayonets. He drew back and allowed the States General to organize themselves into a National Assembly and to claim to represent the French nation. Storming of the Bastille. The obvious weakness of the king encouraged the friends of revolution all over France to assert themselves. On July 14, 1789, the mob of Paris stormed the Bastille, the old state prison of the capital, and massacred the garrison. The king made no attempt to resent this riot and murder. Then followed a rapid series of constitutional decrees by which the Assembly, backed by the pikes of the Parisian mob, abolished all the ancient despotic and feudal customs of the realm. It seemed for a moment as if a solid constitutional monarchy might be established, but the king was too feeble, and the reformers too rash and wild. The taint of riot and murder hung about all their doings, and they were constantly calling in the mob to their aid. Foreseeing a catastrophe, the greater part of the French royal family and noblesse fled the realm. Here long the king became little better than a prisoner in his own palace. English sympathy with the Revolution. These doings across the Channel keenly interested England. At first they met with general approval. It looked as if France was about to become a limited monarchy, and as the personal and dynastic ambition of the Bourbons had always been the cause of our wars with them, English public opinion looked with favour on the substitution of the power of the National Assembly for that of the king. It was thought that France, under a constitutional government founded on English models, could not fail to become the friend of England. Pitt expressed in a guarded way his approbation of the earlier stages of the Revolution. Fox became its vehement admirer and panegyrist. He exclaimed that the storming of the Bastille was the greatest and best event in modern history, conveniently ignoring the cold-blooded massacre of its garrison which had followed. The greater part of the Whig party followed their chief and expressed unqualified praise for the doings of the French. Some of the more enthusiastic members of the party visited France and corresponded with the leaders of the Revolution. Others formed political clubs to encourage and support the reformers across the Channel. The reaction, criticisms of Burke. But the mood of generous admiration and universal approval could not last for long. As the Revolution went on developing, while the outbursts of mob violence in France grew more frequent, and the National Assembly plunged into all manner of violence and arbitrary legislation, there began to be a schism in English public opinion. Fox and the more vehement Whigs still persisted in finding nothing to blame across the Channel, explaining the violent deeds of the Parisians as a mere effervescence of the mercurial French temperament. government. But, curiously enough, it was a Whig, and one who never tired of singing the praises of our own Revolution of 1688, who was the first prophet of evil for the French movement. Edmund Burke, Fox's old colleague and ally, was an exponent of that view of constitutional liberty which looked on mob law as even worse than the despotism of kings. He fixed his eyes on the murderous riots in Paris and the spectacle of the humiliation of Louis XVI, not on the fair promises of a golden age made by the milder French reformers. The prospect of anarchy shocked him, and he used his unrivalled eloquence to warn the English nation to have nothing to do with a people of assassins and atheists. When a separation once appears between liberty and law, neither is safe, was his cry. And, unlikely as it appeared at first, Burke was entirely in the right. Nothing which he predicted of the French Revolution could exceed the realities which ere long came to pass. Attempted flight of Louis XVI. The consciousness of their own uncontrolled power was turning the brain of the French Assembly and maddening the Parisian populace. They were irritated but not checked by the weak resistance and futile evasions of Louis XVI. At last they persuaded themselves that the king and the nobility were conspiring to take away their newly won liberties, while in reality Louis and his nobles alike were paralyzed with dread and only thinking of saving themselves. In the summer of 1791, the unfortunate king took the fatal step of trying to escape by stealth from Paris. He stole away in disguise with his wife and children. They had got halfway to the eastern frontier before his absence was discovered. A chance caused his stoppage and discovery at Varennes. He was seized and sent back to Paris, where he was for the future treated as a prisoner, not as a king. Intervention of Austria and Prussia. From this moment it was the fixed belief in France that Louis had been about to fly to Germany in order to incite the despotic monarchs of Austria and Prussia against his country. In the Assembly, the wilder party began to come to the front, preaching republicanism and crying that France could not be saved by constitutional reforms, but required bloodletting. Ere long, the symptoms of violence and anarchy, which had frightened Burke in England, exercised a still stronger effect on the rulers of the continent. Francis of Austria and Frederick William II of Prussia, alarmed as to the republican propaganda in France, and warned by the fate of their fellow king, began to concentrate their armies on the Rhine and to concert measures for putting down the revolution. On learning their plans, the French Assembly declared war on them in April 1792, but at first their raw levies fared ill against the Germans. Defeat, as always in France, was followed by the cry of treason, and on the 10th of August the Parisian mob stormed the Tuileries, slew the king's guards, and called for his deposition. A republic proclaimed. The September massacres. The Democratic National Convention, which now superseded the Assembly, proclaimed a republic after the populace had massacred many hundreds of persons who were rightly or wrongly supposed to be the king's friends, September 2nd, 1792. The convention gave its tacit sanction to these atrocities, in which some of its more violent members were personally implicated. Attitude of Pitt. The news of the September massacres and the proclamation of the Republic cleared up for ever the doubts of the English people as to the character of the French Revolution. Pitt's judicial attitude towards the movement had at last changed. In 1790 he had doubted whether it were good or bad. By 1792 he was convinced that it was dangerous, anarchic, and detestable, but still hoped to avoid coming into actual conflict with it. He was in his heart a peace minister, and it was circumstances, not his own will, which were to make him the fomenter of leagues and confederacies against France for 9 long years of war. When Austria and Prussia invited him to join them in their attack, he at first refused, but he was much disturbed by the bombastic Edict of Fraternity which the convention published, appealing to all the nations of Europe. "All governments are our enemies, all peoples our friends," said this document, and the multitude in every land were invited to overthrow kings and ministers and receive the aid which France would give. Pitt looked upon this as an appeal to anarchy addressed to the discontented classes in England, and was much disturbed when he found that it was welcomed by some of the Whigs of the more popular and democratic section. A small but compact body of these extreme politicians were doing their best to frighten England into a frenzy of reaction by their unwise and unpatriotic conduct. Two clubs called the Corresponding Society and the Constitutional Society were founded in London for the propagation of revolutionary doctrines. They were composed of men of no weight or importance, visionary politicians with a craze for republicanism, men of disappointed ambitions who longed for a political crisis to bring them into notice, mob orators, and such like. These bodies deserved contempt rather than notice, but in view of the doings overseas, they attracted attention, and their noisy declamations in favor of the wilder doctrines of the French Revolution frightened the public. Especially was an outcry raised by the books and pamphlets of the celebrated freethinker and Republican writer Tom Paine, the most blatant apologist of the atrocities in Paris. Panic in England, repressive legislation. The average Englishman was sufficiently disgusted by the language of these home-grown revolutionaries from the first, but when more and more blood was shed in France, a measure of alarm was mixed with his dislike of the noisy clubs. Men began to remember the permanent existence in London of a large body of the dangerous classes. It was easy to assume a connection between the French government, the English revolutionary societies, and the dregs of the London streets, and indeed a few wild spirits do seem to have talked to French agents of foolish plans for starting riots, setting fire to the capital, and seizing the Tower Arsenal in order to arm the mobs who, as they thought, would follow them. But the thousands of rioters and anarchists had no existence save in the brains of the French government and the alarmed and indignant English Tories. Their supposed designs, however, led to an unhappy panic in English legislation. The Habeas Corpus Act was suspended, the right of free meeting restricted, even free speech in a measure fettered, by a wholly unnecessary series of government measures, which were in reality directed against a few hundred silly but noisy fanatics. It was like using a sledgehammer to crush a wasp. The moderate Whigs joined Pitt. Unfortunately, the ultimate effects of this scare were destined to endure throughout the 22 years of the coming war, and even after its end. The atrocities committed by the French revolutionists and the foolish talk of their English admirers were the cause of the cessation of liberal legislation in England for a quarter of a century. Pitt himself, who had hitherto led the party of reform, felt the revulsion. His long series of wise and enlightened bills ceases in 1791, and his name becomes, unhappily, connected with stern and repressive laws of unnecessary severity. But it was not to be wondered at that he should act so, when we find that the larger half of the Whigs, the professors of an exaggerated zeal for liberty and popular government, now joined the Tories. After a continuous existence of a century, the Whig party suffered complete shipwreck. The majority of its members followed Burke in concluding an alliance with Pitt. Only a minority remained in opposition with Fox. In a party division taken before the actual commencement of the French War, Fox was followed by only 50 of his own party when he attempted to oppose a warlike address to the crown. It may be worth noting that this wave of revulsion against the French Revolution is reflected in the English literature of the times. The younger authors of the day, such as Wordsworth and Sophie, are liberal and even republican when they begin to write, but after the worst side of the French movement developed, they rapidly slide into enthusiastic patriotism and denunciations of French anarchy and wickedness. End of section 80. Section 81 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 37, England and the French Revolution, 1789 to 1802, Part 2. Louis XVI executed, France declares war on England. When this was the state of English public feeling, two events conspired to urge the nation into the war for which men had gradually been preparing themselves. The first was the trial and execution of the unfortunate King of France. The Jacobin party, the followers of the bloodthirsty Marat, the blatant Danton, and the coldly ferocious Robespierre were now swaying the Convention. They impeached Louis not so much for any definite acts of his, as to show that they were determined to be rid of monarchy. "The coalized kings of Europe threaten us," said Danton. "Let us hurl at their feet as a gage the head of a king." Louis was sent to the guillotine on the most empty and frivolous charges, January 21st, 1793. His unfortunate wife, Queen Marie Antoinette, followed him thither a few months after. Pitt immediately withdrew the English ambassador from Paris and began to prepare for war. But the actual casus belli was the determination of the French, who had now overrun Belgium, to open the Scheldt and make Antwerp a great naval arsenal. When Pitt protested, the Convention declared war on George III, under the vain belief that the English people would take their side, and overturn Pitt and his master. "The King and his Parliament mean to make war on us," wrote a French minister, "but the Republicans of England will not permit it. Already these free men show their discontent, and refuse to bear arms against their brethren. We will fly to their succor. We will lodge 50,000 caps of liberty in England, and when we stretch out our arm to these Republicans, the tyranny of their monarchy will be overthrown." So on February 8th, 1793 began the Great War, which was to last, with two short intervals, till July 7th, 1815. If England and France alone had been engaged in the struggle, the famous saying about the impossibility of a duel between the whale and the elephant might have been applicable. France, with her new levies just rushing into the field, had an army of something like 500,000 men. The English regular troops available for war overseas were, in 1792, about 30,000 strong. On the other hand, the English fleet had 153 line-of-battle ships, the French only 86. The one nation was almost as superior by sea as the other by land. It was evident that we could only attack the French by land if we had continental allies, while France could not harm us by sea until she had secured assistance from other powers to increase her navy. But if with our limited army we could not hope to equal in the field the legions of France, we had one means of attacking her on land: the use of our power as the richest nation in Europe. Austria, Prussia, and the German states had large armies but little money. England had much money, if few men. Accordingly, it was by liberal subsidies to the military powers of the continent that we from first to last fought France on land. History records 9 separate coalitions which Pitt and his successors drew together and cemented with English gold in order to stay the progress, first of the French Republic, then of the great man who inherited its position. English naval supremacy, Lord Howe's victory. The moment that the war began, the naval supremacy of England enabled her to seize most of the outlying French colonies. At the same time, our fleets moved down to blockade the great naval arsenals of Brest, Toulon, and Rochefort, where the French navy was cooped up. So thoroughly were the hostile fleets held in restraint that there was only one important sea fight in the first 3 years of the war. In the summer of 1794, the Brest squadron came out to convey a merchant fleet, and was caught and completely beaten by Lord Howe on the glorious 1st of June. Vigorous government of the Convention, the Reign of Terror. The years 1793 to 1794 were the hardest part of the war for the French. The coalition against them now comprised England, Austria, Prussia, Spain, Holland, and Sardinia. Assailed on every frontier by foreign enemies, they had also to face a formidable royalist rising in La Vendée and Brittany. Yet the Convention made head against all its foes. The Jacobin faction, headed by the ruthless Robespierre, put a fearful energy into its generals by the summary method of sending every officer who failed to the guillotine. The sanguinary despotism which they exercised was a thing of which the most tyrannical monarch would never have dreamed. They had impeached and slain the Girondists, or moderate republicans, in the summer of 1793. 6 months later, Robespierre, determined to be supreme, had seized and executed his colleague and rival Danton and all his faction. The reign of terror made Paris a perfect shambles. 1,400 prisoners were guillotined in 6 weeks, and Robespierre called for yet more blood. Military success of the French. But these horrors within were accompanied by vigour without. Quickened by the axe hanging over their necks, the generals did their best and finally succeeded in beating back the Allies, whose motley armies failed to cooperate with each other and had no one commander who could direct the whole course of the war to a single end. English reverses in Flanders and at Toulon. England's part in these early years of the war was neither important nor glorious. The Duke of York, the second son of George III, was sent with 20,000 men to aid the Austrians in Flanders, but he was a very incapable commander, got beaten by the French at Hondschoote near Dunkirk, and was forced back into Holland, and at last chased as far as Hanover, 1793–94. Another failure was seen at Toulon in the same year. The royalist inhabitants of that town called in the English to their aid and surrendered its arsenal and fleet, but the place was indifferently defended by General O'Hara and fell back into the hands of the Republicans after a short siege, mainly owing to the ability displayed by a young artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte. The only compensating advantage was that, before evacuating the place, the English were able to burn the French fleet and arsenal. Fall of Robespierre, the Directory. Pitt had said that when all Europe united against a nation of wild beasts and madmen, 2 campaigns would settle the business. But at the end of 1794, things seemed further from a settlement than ever, for the coalition against France, after faring ill in the field, both in Flanders and on the Rhine, began to show signs of breaking up. That this was possible came from the fact that the reign of terror and the domination of the implacable Robespierre were at last ended. The time had come when he and his associates, having guillotined all available royalists and moderates, were reduced to preying upon their own party in their insane desire to find imaginary conspirators against the Republic. Robespierre fell at the hands of the rank and file of the Jacobins, who found the rule of the dictator intolerable when it began to imperil their own necks. Having long shared in his misdoings, they sent him to the guillotine when he began to terrify them. July 1794. Talleyrand, Barrère, Barras, and the other leaders in Robespierre's overthrow were, if less ferocious than their master, full of vices of which he could not have been accused, profligate, venal, and corrupt. But however bad they were, they yet reversed Robespierre's policy. The executions and massacres ceased, and the reign of the guillotine came to an end. The Convention dissolved itself in 1795, and gave place to the government of the Directory, a committee of 5 ministers, of whom Barras was chief. Prussia and Spain acknowledged the Republic. This Directory, though venal and greedy, was a settled government, with which foreign powers could treat, not a gang of bloodthirsty madmen like Robespierre and his crew. When the Jacobin propaganda of murder and massacre was ended, several of the powers of the coalition determined to make peace with France. Prussia and Spain had drawn no profit from the war, and had lost men and money in it. Accordingly, they withdrew their armies and acknowledged the Republic. Holland had been overrun by the French in 1794, after the Duke of York's defeat, and forced to become an ally of her conqueror. Hence the strong and well-equipped Dutch fleet is found for the rest of the war on the side of France. Policy of the Directory. Alliance with Spain. Thus England, Austria, and Sardinia alone remained of the original Confederates, and the war began to grow more like the old struggles in the early years of the century. It ceased to be a war of opinion between England as representing constitutional monarchy and France as representing rampant and militant democracy. We find the Directory taking up the old policy of the Bourbons, claiming the frontier of the Rhine on land, and aiming at breaking the strength of England at sea in order to seize our colonies and ruin our commerce. For the future, the French government was not set on stirring up the London mob and deposing George III, but on fomenting war in India and rebellion in Ireland so as to break our national strength. The likeness of the struggle to the old times of the Family Compact became still more notable when, in 1796, Spain, from reasons of old commercial jealousy, was induced to declare war on England and join France. We had now to face the united fleets of France, Holland, and Spain, a much more formidable task than had hitherto been our lot. Bonaparte in Italy, Treaty of Campo Formio. Things seemed almost desperate for England in 1797 when we lost our last continental allies. The Directory had made Napoleon Bonaparte commander of the army of Italy in 1796. In 2 campaigns that marvelous general overran the Austrian and Sardinian dominions in the valley of the Po, and then pushing on, crossed the Alps and invaded Austria from the south. When he was less than 100 miles from Vienna, the Emperor asked for peace and obtained it from Bonaparte by the Treaty of Campo Formio at the price of surrendering Belgium and Lombardy. October 1797. England threatened with invasion. Thus England was left alone to face France, Holland, and Spain, whose fleets, if united, outnumbered our own. For the next 3 years the safety of England hung on the power of our admirals to keep the junction from taking place. 6 English fleets were always at sea, facing the 6 great naval ports of the Allies, the Texel, Brest, Ferrol, Cadiz, Cartagena, and Toulon. It was clear that if one or more of the blockaded fleets got away and joined another, the English would be outnumbered at the critical point, and if once beaten could not prevent an invasion of England. If only the command of the Channel were lost, there was nothing to prevent the victorious armies that had overrun Germany, Holland, and Italy from coming ashore in Kent or Sussex. Financial panic in England. In return, Pitt called on England for a great effort. The war expenditure was increased to £42 million a year, and every nerve was strained to keep up the fleet. This enormous outpouring of money drained the exchequer to such a degree that public confidence began to fail, and in February 1797 there almost occurred the national disaster of the bankruptcy of the Bank of England. A long and steady demand for hard cash by creditors who feared the worst drained the bank reserve till there was no more gold left. A crash was only staved off by Pitt passing in a single night a bill for suspending payments in gold and for making banknotes legal tender to any amount, so that no one could demand as a right from the bank 5 guineas for his 5-guinea note. This state of things lasted till 1819, when cash payments were renewed. The mutiny at the Nore. But this trouble was nothing compared to the awful danger 3 months later, when the Channel and North Sea fleets burst out into mutiny in April 1797. These mutinies were early examples of the phenomena which we know so well in our own days under the name of strikes. The sailors had suffered greatly from the long blockading service, which kept them perpetually at sea off the French and Dutch ports. Their pay was low, their food bad, and their commanders in many cases harsh and cruel. They had therefore much excuse for themselves when they demanded a better diet, higher pay, a fairer distribution of prize money, and the dismissal of certain tyrannous officers. But the time they chose for their strike was inexcusable, for while they lay idle at the Nore and Spithead, the French and Dutch might have sailed out, joined, and mastered the Channel. At first it was feared that the navy had been corrupted by French principles and was about to declare for a republic and join destroying the enemy, but it was soon found that, with a few exceptions, the men were loyal and only wanted redress of grievances. Pitt wisely granted their demands, and they returned to duty, refusing to follow a few wild spirits who wished to begin a political insurrection. Few or none protested when Parker, the sailor demagogue, was hanged, and the fleet, which had been in mutiny in the summer, went out in the autumn to victory. Battles of Camperdown and Cape St. Vincent. Some weeks after their opportunity was past, the Dutch fleet came out of the Texel, hoping to find the North Sea still unguarded, but Admiral Duncan absolutely annihilated his enemies at the hard-fought Battle of Camperdown, October 1797. Some time earlier, another decisive victory had crushed the Spanish fleet. The Cadiz squadron of 27 line-of-battle ships had slipped out to sea, but Admiral Jervis, well seconded by his great Lieutenant Nelson, followed them and beat them off Cape St. Vincent, though he had only 14 ships with him. This was the most extraordinary victory in the whole war when the disparity of numbers is taken into consideration. The victories of St. Vincent and Camperdown were the salvation of England, for the naval crisis was tided over, and the union of the hostile fleets prevented. During the remainder of the war, the French often threatened invasion, but were never able to get that command of the Channel which they might have seized without trouble during the mutiny at the Nore. The restored dominion of England at sea was all the more important because of the danger in Ireland, which was now impending. Ireland under the Parliament of 1782. Though Ireland had obtained her Home Rule Parliament in 1782, her troubles were as far from an end as ever. The government of the island was still in the hands of the Protestants of the Church of Ireland alone, and the Romanists and Protestant dissenters were still excluded from many political rights. Thus 6/7 of the people had no part in governing themselves, and the 5/7 who were Romanists were even yet subject to many of the repressive laws against their religion passed in the reign of William III, though in 1792 they were at last granted freedom of public worship and allowed to vote for members of Parliament, they could not sit therein. The rule of the Irish Tories was harsh and arbitrary. From the outbreak of the French Revolution onward, they had suspected, and with justice, that the French would endeavour to raise trouble in Ireland, for there alone in the British Isles was to be found a discontented population, held down by a minority which governed entirely in its own interests, and took no heed of the desires of its subjects. There had always been close communication between France and Ireland since the old Jacobite days, and many Irish exiles were living beyond the seas. Hence it was not strange that first the discontented Protestant dissenters and afterwards the Roman Catholics put themselves into communication with the French, the latter more reluctantly than the former, for they were the most bigoted of papists, and much disliked the atheists and freethinkers who guided the Revolution. From 1793 to 1798, Ireland was being undermined with secret societies, much like the Fenians of our own days, whose intrigues the Tory government strove in vain to detect and frustrate. The United Irishmen. The chief of these associations was called the United Irishmen because it worked for the combination of the dissenters of the north and the Romanists of the south in the common end of rebellion. The original leaders in the conspiracy were all hot-headed radical politicians who had been fired with the enthusiasm of the French Revolution. Their chiefs were Lord Edward Fitzgerald, a young nobleman of Republican proclivities, Wolfe Tone, a violent party pamphleteer who had hitherto called himself a Whig, and Bond, a Dublin tradesman. Hoche's attempt to invade Ireland. These conspirators did not at first intend to rise without getting aid from France, and till 1796 there was never much chance of their friends overseas being able to send them help. But when the fleets of France, Spain, and Holland were united, it seemed possible to send an expedition to Ireland. In December 1796, the Brest squadron took on board 16,000 men under the young and vigorous General Hoche, and made a dash for the coast of Munster. Slipping out while the English blockading squadron was blown off by a storm, Hoche's fleet got safely to sea, but the ships met with a hurricane and were so beaten about and dispersed that only half of them reached their rendezvous at Bantry Bay in County Kerry. Hoche, their leader, never appeared, and Grouchy, his lieutenant, the man who in later years was Napoleon's unlucky marshal, shrank from landing with 7,000 men in an unknown country where he could detect no signs of the promised insurrection. He lost heart and returned to Brest without having been met or molested by the English. If he had landed, there is no doubt that the whole south of Ireland would have risen to join him. In the next year there was an even greater peril of invasion, while the English fleet was in mutiny. The Dutch squadron, which was beaten at Camperdown, had been given Ireland as its goal, and might have got there unopposed if it had started 6 weeks earlier. Harsh measures of the Irish government. Conscious of the danger which it was incurring, the Irish government was stirred up to vigorous measures. All the Loyalists of Ireland, the Orangemen as they were now called, had already been embodied in regiments of yeomanry, and were ready to move at the first alarm of rebellion. Lord Lake, the commander-in-chief in Ireland, was directed to disarm the whole Catholic population and to search everywhere for concealed arms. The order was carried out with more vigilance than mercy, as the task of finding the weapons was entrusted to the Orangemen of the Yeomanry Corps, who were determined to crush their rebellious countrymen at any cost. They employed the roughest measures to elicit information, flogging the suspected peasants and torturing them with pitch-caps and pointed stakes till they revealed the hiding place of their weapons. But if cruel, Lake's measures were completely successful. In Ulster, where the search began, no less than 50,000 muskets and 70,000 pikes were seized, and if the same energy had been displayed in other parts of Ireland, the rebellion of 1798 would have been impossible. But the outcry caused in the Irish and English parliaments by the rough doings of the yeomanry prevented the full execution of the disarmament, and the United Irishmen of the South retained their concealed weapons and waited for the signal of revolt. Outbreak of the rebellion. The crisis came in the spring of 1798, when the government were at last put by an informer on the track of the Central Committee of the United Irishmen. The leaders and organisers who had so long eluded them were at last caught and lodged in Dublin Castle, save Lord Edward Fitzgerald, who fought with the police who came to arrest him, slew 2, and was himself killed in the struggle. The seizure of the chiefs, instead of wrecking the conspiracy, caused it to burst out with sudden violence, for the Irish thought that all was discovered, and that rebellion was the only way to save their necks. An abortive rising in Ulster was easily put down, but in the south-east of Ireland the whole countryside rose in arms, and great bodies of insurgents attacked not only the loyal yeomanry, but every Protestant family in the district. The rebels were under no central control, and were headed only by village ruffians and ignorant and bigoted priests. Acts worthy of the Prussian mob were perpetrated by the peasantry of Wexford, where the rebellion was strongest. They shot the Bishop of Ferns and many other non-combatants, including women and children. On Wexford Bridge they put several scores of persons to death by tossing them in the air and catching them on pikes. At Scullabo they burnt alive a whole barn full of prisoners. Battle of Vinegar Hill. For a fortnight there was sharp fighting in the south, where the rebels showed as much courage as ferocity, but the Orange yeomanry were stirred to frantic wrath by the atrocities of their enemies, and put down the insurrection with little aid from the regular troops. The decisive fighting was at the fortified camp of Vinegar Hill, the chief stronghold of the rebels. When it was stormed, and when Father Murphy, the leader of the Wexford men, had fallen, the peasants dispersed. The atrocities which they had committed were promptly avenged, and the triumphant Orangemen hanged or shot hundreds of prisoners with small attention to the forms of justice. General Humbert's expedition. 2 months after the Battle of Vinegar Hill, a small French expedition succeeded in slipping out of Rochefort and landed in Connaught, but the back of the rebellion was broken, and though General Humbert routed some militia at Castlebar, he was soon surrounded and captured by Lord Cornwallis, the Lord Lieutenant, who beset him with a tenfold superiority of numbers. Pitt's scheme for uniting England and Ireland. The Great Rebellion of 1798 led to the legislative union of England and Ireland. Pitt and his lieutenant, Cornwallis, thought, rightly enough, that the rising had come from the fact that the large majority of the Irish were handed over without representation or political rights to be governed by the minority. They devised two schemes for bettering the state of the land. The Romanists were to receive emancipation, that is, the same rights as their neighbours of the Church of Ireland, and at the same time an end was to be put to the Dublin Parliament, and the Irish members incorporated in the Parliament of Great Britain. For emancipation without union would have given the Romanists a majority in the Dublin Parliament, and led to a bitter struggle between them and their old masters, which must have ended in a second civil war. The Act of Union passed. The process of persuading or bribing the Anglo-Irish Protestant aristocracy to give up their national parliament took 2 years. They bitterly disliked the idea, and were only induced to yield by a liberal shower of titles and pensions, and a goodly compensation in cash distributed among the chief borough owners and peers. It was not till February 18th, 1800, 20 months after the rebellion had been crushed, that the Irish houses voted their own destruction. For the future, Ireland was represented by 32 peers and 100 commoners in the Parliament of the United Kingdom. After completing the union, Pitt began to take in hand his scheme of Catholic emancipation, but he was not destined to carry it through, a fact which was in a short time to have a widely felt influence on English politics. End of section 81. Section 82 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 37. England and the French Revolution, 1789 to 1802, Part 3. Bonaparte in Egypt. Meanwhile, the French war was still raging. Having failed to win command of the seas, and having been equally disappointed in their plans for causing rebellion in Ireland, the French Directory tried another scheme for injuring England. Napoleon Bonaparte, the young general who had conquered Italy in 1796-7, was now the first man in France. He had lately formed a grandiose scheme for erecting a great empire in the Levant. From thence he intended to strike a blow at the English dominions in India, which he regarded as the chief source of our wealth. The venal and incapable members of the Directory feared Bonaparte, and were glad to get him out of France. They at once fell in with his plan, and gave him the Toulon fleet, and an army of 30,000 men. Keeping his destination a profound secret, Bonaparte sailed from Toulon in May 1798. He piratically seized Malta from the Knights of St. John as he passed, to make it a halfway house to his intended goal. Then, pushing on eastwards, he landed at Alexandria, and in a few weeks overran the whole of Egypt, though France had never declared war on the Sultan of Turkey, the ruler of that land. Once seated there, he began to develop a gigantic scheme for the conquest of the whole East, vowing that he would build up an Oriental empire and attack Europe from the rear. His first care was to send emissaries to Tipu Sultan, the son of our old Indian enemy Hyder Ali, bidding him to attack the English in India with the assurance of French support. Battle of the Nile. Soon after Bonaparte had taken Cairo, he heard that the ships which had brought him to Egypt had been destroyed. Admiral Nelson, the commander of the English Mediterranean fleet, had arrived too late to prevent the French army from disembarking, but finding the squadron lying in Aboukir Bay, he determined to destroy it. The enemy lay moored in shallow water, close to the land, but Nelson resolved to follow them into their anchorage. Sending half his ships to slip in between the enemy and the shore, he led the other half to attack them on the side of the open sea. This difficult manoeuvre was carried out with perfect success. First the van, then the centre, then the rear of the French fleet were beset on two sides. The squadrons were exactly equal in numbers, each counting 13 line-of-battle ships, but so great was the superiority of the English seamanship and gunnery that 11 out of the 13 French vessels were sunk or taken in a few hours. This brilliant feat of naval tactics had the important result of cutting off Bonaparte's power to return to France. He was penned up in Egypt as in an island, with no way of egress save by the desert route to Syria. Nor could any further reinforcements reach him from France, since the victory of the Nile gave Nelson complete command of the Mediterranean. But Bonaparte did not at first show any dismay. He was firmly established in Egypt, and had resolved to persevere in his attempt to conquer the whole East with his own army. Siege of Acre. In the winter of 1798-99 he crossed the desert and flung himself upon Syria. He turned the Turks out of the southern part of the land, and won a great victory over them at Mount Tabor. But before the walls of the seaport of Acre he was brought to a standstill, not so much by the gallantry of the Turkish garrison, as by the activity of a small English squadron under Sir Sidney Smith, which harassed the besiegers, threw supplies into the town, and landed men to assist the Pasha when the French tried to take the place by storm. Bonaparte used to say in later days that but for Sidney Smith he might have died as Emperor of the East. At last he was forced to raise the siege and to retreat on Egypt, where he found startling news awaiting him. May 1799. Renewed coalition against France. While he was absent in the East, Pitt had found means to start a new coalition against France, in which both Russia and Austria were engaged. The imbecile Directory was quite unable to keep these foes at bay. An Austro-Russian army drove the French completely out of Italy, and at the same time another Austrian army defeated them in Germany and thrust them back to the Rhine, while an English force under the Duke of York landed in Holland to threaten the northern frontiers of the Republic. Return of Bonaparte. Bonaparte had expected something of the kind, knowing the imbecility of the Directory, and he was now ready to pose as the saviour of France and to make a bid for supreme power, for his ambition ran far beyond that of being merely the chief of French generals. Leaving his army in Egypt, he ran the gauntlet of the English fleet and safely reached France. Bonaparte, first consul. The accusations of mismanagement which he brought against the Directory were supported by French public opinion, especially by that of the army. With small difficulty Bonaparte dethroned the Directory, and dispersed by force of arms the Council of 500, which represented parliamentary government. He then instituted a new form of constitution, which was in reality, though not in shape, a military despotism. Under the title of First Consul he became the supreme ruler of France. November 1799. Battles of Marengo and Hohenlinden, Peace of Luneville. The nation acquiesced in this change because Bonaparte had pledged himself to save France from the coalition if he was entrusted with a dictatorship. He kept his word. Crossing the Alps by the pass of the Great St. Bernard, where no large army had crossed before, he got into the rear of the Austrians in Italy, and then beat them at the Battle of Marengo, June 1800. Cut off from their retreat, the Austrians had to surrender, and all Italy fell back into the hands of Bonaparte. Later in the same year the French won an equally crushing victory in South Germany at Hohenlinden, where General Moreau annihilated the Austrian army of the north. Russia had already withdrawn from the coalition, but the eccentric Tsar Paul had conceived a great admiration for Bonaparte, and did not object to a despot, though he hated a republic. The Duke of York had been driven out of Holland long before, and France was triumphant all along the line. Austria, threatened with invasion at once on the west and the south, was forced to ask for peace, and by the Peace of Luneville recognized Napoleon as ruler of France. 1801. Lord Wellesley and Tipu Sultan, southern India subdued. Thus England was once more left alone to fight out her old duel with France, or rather with the vigorous and able despot who had made France his own. But the struggle was no longer so dangerous as in 1797 to 98. In every quarter of the globe the English held their own in the year 1799 to 1801. In India the intrigues of Bonaparte had caused Sultan Tipu of Mysore to attack the Madras presidency, but he was opposed by a man of great ability, Lord Wellesley, the new Governor-General of India, the first statesman who boldly proposed to make the whole peninsula of Hindustan subject or vassal to England. Wellesley dealt promptly and sternly with the Sultan of Mysore. He was beaten in battle, chased back to his capital of Seringapatam, and slayed at the gate of his palace as he strove to resist the English stormers. It was in this siege that Wellesley's brother, Arthur Wellesley, the great Duke of Wellington of a later day, first distinguished himself. On Tipu's death, half Mysore was annexed, the other half given back to the old Hindu Rajas whom Tipu's father had deposed. May 1799. The complete subjugation of southern India was shortly afterwards carried out by the annexation of the Carnatic, where the descendants of our old ally Muhammad Ali had fallen into utter effeteness. They had, moreover, been detected in intrigues with Tipu during the late war. Capture of Malta, the French expelled from Egypt. The conquest of Mysore was not the only English success that resulted from Bonaparte's expedition to Egypt. In 1800 we took Malta from the garrison which he had left there. In 1801 the more important task of reconquering Egypt itself was undertaken. Sir Ralph Abercrombie landed on Aboukir with 20,000 men. He twice defeated the French in front of Alexandria, but fell just as he had won the second battle. He had, however, done his work so thoroughly that the hostile army was compelled to capitulate and to evacuate Egypt, which England then restored to the Turks. March to August 1801. The Armed Neutrality, Battle of Copenhagen. Bonaparte had still one card to play. He used the personal influence which he had acquired over the eccentric autocrat of Russia to endeavour to stir up trouble for England in the north. At his prompting, Tsar Paul induced his smaller neighbours Denmark and Sweden to form the Armed Neutrality with the object of excluding English trade from the Baltic. England at once sent a great fleet to the north. It moored before Copenhagen, the Danish capital, which commands the main entrance to the Baltic, and summoned the Danes to abandon the armed neutrality and permit the English to pass. The Prince Regent of Denmark refused, and the Battle of Copenhagen followed. The slow and pedantic admiral, Sir Hyde Parker, was proceeding to dilatory tactics, but his hand was forced by his second-in-command Nelson, the victor of the Nile. Disregarding his superior's orders to hold back, Nelson forced his way up the strait to Copenhagen, sunk or took nearly the whole Danish fleet, and silenced the shore batteries. When he threatened to bombard the city, the Prince Regent asked for an armistice and abandoned the armed neutrality. April 1801. Death of the Tsar Paul. Nelson now entered the Baltic and would have attacked Russia, but the death of Tsar Paul saved him the trouble. The tyrant had so maddened his nobles by his caprices and cruelty that he was slain by conspirators in his own bedchamber. His son, Alexander I, promptly came to terms with England and abandoned his French alliance. Pitt and Catholic emancipation. Just before the Battle of Copenhagen had been fought, England lost the minister who had guided her in peace and war for the last 17 years. The pilot who weathered the storm, as a popular song of the day called him. Pitt resigned his place on a point of honour. In the spring of 1801 there met the first united Parliament of Great Britain and Ireland, and before this new assembly the Premier intended to lay his promised bill for the relief of Roman Catholics from their political disabilities. This measure was destined to cause the great statesman's fall. The bigoted and stubborn old king whom he had served so faithfully had a stronger prejudice against justice for Catholics than against any other reformer form that could be mooted. He imagined that any measure giving them emancipation would be against the terms of his coronation oath, and openly said that he would never make himself a perjurer by giving his royal assent to Pitt's bill. The Prime Minister had an exaggerated view of the duty of loyalty, and a great personal regard for his old master. On the other hand, he had solemnly pledged himself to the Irish Romanists to back their cause as long as he was in power. Under the circumstances, he thought himself bound to resign his office, and retired in March 1801. Addington succeeds Pitt. Madness of the king. George replaced his old servant by a man infinitely beneath him, Henry Addington, a commonplace Tory, one of Pitt's least able lieutenants. This vapid nonentity had the single merit of want of originality. He went on with Pitt's policy because he could devise no other. But his weakness and subservience to the crown might have induced George III to revert to some of his former unconstitutional habits, if the old king had not gone mad soon after. He recovered his senses after some months, but he was never the same man again, and was liable to recurring fits of insanity, which at last became permanent. It was the feeble Addington who was fated to bring to an end the first epoch of the great war with France, though he had not been concerned in the labour of bearing its brunt. Bonaparte had failed in all his schemes against England, alike in Egypt, India, and the Baltic. The French navy was crushed, most of the French colonies were in English hands. He was accordingly glad to make peace, partly in order to take breath and build up a new naval power before assaulting England again, partly in order to find leisure to carry out his plans for making himself the permanent ruler of France, for he was set on becoming something more than first consul, and needed time to perfect his plan. The Peace of Amiens. England was not less desirous of peace. The long stress of the war had wearied the nation, and the load of debt which had been piled up since 1793 appalled the ministers. When Bonaparte offered to treat, his proposals were eagerly accepted. Negotiations were begun in October 1801, and peace was signed at Amiens on March 25, 1802, with France, Spain, and Holland. It was not unprofitable. Bonaparte undertook to withdraw the French armies from Naples, Rome, and Portugal, and gave up any claims to Egypt. He made his allies, the Dutch and Spaniards, surrender to us the rich islands of Ceylon and Trinidad. Malta, now in English hands, was to be restored to the Knights of St. John. On the other hand, England recognized Bonaparte as first consul, and restored to him all the French colonies which we had conquered, from Martinique in the west to Pondicherry in the east. Considering the imminent danger which we had passed through in the last 9 years, the nation was glad to obtain peace on these respectable if not brilliant terms. It was hoped that our struggle with France was at last ended. End of section 82. Section 83 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 38. England and Bonaparte, 1802 to 1815, Part 1. When the Treaty of Amiens had been signed, the English people firmly believed that the Great War was ended, that the period of stress and anxiety, of heavy taxation and huge armaments, of threatened invasions and domestic strife, was finally closed. Bonaparte, who needed an interval of peace for the working out of his domestic policy, had affected a frank, liberal, and conciliatory spirit in dealing with our diplomatists, and had produced on them the impression that a reasonable as well as strong man was now at the helm at Paris. The France with which we had come to terms was no longer the wild and militant republic of the old Jacobin days, but a well-ordered and strongly centralized monarchy, though its ruler did not yet bear the title of king. If Bonaparte had really intended to accept the situation and dwell in peace beside us as a loyal neighbour, the Treaty of Amiens would have needed no defence. But Addington and his fellows had not gauge the first consul's true character or the peculiarities of his position. He had risen to power by war, his power depended on his military prestige, and a permanent peace would have ruined his control over his army, which he had gorged with plunder and glory, and turned into a greedy and arrogant military caste. But it was hard to expect English statesmen to see through the character and designs of a man whom the French themselves had not yet learnt to know, and when an honourable peace was preferred, it would have been wrong to refuse it. The internal condition of England called for rest and retrenchment. Schemes of Bonaparte. But the first consul's real objects in concluding the peace of Amiens were purely personal and selfish. He wished to recover the lost French colonies and to rebuild the ruined French navy. He needed peace to reorganize the control of France over her vassal states in Holland, Italy, and Switzerland, which she had bound to her chariot wheels during the late wars. Most of all, he required a space of leisure to prepare for that assumption of monarchical power which he had been plotting ever since his return from Egypt. His conduct towards England. While England was thinking only of peace, and while thousands of English were embarking on the continental travel which had been denied them for 9 years, Bonaparte was already beginning to show the cloven hoof. In the autumn of 1802 he annexed to France the continental half of the dominions of our old ally, the King of Sardinia, and the Duchy of Parma. He sent 30,000 men into Switzerland to occupy the chief passes of the Alps. He ordered the vassal republics in Holland and North Italy to place prohibitive duties on English merchandise. These actions, though irritating, were not actual breaches of the peace, but things grew more serious when he made the impudent request that we should expel from our shores the exiled princes of the old royal house of France, and that our government should suppress certain newspapers which criticized his rule in France too sharply. These demands were, of course, refused. The first consul then began to harp on the question of the evacuation of Malta. The island was still garrisoned by English troops, as its old masters, the Knights of St. John, were not yet in a position to resume their dominion there. When England refused to evacuate Malta at once, and ventured to remonstrate about the annexation of Piedmont and Parma, Bonaparte assumed a most offensive attitude. He summoned Lord Whitworth, our ambassador at Paris, into his presence, and in the midst of a large assembly at the Tuileries, delivered an angry harangue to him, declaring that the English cabinet had no respect for honour or treaties, and was wishing to drive him to a new war. He did not wish to fight, he said, but if he once drew the sword, it should never be sheathed till England was crushed. War declared, seizure of English subjects in France. This insulting message roused even the feeble Addington to anger. With extreme reluctance and dismay, the cabinet began to contemplate the possibility of a renewed war with France. A royal message was laid before Parliament asking for increased votes for the army and navy, which had just been cut down on account of the peace. Bonaparte, on the other hand, began to move masses of troops towards the shores of the English Channel, and to order the building of many ships of war. Addington attempted further negotiations for staving off a collision, but met no response from the first consul, who refused to listen to any offers till we should have evacuated Malta, and recognized the legality of his annexations in Italy and Switzerland. Nothing could be done to bring him to reason, and on May 12, 1803, our ambassador left Paris, and war was declared, only 13 months after the signing of the Peace of Amiens. Bonaparte had perhaps been intent on bullying the English cabinet, and had fancied that they would yield to his hectoring. He showed intense irritation when war was declared, and committed a flagrant breach of international law by seizing all the English tourists and travellers who were passing through France on business or pleasure, and imprisoning them as if they were prisoners of war. They were about 10,000 in number, and Bonaparte had the cruelty to keep them confined during the whole of the war. Another sign of his malice was that he kept accusing the English government of instigating assassins to murder him. There was, indeed, hardly a crime which he did not lay to the account of his enemies. The second act of the great drama of the French War had now begun. The first had lasted 9 years. This was to endure for 11, from May 1803 to March 1814. The whole war is indeed one if we regard it as the last struggle for commercial and maritime supremacy between England and her old rival, and compare it with the 7 Years' War and the War of American Independence. Nature of the contest between England and France. But, on the other hand, the aspect of the strife was greatly changed by the fact that England had no longer the principles of the Revolution to fight, but was engaged in a struggle against an ambitious despot, a world conqueror who had no parallel save Caesar or Alexander the Great. The France of Bonaparte only resembled the France of Robespierre in the unscrupulous vigour of her assaults on her enemies. She was no longer professing to fight for a principle, the deliverance of oppressed peoples from the yoke of monarchy, and the proclamation of liberty, equality, and fraternity for all men. Though Bonaparte still made a parade of being a beneficent liberator, yet France was now fighting to make herself the tyrant state of Europe, to win power and plunder, not to carry out the principles of the Revolution. In the long struggles that followed the declaration of war in 1803, Bonaparte at one time and another struck down every government in Europe that dared to stand against him, but England he could never subdue. From the moment when Sidney Smith turned him back from the walls of Acre, down to the moment when Wellington drove him a broken and defeated adventurer from the hillside of Waterloo, it was always England that stood between him and complete success. Hence it came that he honoured her with a venomous hatred such as he never bestowed on any other foe. It may be said with much truth that his whole career after 1803 was a crusade against England, and that all his actions were directed to secure her ruin, whether that ruin was to be brought about in the open strife of contending fleets, or in the slow but deadly working of laws aimed against English commerce and industries. When Bonaparte was meeting and beating the Austrian, the Prussian, or the Russian, he felt that he was fighting the hired soldiers of England, for every confederacy against him was cemented with English gold. The final object of all his continental wars was to crush us. His victories were all means to that end. In a contest between a single despot and a free state, the former has in many ways the advantage. He has no parliament to criticize his actions, no public opinion before which he is bound to justify his every deed. He can work out his schemes in his own brain, and give them the unity that a single mastermind inspires. He can secure the implicit obedience of his lieutenants, because he alone can make or mar their career. On the other hand, the policy dictated by an English cabinet of a dozen men was prone to lack consistency and singleness of aim, and their plans and projects were divulged to Parliament, criticised by opponents, and trumpeted out to all Europe by the press before they were well set in hand. It was no light responsibility that the Addington ministry took upon themselves when they declared war on the unscrupulous First Consul. The long struggle which followed may be divided into 4 epochs. In the first, 1803 to 1805, Bonaparte strove to settle the national duel by an actual invasion of England, and lamentably failed. In the second, 1805 to 1808, England fought by subsidizing foreign allies, while Bonaparte struck at his enemy by the continental system, a plan for starving English trade. In the third period, 1808 to 1814, a new aspect was given to the struggle by the interference of England on land. Instead of relying on subsidies, we poured troops into Spain and met the French face to face. At the same time, the intolerable oppression which Bonaparte exercised over all the states of the continent led to national risings against him, which finally, in 1814, wrought his downfall. The fourth period comprises only the 100 days of March to June, 1815, in which the tyrant tried to seize once more his old place in power and suffered his final defeat at Waterloo. Bonaparte resolves to invade England. In the opening months of the war, Bonaparte set his mind on bringing the struggle to a rapid conclusion by crossing the Channel and invading England. He dispatched 120,000 veteran troops to the coast between Dunkirk and St. Valery, and fixed his own headquarters at Boulogne, where the cliffs of Folkestone and Dover were actually in sight. The Channel is but a ditch, he said, and anyone can cross it who has but the courage to try. A fog might enable his whole army to slip across unseen, or a fortunate gale might drive away the English fleet for the short 24 hours that he required. Hundreds and afterwards thousands of flat-bottomed boats were collected at Boulogne and the neighbouring ports, and fitted up, some as armed gunboats, some as transports. The troops were trained to embark with extraordinary speed, so that they might not lose a minute when the signal for sailing should be given. But from June 1803 to September 1805 they waited, and yet the signal was never given. Defensive measures, the volunteer movement, recall of Pitt. England faced the trial with wonderful courage. The nation was so wrathful at the wanton renewal of the war by Bonaparte, and at his arrogant threat of invasion, that it made efforts such as had never been dreamed of before. While the Addington ministry was doubting how best to meet the projected attack, the nation itself solved the problem by the great volunteer movement. Almost every able-bodied man in England and Scotland offered himself for service. By the autumn of 1803 there were 347,000 volunteers under arms, besides 120,000 regular troops and 78,000 militia. This was a marvellous effort for a kingdom which then only counted 15 million souls. The volunteers, it is true, were imperfectly trained, often insufficiently officered, and unprovided with a proper proportion of cavalry and artillery, but when we consider their numbers and enthusiasm, it is only fair to conclude that even if Bonaparte had thrown his 120,000 or 150,000 men into Kent or Sussex, he would have been able to do little against such a vast superiority of numbers. Not contented with enrolling men for land service, the government displayed great energy in strengthening our first line of defence, the fleet. The dockyards were worked with such zeal and speed that 166 new vessels were added to the navy before the year was over. Blockading squadrons were hastily sent out to face all the French and Dutch naval ports as they had done in the old war. Not the least of the signs of national enthusiasm was that, in obedience to the public voice, Pitt, whose name was now bound up with a vigorous war policy, was recalled to the helm of state with the king's consent, while the weak Addington retired into the background. Attempted Irish rebellion. English success in India. While Bonaparte was drilling his army for rapid embarkation and multiplying his gunboats, he utilized the time to stir up trouble for England in all parts of the world. He gave his approval to a wild scheme for an Irish rebellion, headed by the rash young revolutionary Robert Emmet, whose only achievement was to cause a riot in Dublin, murder Lord Kilwarden, the Chief Justice of Ireland, and get himself promptly hung. A more dangerous blow was aimed at our empire in India. French military adventures had been many and prosperous in the native courts of that country ever since the days of Bute, and the first consul hoped by their aid to stir up the Nizam and the Mahratta powers against England. But he had to deal with the able and vigorous Lord Wellesley, the greatest governor-general that India had known since Warren Hastings. Wellesley forced the Nizam to dismiss his French officers and allied himself with the Peshwa, the nominal head of the Mahratta confederacy, against the other chiefs of that nation. In 1803, Lord Lake conquered Delhi and the Doab from the French mercenaries of Scindia, the most powerful of these rulers, while Arthur Wellesley, the Governor-General's brother, was fighting further to the south against Scindia himself and the Rajah of Berar. In the brilliant battles of Vassy and Argam, this young general beat the Mahratta hosts, though they were 9-1 against him. The two hostile princes were forced to make peace and cede to the East India Company their outlying dominions, Scindia's fortresses in the north, which became the nucleus of our northwestern provinces, and the Rajah of Berar's province Orissa, which was added to Bengal. 1804. End of section 83. Section 84 of History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 38, England and Bonaparte, 1802 to 1815, Part 2. Bonaparte assumes the title of Emperor. In the winter of 1803-4, Bonaparte began to doubt the wisdom of attacking England with his flotilla of gunboats and transports only, and resolved to wait till he could concentrate in the Straits a fleet of line-of-battle ships capable of beating off the English Channel Squadron. While this plan was being worked out, he brought the internal affairs of France to a crisis. In the spring of 1804, an abortive royalist conspiracy against him was detected, and he took advantage of it to assume a higher and firmer position in the state than that of first consul. Accordingly, his servile senate requested him to accept the title of emperor. In May 1804 he forced the Pope, who stood in mortal dread of annexation, to come up to Paris and preside at his coronation, a great and costly pageant, which marked the end of even the shadow of liberty in France. Bonaparte assumes the title of Napoleon I, thus making his own strange Christian name notable for the first time since history begins. He determines to employ the Spanish fleet. When his coronation festivities were over, Napoleon set his mind seriously to the task of concentrating a great fleet in the Channel to cover the crossing of his army. In the autumn of 1804, the days of the old naval leagues against England in 1782 and 1797 were renewed, when the Emperor forced Spain to join him, demanding either a monetary contribution or an auxiliary fleet. The feeble Charles IV chose to give the money, for the vessels which bore the treasure were seized by an English squadron, and Pitt promptly declared war on Spain. By utilizing the large Spanish fleet, Napoleon thought that he could gather together an armament strong enough to keep the Channel open for the crossing of the legions which lay at Boulogne. But meanwhile, English blockading vessels were already watching Cartagena, Cadiz, and Ferrol, as well as Toulon and Brest, and a hard task lay before the Emperor when he determined to concentrate the scattered naval forces of France and Spain. While Napoleon was busy with this scheme, Pitt had been returning to his old policy of finding continental allies for England and stirring them up against France. Austria and Russia had been greatly displeased by the same reckless annexations in 1803 which had driven England into war, but their grudges might not have grown into an anti-French coalition if it had not been for the energy of Pitt's diplomacy and the large subsidies which he offered. Napoleon's naval scheme. In the spring of 1805 things came to a head. On the one hand, the French Emperor's scheme for the invasion of England was ready. On the other, Pitt's continental allies were secretly arming. Napoleon's plan was complicated but ingenious. Its strength lay in the fact that it was not easy for the English to judge what exactly would be his method, or to provide against it. He ordered the French Mediterranean fleet at Toulon to take advantage of the first rough weather, and to escape from its harbor whenever the English blockading squadron, now headed by the ever-active and vigilant Nelson, should be blown out to sea. Then his chief admiral, Villeneuve, was to slip past Gibraltar and to join the Spanish fleet at Cadiz, driving off the English ships which were watching that port. The united Franco-Spanish armament was then to sail right across the Atlantic to the West Indies as if to attack our colonies there, but the real object of this demonstration was to entice Nelson, who was certain to chase them when he found their route, far away from Europe. For when they had reached the West Indies, the Allied fleet were to turn sharply back again and steer across the Atlantic for Brest, where they would find another large French fleet, blockaded by Admiral Cornwallis and the English Channel Squadron. Villeneuve, as the Emperor calculated, would be able to deliver the Brest fleet some weeks before Nelson could appear in Europe. He would then have 70 ships to oppose the 35 with which England guarded the Channel, and with such overwhelming superiority would be able to clear the Dover Straits and convoy across the army which had been waiting so long at Boulogne. Villeneuve escapes to the West Indies. In the first part of this great naval campaign, the Emperor's elaborate scheme worked well. Villeneuve slipped out of Toulon, while Nelson's fleet was blown away by rough weather. He hurried away to Cadiz, liberated the Spaniards there, and was off to the West Indies before Nelson could find out what had become of him. Very tardily the great English admiral discovered his route and hurried across the Atlantic in pursuit. In due pursuance of the scheme of Napoleon, Villeneuve turned back and steered for Brest, while his pursuer was seeking him off Barbados. Battle off Cape Finisterre. But here the good fortune of the French ended, and a combination of chance and skill saved England. So slow was the Franco-Spanish fleet, and so bad at seamanship, that Nelson gained many days upon them. He luckily chanced upon a ship that had seen them turn back, hastily shifted his own course to follow, and sent to England to warn the Lords of the Admiralty that Villeneuve might be expected off Brest. With most commendable haste, a squadron under Admiral Admiral Calder was organized to encounter Villeneuve before he could reach Europe. It sailed out just in time to meet him as he got into the Bay of Biscay and fought him off Cape Finisterre. Villeneuve was not a man of nerve, and though Calder's squadron was far inferior to his own, he turned aside after an indecisive battle. So Napoleon heard in August 1805, to his disgust and wild anger, that the fleet which was to enable him to cross the Channel had not appeared off Brest, but had dropped into Ferrol to refit after the fight with Calder. Villeneuve retires to Cadiz. Return of Nelson. Then, to make things yet worse, Villeneuve sailed from Ferrol not for Brest but for Cadiz to strengthen himself yet further with Spanish reinforcements. This delay enabled the eager Nelson to arrive in European waters, and at the critical moment he and Calder, with 28 ships, lay outside Cadiz, while the 35 Franco-Spanish vessels were within its harbour. The Emperor's plan was therefore wrecked, and no chance remained of the longed-for fleet sailing up the Channel to meet the 150,000 men who sat idly waiting for it at Boulogne. Napoleon abandons the plan of invasion. Seeing his scheme shattered, while at the same time rumours of the Austro-Russian coalition had reached him, Napoleon dropped his long-cherished invasion scheme. He suddenly turned his back on the sea, and, declaring war on his continental enemies before they were ready for him, came rushing across France toward Germany with incredible speed. But before he started, he sent his unfortunate admiral at Cadiz a bitter letter, in which he taunted him with cowardice for having turned away from Brest and ruined the plan for invading England. Stung to the heart by the imputation of want of courage, Villeneuve came out of Cadiz to fight Nelson in order to show that he was not afraid, not in order to secure any useful end, for the time for that was over. Battle of Trafalgar. Off Cape Trafalgar, 27 English ships met the 33 Allied vessels, and at the great battle of that name completely destroyed Villeneuve's fleet. Nelson's splendid naval tactics easily compensated for the disparity of numbers. Seeing the enemy lying before him in a long line, he formed his own ships into 2 columns and swooped down on the centre of the Franco-Spanish armada. He cut the enemy in 2 and destroyed their midmost ships ere the wings could come up. Of the 33 hostile vessels, 19 were taken and 1 burnt, but in the moment of success the great admiral fell. He had led the attacking column in his own ship, the Victory, and pushing into the thickest of the enemy, was laid low by a musket ball ere the fight was half over, but he lived long enough to hear that the day was won, and died contented. October 21st, 1805. In her grief for Nelson, England half forgot her joy at the most decisive naval triumph that we had ever gained, for Napoleon was driven to own himself impotent at sea, and the spirits of the French seamen were so broken that they never dared again to put out to sea, save in small numbers for secret and hurried cruises. For the future the Emperor determined to strike at English commerce by decrees and embargoes, not to attack England herself by armed force. Ulm and Austerlitz. End of the Holy Roman Empire. But for the moment to put down Austria and Russia was his task. Already before Trafalgar had been fought, he had crushed the vanguard of the Austrians at Ulm, where the imbecile General Mack laid down his arms with nearly 40,000 men, while the Russians were still miles away, toiling up from Poland. Vienna fell into his hands before the Allies were able to join their forces. A month later they met the French on the snow-covered hillside of Austerlitz, a village some 80 miles northeast of the Austrian capital. Here Napoleon beat them with awful slaughter. Left with only the wreck of an army, the Emperor Francis II asked for peace, and got it on humiliating terms. He had to cede his Italian dominions, as well as the Tyrol, the very cradle of the Habsburg dynasty. Moreover, he gave up his old title of head of the Holy Roman Empire, the imperial style which had lasted since the days of Charlemagne and had remained in the Austrian line for 350 years, and was constrained to take the new and humbler name of Emperor of Austria. Death of Pitt. the Ministry of all the Talents. The news of this disaster to the coalition, which had cost him so much trouble to knit together, and from which he had expected so much, broke Pitt's heart. He had been in ill health ever since he took office in 1804, the constant stress of responsibility while the invasion was impending having shattered his nerves. He died on January 23rd, 1806, aged no more than 46. He had been Prime Minister for nearly half this short span of life, and had certainly done more for England in his tenure of office than any man who has ever occupied that position. The death of Pitt and the public dismay at the breaking up of the coalition of 1805 led to a demand for a strong and united ministry that should combine all parties for the national defence. There was no man among the Tories great enough to take up Pitt's mantle, and Addington, the late Prime Minister, Lord Grenville, and several other leaders of that party were ready to admit the long exiled Whigs to a share in the administration. The king was discontented at having to receive his old foe, Charles James Fox, as a minister, but bowed to the force of public opinion. Thus came into being the short Fox-Grenville cabinet, which contemporary wits called the Ministry of all the Talents, on account of its broad and comprehensive character, for it included all shades of opinion, from Addington at the one end to Fox at the other. Failure of negotiations with Napoleon. Death of Fox. Fox had always opposed war with France, and had maintained that if the late ministry had met Napoleon in an open and liberal spirit, they might have secured an honourable peace. But when he himself was given the opportunity of testing the Corsican's real temper, he met with a bitter disappointment. Napoleon was too angry with England to think of any accommodation. He offered Fox terms which were absolutely insulting, considering that England had held her own and successfully kept off invasion. Fox died soon after, worn out by the hard work of office, to which he had been a stranger for 20 years. September 1806. End of the Grenville Ministry. Abolition of the slave trade. After his decease and the failure of the peace negotiations, the Grenville ministry had no great reason for existence. It was forced to continue the war policy of Pitt, but met with no success in several small expeditions that it sent out to vex the French and Spaniards. In March 1807, the ministers resigned after a quarrel with the king on the same point which had wrecked Pitt in 1802, the question of Catholic emancipation. The only good work which this short administration had done in its 13 months of office was to abolish the slave trade. On the resignation of the Whigs, the Tories came back into power. Their nominal chief was now William Bentinck, Duke of Portland, an aged man, one of the Whigs who had been made Tories by the French Revolution. But the shrewd and ambitious Spencer Perceval, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, was the real leader of the Tories. He was a narrow-minded man of moderate ability, whose only merit was that he clung to the policy of Pitt, and continued to hammer away at the French in spite of all checks and failures. The Confederation of the Rhine. After Austerlitz, Napoleon assumed the position of tyrant of all Central Europe. He created his younger brother Louis King of Holland, and drove out the Spanish Bourbons from Naples in order to make his eldest brother Joseph King of the two Sicilies. He formed the smaller German states into the Confederation of the Rhine, of which he declared himself protector. Prussia declares war on France. These high-handed doings were certain to provoke further fighting, for Russia, though defeated at Austerlitz, did not consider herself beaten, and the strong military state of Prussia was bound to resent the ascendency of the French in Germany. Frederick William III, the rather irresolute monarch who swayed that country, had been half inclined to help Austria in 1805, but he delayed till the campaign of Austerlitz was over, and then found that he must fight Napoleon alone. Relying on the strength of his army and the old traditions of Frederick the Great, he declared war on France in 1806, hastily patching up treaties of alliance with Russia and England. Battle of Jena. Of all the disasters which befell the powers of the continent at Napoleon's hands, none was so sudden and crushing as that which Prussia suffered in 1806. Only a few weeks after the declaration of war, the Prussian monarchy was ruined. The emperor's swiftness and power of concentration were never shown more brilliantly. After defeating the Prussians at Jena, October 1806, he pursued them so furiously that he captured their whole army, more than 100,000 men, at Magdeburg, Lübeck, and Prenzlau. Nearly all the Prussian fortresses surrendered, and Frederick William escaped beyond the Vistula with only 12,000 men to join his Russian allies. After entering Berlin, Napoleon pushed on into Poland to meet the advancing forces of Tsar Alexander. In the bitter cold of a Polish February, he fought the Battle of Eylau with the Russians, and for the first time in his life failed to gain a decisive victory over these stubborn foes. But in the following May, he finally settled the campaign by winning the bloody fight of Friedland, after which the Tsar asked for peace. The Treaty of Tilsit, dismemberment of Prussia. At the Treaty of Tilsit, Napoleon dictated his terms to Russia and Prussia. Alexander was left comparatively unmolested. He was not stripped of territory, but only compelled to promise aid to Napoleon's schemes against England. But Prussia was absolutely crushed. Half her territory was taken from her, the eastern districts to form a new Polish state called the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, the western to make, along with Hanover and Hesse, a new kingdom of Westphalia for Napoleon's youngest brother Jerome. In addition, all the Prussian fortresses received French garrisons, and a fine of £26 million was imposed on the mutilated kingdom. June 1807. End of section 84. Section 85 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman, Chapter 38, England and Bonaparte, 1802 to 1815, Part 3. The Berlin Decrees. Since Trafalgar, the Emperor had been pondering over new schemes for ruining England. In a leisure moment during the Prussian campaign, he devised the celebrated Berlin Decrees. The English, as he thought, mainly lived upon the revenues that they earned by being the middlemen between Europe and the distant lands of Asia and America. Their carrying trade was the staple of their prosperity, and if he could destroy it, England must go bankrupt. Accordingly, the Berlin Decrees declared a blockade against goods made or brought over by the English in every country that France could influence. Now, the idea of a naval blockade is familiar enough, but Napoleon's scheme contemplated its exact converse. He had resolved to station soldiers and custom-house officers round every mile of coast in Europe to prevent English vessels from approaching the shore, and to see that not a pound's worth of English manufactures or colonial produce should be imported. The decrees declared the British Isles under blockade as regards the rest of Europe. No subject of France or of any vassal power was to trade with them. All Napoleon's unfortunate subject allies, Prussia, Holland, Spain, and the powers of Italy, were forced to assent to this strange edict, and the Tsar of Russia was cajoled into accepting it. Napoleon thought that he had thereby struck a deadly blow at England, for every European state, save Sweden, Turkey, and Portugal, and the islands of Sicily and Sardinia, was at his beck and call. He had not calculated on the greatness of the sacrifice which he was asking his allies to make. They were to give up, in order to please him, many of the comforts, even the necessities of life: West Indian sugar and coffee, the tea, pepper, and spices of the East, the cloth and linen of England, the muslin of Hindustan. The Orders in Council of 1807. The English government boldly accepted the Emperor's challenge, and replied that if there was to be no English trade with the continent, there should not be any trade at all. By the Orders in Council of November 1807, the whole coastline of France and her allies was declared in a state of blockade, and the war vessels of England were directed to seize as prizes all ships entering them, whether neutral or not, unless before sailing for the continent such vessels should have touched at an English port. Napoleon replied by the Milan Decrees, December 17, 1807, which declared that any vessel belonging to a neutral power which had touched at any British port should be considered a lawful prize, and ordered all British merchandise found on the continent to be confiscated and burnt. Thus, between the Berlin Decrees and the Orders in Council, all the ports of Europe were formally closed. The one great neutral power, the United States of America, felt this blow bitterly, and bore a deep grudge against both parties in the strife. Results of the Continental System. From the very first, the result of the Continental System, as the Emperor's plan was named, was very different from what he had expected. The English manufactures and colonial wares, which he intended to exclude, contrived to creep, nevertheless, within the bounds of his empire. All along the coasts of Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, there sprang up an extraordinary development of smuggling. From Heligoland, the Channel Isles, Gibraltar, and Sicily, hundreds of vessels sailed by night to land their cargoes in secret. But if the merchandise arrived, it came by such hazardous and circuitous ways that its price was vastly increased. Napoleon did not succeed in ruining the commerce of England, but he succeeded in making Germans and Russians and Italians pay monstrous prices for their coffee or their sugar, and got their well-earned curses for it. The French invade Portugal. Napoleon's restless energy in carrying out his scheme for the isolation and financial ruin of England led him into new trouble in another part of Europe. Less than 3 months after he had ended his Polish campaign by the Peace of Tilsit, the little kingdom of Portugal was, with Turkey, almost the last state in Europe which had not accepted the continental system. Loth to lose their valuable commerce with England, the Portuguese tried evasion, and returned shifty answers when Napoleon bade their Prince Regent accept the Berlin decrees. Without waiting for further provocation, the tyrant, who had now grown impatient of the slightest remonstrance against his fiat, declared that the House of Bourbon had ceased to reign, and sent an army under General Junot across Spain to occupy Lisbon. The Prince Regent was forced to fly by sea, and the French overran the whole of his kingdom. Joseph Bonaparte, proclaimed King of Spain. But from the first moment of his interference in the peninsula, it is probable that Napoleon had wider schemes than the mere conquest of Portugal. The crown of Spain was now worn by the imbecile and worthless old King Charles IV, who lived in constant strife with his cowardly and intriguing son and heir, the infant Ferdinand. There was nothing to choose between them in the way of incompetence and effeteness. In 1807 this wretched pair were at the height of their domestic quarrels, and each was trying to curry favour with Napoleon. They were always carrying complaints about each other to him and asking for his support. Then Napoleon, as if he were the recognized arbiter of kings, summoned the quarrelsome father and son to meet him at Bayonne in the French frontier, that he might settle their disputes. They came, each full of charges against his relative, but Napoleon, when he had them both safely under his hand, suddenly adopted a new tone, pronounced them both unfit to rule a great nation, and then declared that his own brother, Joseph Bonaparte, whom he had made ruler of Naples 2 years before, would be the best king for Spain. Accordingly he forced the two Bourbons, half by threats, half by cajolery, to abdicate, and sent them into the interior of France. A few Spanish nobles who had accompanied them to Bayonne were induced to accept Joseph, and then Napoleon pretended that his brother was legally constituted King of Spain. There were many French troops in the peninsula who had been sent there under the pretense that they were to help Junot in conquering Portugal. At the concerted signal, these regiments seized the neighbouring Spanish fortresses and proclaimed Joseph king. After a rising of the populace of Madrid had been put down with much bloodshed by the French troops in the capital, it seemed as if Napoleon's piracy and kidnapping were to be crowned with success. June 15th, 1808. Resistance of the Spaniards. This, however, was in reality far from being the case. As a matter of fact, he had now succeeded in involving himself in the most protracted and exhausting war in which he was ever engaged. He had roused by his treachery the most revengeful and fanatical people in Europe, and had now to conquer a barren and arid country, where large armies starve and small armies get beaten. Spain sprung to arms on the news of the crime of Bayonne. The great towns everywhere proclaimed Ferdinand VII king, and though the central government was destroyed, juntas or revolutionary committees were formed in every province and began to raise troops to resist King Joseph. England determines to aid the Spaniards. The news of the Spanish insurrection was received with joy in England, more especially because it was the first really national rising against the Emperor that had yet been seen. Even the Whigs were enthusiastic for aiding Spain. "Hitherto," said Sheridan, "Bonaparte has contended with princes without dignity, numbers without ardour, and peoples without patriotism. He has yet to learn what it is to combat a nation animated by one spirit against him." Misled by their sympathy into overestimating the strength of Spain and the valour of her raw provincial levies, the English government, influenced mainly by Canning, a disciple of Pitt, who was now the most prominent among the younger Tory statesmen, determined to strike a bold blow by land against Napoleon. For the last 3 years the very considerable body of regular troops in England, set free from the task of watching the Boulogne army, had been frittered away on small expeditions against outlying parts of the French and Spanish dominions, and had suffered nothing but checks. Now the cabinet determined to send a really formidable army to the peninsula. It was resolved to throw 20,000 men ashore in Portugal to assail Junot, who was cut off from the rest of the French armies by the revolt in Spain. To the Spaniards were sent subsidies for arms and money, but no troops. The capitulation at Belen. Bonaparte's notion that Spain could be annexed by a proclamation and held down by 80,000 men was destined to receive a rude shock. Almost simultaneously 2 disasters fell upon his armies. A corps had been sent southwards to conquer Andalusia, where the insurrection was at its strongest. Its leader, General Dupont, allowed himself to be surrounded by superior numbers of Spanish levies at Belen, and after some grossly mismanaged fighting, laid down his arms with his whole force of 15,000 men. July 20th, 1808. Battle of Vimeiro, the Convention of Sintra. Junot and Portugal suffered almost the same fate. The English began to land in Portugal a few days after the capitulation of Belen. When their leading divisions were ashore, headed by Sir Arthur Wellesley, the victor of Assaye and Argonne, Junot marched against them to drive them into the sea. Finding Wellesley on the hillside of Vimeiro, he attacked him recklessly. August 21st, but the French had not yet learnt to appreciate the worth of the British infantry. He received a crushing defeat, and his army would have been destroyed if Wellesley had been allowed to pursue him. But on the night of the battle, more troops arrived from England, and with them Sir Hugh Dalrymple, who was in command of the whole expedition. The cautious veteran refused Wellesley permission to follow up the flying enemy, and Junot escaped to Lisbon. But the Frenchman had been so badly beaten that by an agreement called the Convention of Sintra, he gave up Lisbon and all Portugal in return for being granted a safe passage back to France. English public opinion was disappointed that Junot's whole army had not been captured, and Dalrymple and Wellesley were put on trial for not taking Lisbon by force. The former, the responsible person, was deprived of his command. The latter was acquitted and sent back to Portugal to repeat his triumph of Vimeiro on larger fields of battle. Meanwhile, while he was being tried in England, Sir John Moore, an able and experienced general, received the command of the English army in the peninsula. Napoleon in Spain, Sir John Moore's campaign. The news of Belen and Vimeiro had roused Napoleon to fury, which grew still greater when he heard that his brother Joseph had evacuated Madrid and fallen back behind the Ebro. He determined to march in person against Spain with the Grande Armée, nearly 250,000 veterans, the victors of Austerlitz and Jena. Proclaiming that he was about to carry his victorious eagles to the Pillars of Hercules and drive the British leopard into the sea, he hurried over the Pyrenees and fell upon the raw Spanish levies who had now advanced to the line of the Ebro. With a few crushing blows, he scattered them to right and left and entered Madrid, December 4th, 1808. All northern and central Spain were overrun, and Napoleon might have accomplished his boast and advanced to Cadiz and Lisbon, but for the daring diversion made by Sir John Moore and his 25,000 English. When that able officer heard that the Emperor had passed southward and taken Madrid, he fell upon his line of communication and threatened to cut off his connection with France. He knew that this act would bring overwhelming numbers against him, but he also knew that it would save southern Spain for a space. When Napoleon Napoleon learnt that Moore was in his rear, he hurriedly left Madrid and directed 100,000 men to chase the much-daring general. But Moore, satisfied to have drawn off the French, continually retreated before them in the most skilful manner, always offering battle to the French van, and retreating when their main body appeared. He thus drew Napoleon up into the extreme northwestern corner of Spain, among the rugged hills of Galicia. While engaged in this pursuit, the Emperor received unwelcome news which drew him hastily back to Paris. Napoleon leaves Spain. Battle of Corunna. The English government had not been idle during the autumn of 1808, and had formed a new coalition with Austria, who in 3 years had begun to recover the disaster of Austerlitz, and to chafe against Napoleon's dictatorial ways and the inconvenience of the continental system. Seeing the Emperor entangled in the Spanish War, Austria thought the opportunity of attacking him too good to be missed, and was preparing to send her army into South Germany, while Napoleon was chasing Moore into Galicia. The Emperor was forced to leave the greater part of his army in Spain, and to hurry off to the Danube with his guards and picked troops. Marshal Soult, whom he sent in pursuit of Moore, followed him as far as the sea, where an English fleet was waiting at Corunna to pick up the way-worn and jaded troops. To secure a safe embarkation, Moore turned sharply on the head of Soult's army and drove it back at the Battle of Corunna. January 16th, 1809. He fell in the moment of victory, but his efforts had not been in vain. His troops sailed away in safety, and the French invasion of Spain had been checked for 4 months by his bold stroke. The English cabinet had resolved not to abandon Spain and Portugal. When Moore's regiments returned to England, many of them were sent back to Lisbon and placed under Wellesley, the victor of Vimiero, whose trial had ended in a triumphant acquittal. In April 1809 began that wonderful series of campaigns which was to last till March 1814, and to bear the English standard in triumph from the Tagus to the Garonne. Fettered by timid instructions from the home government, linked to rash and jealous allies, and starting with no more than 20,000 British troops, Wellesley was bidden to hold his own in the peninsula, where more than 200,000 French troops were still encamped. He showed the rarest combination of prudence and daring, and brought his almost impossible task to a successful end, in spite of the tiresome stupidity of his Spanish confederates and the inefficient support which the home government gave him. At any moment during the first 3 years of his command, a single defeat would have caused the cabinet to recall him and withdraw his army from the peninsula, but the defeat never came, and Wellesley at last won the confidence he merited, and was given adequate means to carry out his mighty schemes. The story of the war is the best proof of his abilities. A calm, stern, silent man, with an aquiline nose, clear grey eyes, and a slight erect figure, he inspired implicit confidence. If his taciturnity and hatred of display or emotion prevented him from winning the love and enthusiasm of his troops, as many lesser generals have done. The sight of his long nose among us on a battle morning, wrote one of his veterans, was worth 10,000 men of reinforcements any day. Soul driven from Portugal. Battle of Talavera. While Napoleon was engaged in his Austrian War of 1809, Wellesley easily held his own in the peninsula. He defeated Marshal Soult at Oporto, and drove him out of Portugal with the loss of all his artillery and baggage. Then, turning southward, he marched against Madrid in the company of the Spanish general Cuesta, but he found his allies almost useless. Cuesta was perverse and imbecile to an incredible degree, and his wretched provincial levies fled at the mere sound of the cannon, unless they were ensconced behind walls and trenches. At Talavera, the allied armies beat Marshal Victor and King Joseph, but all the fighting fell on the English. Cuesta's troops, sheltered in the town of Talavera, refused to come out of their defences, and left Wellesley 20,000 men to repel the assaults of 40,000 French. After this experience of Spanish cooperation, the victor vowed that he would never again share a campaign with a Spanish army. July 28, 1809. Wellington retires to Portugal. The Walcheren expedition. The news of Talavera brought the French armies from all sides to aid the defeated marshal, and beset by 100,000 men, Wellesley was obliged to retreat on Portugal. He got back in perfect safety, but his imbecile colleague Cuesta was caught and crushed by the by the pursuers. The result of the fighting at Talavera had given the English troops confidence, and the king conferred on the victor the title of Viscount Wellington. He would have preferred to receive reinforcements rather than honorary distinctions, but the cabinet had decreed otherwise. They had sent all the available troops in England, some 40,000 men, on an ill-judged expedition against Antwerp, which was too strongly fortified and lay too far inland to be readily taken by an army of such a size. The general placed in command was Lord Chatham, Pitt's elder brother, a dilatory commander who moved slowly and allowed himself to be detained in the siege of the minor fortresses which guarded the way to Antwerp. The army landed on the swampy isle of Walcheren and beleaguered Flushing for 3 weeks. But in the trenches the troops were smitten with marsh fever and succumbed so rapidly that the expedition had to be given up when 11,000 men were simultaneously in hospital. Flushing was destroyed, but the troops had to return to England and had exercised no influence whatever on the fate of the war, July to August 1809. If sent to Wellesley, they would have enabled him to crush King Joseph and take Madrid. Battle of Wagram, marriage of Napoleon. Meanwhile, the Austrian war had ended in the triumph of Napoleon at the Battle of Wagram, August 1809, though the gallant efforts of the Archduke Charles and the insurrection of the patriots of the Tyrol in northern Germany had seemed at first to shake his power. The Emperor of Austria was forced to cede all his Illyrian coastline, that Napoleon might make his blockade of English goods the stricter, to surrender half his share of Poland, and to give, the bitterest drop in his cup, the hand of his daughter Maria Louisa to the conqueror. This unhallowed union was only made possible by the divorce of Josephine Beauharnais, the wife with whom Napoleon had lived for the last 14 years. October 1809. The lines of Torres Vedras, Massena's retreat. Freed from the Austrian war and with his Grande Armée once more unoccupied, Napoleon resolved to make an end of the Spanish insurrection. He gave 70,000 fresh troops to Massena, the ablest of his marshals, and bade him drive Wellington into the sea and conquer all Spain and Portugal. The English general had foreseen some such assault from the moment that he heard the news of the defeat of Austria. He spent the winter of 1809 to 1810 in constructing a triple series of fortifications across the peninsula on which Lisbon stands, the famous lines of Torres Vedras. When Massena advanced against Portugal, Wellington retired slowly before him, wasting the country and compelling all the people to take refuge in Lisbon. He turned at Busaco, September 29, 1810, to inflict a sharp check on the heads of Massena's columns, but finally withdrew into his formidable lines. The French were brought to a stand before the unexpected obstacle, for they had no knowledge that Wellington had so strengthened his place of refuge. A position armed with 600 pieces of artillery and defended by 30,000 English, and the whole of the militia of Portugal, seemed too strong to be meddled with. Massena lay in front of the lines for 4 months, sending in vain for reinforcements to Spain, but his colleague Soult, occupied in the conquest of Andalusia with the sieges of Cadiz and Badajoz, would not come to his aid. Massena's army suffered bitter privations in the wasted and depopulated country, and at last, in March 1811, he was fain to draw back and retreat from Portugal after having lost more than 20,000 men by sword and famine. Wellington followed him, perpetually harassing his retreat, and took post again on the borders of Spain, from which he had been forced back 6 months before. Battles of Fuentes de Honoro and Albuera. The triumphant defence of the lines of Torres Vedras was the turning point of the whole Peninsular War. The French were never again able to invade Portugal, and Wellington, strongly reinforced from England after his success was known, was for the future able to undertake bolder strokes, and no longer forced to keep to the defensive. The last offensive movements of the French were stopped by 2 bloody actions fought in May 1811 within a few days of each other. In the north, Massena attacked Wellington in order to try to save the beleaguered fortress of Almeida, but he was repulsed in Fuentes de Honoro, May 5th, and was shortly afterwards recalled in disgrace by his master. In the south, Marshal Soult marched to relieve Badajoz, which was being besieged by Lord Beresford, Wellington's second in command, aided by the Spanish General Blake. Beresford met the French at Albuera and almost lost the battle, partly by his own unskilful generalship, partly by the sudden flight of his Spanish auxiliaries. But the day was saved by the celebrated charge of the Fusilier Brigade, in which the 7th and 23rd Fusiliers, only 1,500 strong, stormed a precipitous hill held by 7,000 French and forced Soult to retreat. This was the bloodiest fight which an English army ever gained. Beresford lost 4,300 men out of 7,500, yet his indomitable troops won the day for him. May 16th. End of section 85.